Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Two heroes stood opposite each other. One guy with a smile on his face began to say that in the place where he was, no one could resist anyone, so he came here to prove that he was the best in the world. The hero began to look at his opponent, realizing that he made the right choice to take part. This was where all the fun should have ended. The hero confidently jumped forward. The guy asked his opponent to become rust on his sword. They laughed loudly in the darkness. The Black Skull could not understand what kind of disgusting concept this was. The guy did not understand how there could be a reaction speed. The heroes understood that there was a very small difference between them. The Black Skull looked away. The host calmly replied that this was an instantly inflicted blow, and this time the title without injuries was also not broken. This was a duel between spectators. The main one was the Black Skull. Due to the emergence of the virtual reality world of Intersection, a huge revolution occurred in the real world. Intersection has a variety of content of the concept of world, because thanks to the worlds with different themes, passing into fantasies from the past to the future and back. It represented finance, art, education, work, and even the business world. Because of this, much of the real reality began to change through the intersection. Also among the many worlds, there is a game world, Heroes of Time, abbreviated GV. In GV history, telling about heroes, called players, who appeared in the world of dangers. People themselves began to choose whether to go on a raid on a boss, to storm a fortress, try games. Later, the world reached the level when people from all over the world began to admire it. The central world of the intersection, GV, which all gamers admire, all the guys dream of becoming the best pro gamers. Voices were heard from the street, calling the guy and asking him what he watched on the air yesterday. Three heroes looked at each other, saying that they were subscribed to the Planet Man. Austin asked with confusion, saying that it is not enough to simply dodge enemy attacks. In the game, Austin uses the nickname Black Skull, and now he has reached the finals of the competition between viewers of the popular streamer Planet Man. The guy has not only skills in the game, but also an excellent mind in reality and even omnipotence in sports. One of the heroes answered that Austin has a synchronization level of 200%, which means a professional level. The synchronization level with the avatar used in the virtual reality intersection. All synchronization levels of 100% convey the sensations of reality embodied 100%. The guy calmly answered that everyone says that whoever is predetermined will get everything. The guy said that this world is very unfair. The hero looked at the person he was sitting on. His hand was holding the guy's head, asking him to keep his balance, because if something happens, he could fall. The guy answered that his mother was the head of the parents' committee, so if he said that it was just a game, the teachers would also pass by without saying anything special. The hero began to ask the guy downstairs what they were doing now. Suddenly, a foot pushed the hero. Leon, not holding on to the table, fell to the floor along with Noah. The hero held his neck in displeasure, answering that he almost broke it. Noah was surprised to hear that he was definitely going to die now. The guy looked away, trying to say something. Austin, with a smile on his face, answered that it was very sad, since this was the life of a laser. The guy held his fists in displeasure, clenching his teeth in anger. This whole world flawlessly follows the rules of natural selection. The strong have a special right to humiliate the weak, since they do not even have the means to resist. Despite the fact that the world is developing and there are many opportunities for entertainment in it. The funniest thing in the world is to look down on the desperate face of the loser. The opponent in the final will be a player who can easily change his profession to suit the opponent. A user who controls many professions against a person with one profession will be the difference in physical strength and level of understanding. Austin decided to go enjoy the expression on the face of the laser. All the guys were sitting in the stands with a smile on their faces. The host calmly answered that now the competition among the spectators of the Planet Man begins, with the help of which the two most capable were selected. The rules of the competition were exactly the same as the rules of the battles. The general value of the characteristics was corrected and brought to the same indicators, so only the selected professions can change and the assembly of abilities depends on them, because the most interesting thing in such a fight is just simple physical strength and strategy. The host decided to watch the participants exit. The first hero was a Black Skull, who subjugates his opponent with blows using fast speed and the ability to dodge. The host answered that in reality he is just a high school student, and looking at his abilities at this age, he can be sure that in the future he will become a scary gamer. The next finalist came out to the hero. His name was Ark. He freely uses various professions and easily creates a strategy that is disadvantageous for the opponent. Everyone was wondering what profession Ark could choose against the Black Skull. A magician came out on stage. The host was surprised that the guy came with the weakest class against him, a magician. The hero answered that this was not a strategy. The guy calmly said that it seemed to him that the Black Skull could be defeated even by a magician. The host asked the guy if he was really capable of defeating the Black Skull. Ark removed his hood, saying that he was also a high school student. The hero looked at the Black Skull, asking why he was too mired in the illness of an 8th grader, putting on such a mask. The fight began. Ark shoots magic and runs away, and the Black Skull follows him. The fight began with a structure characteristic of a duel between a magician and a Black Skull. The villain gritted his teeth, wondering if Ark really thought he could defeat him by shooting magic at the Black Skull from afar. The Black Skull was simply furious. The player dodged Ark's attacks and moved very quickly. The player could not understand why he was dodging everyone even at such a distance. The guy decided to close the distance a little. The Black Skull looked into the distance with a smile, thinking that he was just an attention seeker. Ark began to laugh. The hero looked at the Black Skull, not thinking that he could so easily fall into such a simple trap. Ark shouted loudly, saying that no one should play while giving into emotions. The host calmly replied that Ark planned to close the distance, and the Black Skull skillfully fell for it. His feet were lying on the ground. Ark, with a smile on his face, asked the Black Skull that he really thought that after playing for all categories of heroes, he would not know his abilities. The Black Skull gritted his teeth, answering that he did not know what would happen if they found out that the hero had lost to the mage. The villain said that he was too arrogant for a weakling who was lucky enough to land one blow. A few seconds later, the guy disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind. The host began to shout that the Black Skull had hidden himself in the arena. In front of Ark stood a Black Skull, who only said that he would kill. The mage laughingly asked his opponent if this was not too cheating. Ark answered that he had prepared one ability especially for this moment. The host himself was surprised that he was using explosive magic again. The hero answered that both were using techniques that could land fatal blows. The mage was at an extreme disadvantage. No one knew if the hero would be able to react to the attack. The Black Skull shouted that he would kill the enemy. The intersection synchronization began. It was an unknown system that appeared along with the emergence of the intersection, information about which has not been disclosed until now. However, all players who have high synchronization can say something. All players want to increase their synchronization to the limit. Ark directed power at the Black Skull, trying to stop time. The skull continued to gain its synchronization. The players confidently ran at each other. Ark looked at the Black Skull, saying that the intersection is really an interesting thing. Sometimes the guy thought that time had stopped. Ark answered with a smile on his face that sometimes it seems to him that he is capable of everything. The guy looked at the Black Skull for the last time, answering that this is a quiet life of a loser. The Black Skull looked away with incomprehension, as if remembering something. Ark's magic completely passed through the Black Skull. In a few seconds, everything was over. Austin looked away with incomprehension. The hero clenched his teeth in anger, answering that he lost. The game ring fell to the floor. This whole world follows the rules of natural selection perfectly. The strong have a special right to humiliate the weak. This story is about the real world. After all, there are no rules anywhere that a loser in reality must be a laser in the virtual world. The hero had flashbacks of being teased and humiliated. Noah laughed, wondering what Austin's face would be like tomorrow when he found out. This story is about what will happen to Noah, who is called a loser in the real world. People were shown on the tablet. Kevin was looking at the information. Someone brought him a glass, asking what he was thinking about. Kim asked the guy if he had decided who to take to the academy based on recommendations. The guy answered that he respected Kevin for looking for people who grew up in a bad environment. Kim calmly said that yesterday he watched a live broadcast on the internet and found a very interesting person there. He said that he was now in high school, so Kim noticed one interesting scene. He peeked a little at the measurements of his synchronization level. The assistant answered that he saw an unimaginable number. Kevin looked at the photo of Ark, answering that this number is an intersection. The hero started asking Kim if there was a schedule for the afternoon. Kevin was surprised and asked the hero if they shouldn't all find out if such a synchronization level existed. Noah was taking a punch to the chest from the hero. Austin's legs were hitting the guy's stomach with all his might. The guy, gritting his teeth in anger, asked Noah how he dared to come there. The guys understood that the hero's goal was to become famous among amateurs and then enter the academy. But now the guy had lost his titles, and in addition, the opponent said on live television that he was also a middle school student, thereby taking away his title of a genius middle school student. Austin remembered what his opponent had told him yesterday. The hero thought about how he was called a loser, realizing that Noah was the truth. The protagonist held his head, answering that he did not know what happened, but he needed to be forgiven. Austin looked away in surprise. The hero answered with confusion that it was most likely an accident and he could not lose to such a scumbag as Noah. The hero continued to hold his head. A few seconds later, the guy began to laugh. Noah answered Austin with a smile on his face that he was very angry about yesterday's loss. From the moment he entered, Austin's gang had been bullying the hero. Even after the advent of virtual reality and many new entertainments, people who like to bully other people do not disappear. Noah had no particular reason why he targeted Austin. The guy thought that he could fight the guy at least in the game, so he started it with such hope. Noah did not think that this would change his everyday life because the guy knew that he would not be able to catch up with the specification of reality, so he did it only for an instant relief from stress. The disgusting school life of the hero continued. Noah got up from his desk, listening to the teacher. The hero calmly waited for the question. The woman looked at him with confusion. The teacher asked the boy to tell the difference. Austin looked at the teacher with displeasure, wondering why she didn't ask him. Noah angrily didn't understand what was going on. This whole reality was too disgusting a place. The teacher, in the form of a zombie, asked Noah if she was listening to him. The monster continued to call the boy. The three monsters laughed, looking away. The Ark player confidently fought the monsters. A few seconds later, the boy confidently left. The boy calmly said that now he felt better. For Ark, it was a joy to kill monsters, gain experience, and become stronger based on it. Noah understood that here he could feel free and be himself without unnecessary thoughts. There are 3 classes in the game, a tank, a fighter, and a support. After choosing a class, you can take the profession included in it and start playing. Noah's class is a fighter. The hero looked at the money in the game calmly, happy that he had saved up a lot. The guy complained, thinking that if he had real money, he would have no problem with money for expenses this month. This is one of the reasons why the intersection began to be called another world. The money from the different worlds in it is gold, but it can also be shared. The most incredible thing was that gold can be exchanged for cash. Ark knew that if he saved now, he would be able to use it after becoming an adult. Someone approached the guy from behind. Someone confidently grabbed Ark. Ark fearfully asked who was grabbing him like that. Someone's legs began to slowly approach the hero. The guy with a smile on his face began to tell the guy that he could have gotten there. Noah fearfully asked the guys who they were and why they were attacking so suddenly. The hero laughed, answering that he had business with gold. Ark looked at the heroes, thinking that they were ordinary zombies. This is what they call players hired by one other player. The hero himself heard that they are collected by the company to determine the volume of each day, and later the zombies give gold or items, after which they receive wages. Ark noticed that one of them had red eyes. This indicated that he was a killer. Ark asked the guys what they thought he would lose to them. Justin answered with a smile on his face that everyone except Noah was normal players, so if they killed someone else instead of him, you could become a killer. The protagonist began to understand why they marked only one as a killer. Noah began to quickly run away, gritting his teeth. One of the heroes shouted to him that running to the side was useless. Ark confidently swung his weapon, not letting himself be hit. The enemy flew to the side at great speed. The sword quickly pierced the Ark's shoulder. Justin laughed, telling the guy that because of him, their working hours only increased. The sword also quickly left his shoulder. Ark looked at the ground, holding his hand, not understanding why this was happening to him all the time. Justin asked his assistants to finish with the guy quickly. Noah calmly knew that they did not understand that this bullying was just because of an accidental meeting of eyes. One such situation becomes the reason for bullying. Noah understood that perhaps he would kill and become a killer, then he would lose a lot. But at some point, an exception arose in the guy's head. Ark confidently jumped on the guys, not afraid of them at all. The heroes looked away in surprise. Noah understood that in virtual reality he did not want to retreat. The hero understood that against him there was only a useless group of zombies, so he just needed to kill them and stay alive until the end of the killer mode. Noah fought, although he would make everyone regret it. The guy knew that he was not weak and he could do anything. The hero confidently rushed with a weapon in his hands. Justin looked at the guy in fear, not knowing how to react to this. Noah jumped with his power, trying to hit the hero with it. 2 swords opposed each other. Justin looked at Ark, who was confused and said that he was not the same zombie as everyone else. The hero with a smile on his face asked how he could become a killer. The system windows began to show various intersection exchanges and all the information about zombies and death. Night. A raven was sitting on someone's hand. One hero stood near a cliff. Information was shown from the raven's eyes, which slowly began to appear. The hero thought with confusion, looking away. The player was very worried about the guy Ark. Noah stood in front of Justin, waiting for a blow. The main character could not understand what was wrong with this guy. Justin was surprised to understand that Noah was not so weak. The hero was surprised that Eri was able to dodge all the attacks and quickly deliver fatal blows and kill everyone at once. Justin laughed, answering the guy that because of him there was now even more work. The hero replied that his item bag was full. Ark confidently directed his gaze forward, realizing that he could see the hero's attack very well. Suddenly, the sword quickly passed by Ark, slightly touching him. The guy looked at the wound with displeasure, gritting his teeth. Justin laughed, asking the guy where all his enthusiasm had gone. Noah was surprised that all his attacks were faster than the guy's reaction. The strength criterion is not simple physics that makes the character move. Unlike competitions based only on abilities on the PC field, where there is no level adjustment, there are many variables such as level, abilities, items. In other words, we can say that here you can surpass your opponent even with the basic specification. Justin jumped, pointing his weapon at the hero, answering that he had a low level but good physics. This meant that he was still a schoolboy. Noah was incredibly angry. The force quickly passed through the entire territory in the form of a flash. Some guy did not allow Justin to hit Noah. The hero, gritting his teeth, asked him who he was. The guy apologized for interfering, answering that he also had business with this guy. The hero decided to ask the Ark something. Kevin looked at Noah out of the corner of his eye, asking him if he had used forbidden programs. Justin did not understand what he wanted from the guy. The professor began to confidently fight the guy. At some point, the hero's gaze radiated fear and incomprehension. The player held the sword in front of Justin's neck, asking the Ark that he had increased the synchronization level to 400% without doing anything. Noah himself didn't know he could do that. The professor replied that at the moment of his last attack, the synchronization level measurement exceeded 400. The man himself understood that such a number had never been recorded before. Kevin heard the Ark answer with confusion that synchronization measurement was paid, so he never did it. Noah didn't know what to do. Someone quickly ran up to the guys. Bob asked Kevin if he was here. The hero didn't understand what was going on and why this was the controlling NPC. Bob began to ask the guy to tell him more about all this. Then the hero began to get indignant, saying that he didn't know about any illegal programs or anything else. The NPC calmly replied that according to the rules of the game, if you use illegal programs, your profile will be blocked forever. The protagonist couldn't understand why they weren't listening to him. Kevin was saying something. The professor asked Noah to prove it. Roy held a sword in his hands, looking forward with fear. Justin laughingly started calling Ark a cheater. Kevin understood that now he would not interfere with them. Justin decided to deal with the guy. The player ran at Ark, shouting that all these items would be his. Noah held the sword with displeasure, not allowing himself to be hurt. The protagonist understood that he had never measured the synchronization level and he just lived, thinking that his was a little higher than everyone else. The hero heard that Austin had 200%. Noah understood that no one had 400 yet. Justin looked away in confusion. Noah began to smile, understanding that he was special. The hero began to think about tactics. Ark understood that he was late when he tried to react to the enemy's attacks after looking at them. The hero wanted to increase sensitivity a little and read the movement of the joints necessary for the enemy to make a blow. Noah began to look in surprise, filling with strength. The guy understood that the hero was trying to pierce his left shoulder. Justin confidently flew towards the hero with a sword in his hands. Bob looked at the number in surprise. Noah began to notice that the player was making a vertical cut with his right side. The body confidently dodged. Ark quickly ran his sword across the guy's face. Justin could not understand why Noah constantly dodged his attacks, knowing them in advance. The guy continued to move at the speed of light. Bob replied that he did not see the use of illegal programs. Noah's synchronization power at some point was equal to 527. Kevin could not believe it. The professor looked at Ark, thinking that this was an unusual appearance. The protagonist looked at the player himself. Noah asked Kevin if he had proven that he had not used anything. The professor replied that he had an offer for the guy. Noah smiled, answering that thanks to this he learned that he was special in the world of intersection. The protagonist did not think that he could lose to anyone. Kevin watched the guy. The professor asked the guy to talk to him, saying that he still needed to figure out the killer's condition. Noah, with a little fear, still agreed. Kevin quickly walked around the Ark with a weapon. The professor called the guy. The player told the lying Ark that if he wanted to return the items taken away by the penalty, he had to come to the player with no one hiding in the bushes. The game was over. The player himself was waiting for Noah. Along with the creation of the virtual world intersection, discoveries were made in science and technology and reality, especially in robotics. Over time, robots with incredibly accurate artificial intelligence and high productivity were introduced and installed, for example, in supermarkets. Robots gradually replaced people in many areas, became nanas and cleaners, until they completely ousted them from the service sector. And here is a robot protector for a 10-year-old boy and his family called T1. T1 was worried about Noah. He asked what happened to him. The robot, seeing a crying boy in front of him, could not help but be embarrassed. It was strange, because this child had never shown any emotion before, even when he came home covered in bruises and scratches. Now the protagonist was wiping his tears with his sleeve, not knowing what to do. The robot was trying to figure out what was bothering the boy, violence, or maybe exclusion from the group. Some feeling was tormenting him from within. Since this was the first time the situation had happened, the reaction was delayed. But this reaction was anger. To calm this feeling, anger needs to be vented on someone. T1 cursed. Crying, Noah noticed his anger. He told him that he had lost all the game items. The robot cracked his fingers and decided to beat the boy to death first. T1 was going to vent his anger on the protagonist. There was silence in Noah's apartment. The robot began to reprimand. He began to scold the protagonist for spending money in an internet cafe. In addition, the boy was also going to exchange all the gold he had saved up in his adult life, but lost it. Noah, who was being scolded furiously, confirmed everything. T1 pointed to the remaining charge, said that some people even try to save on the electricity bill, so they don't even dream of a fully charged battery. He was outraged that Noah was wasting money at this time. He reminded him that he had already told him not to go to internet cafes anymore. The boy could not stand the pressure, turned away and said that it was for future investments. The robot did not know what to talk about with the gamer. He advised Noah that if he wanted to get all the gold and items back, he should find a man with the nickname hiding in the bushes. T1 urged him to just go and find him. Noah scratched his head, since he doubted that the man would return the money back, even considering that it was all the money he had. The robot said that he would have to beg if necessary. The protagonist admitted that he had never asked others for a favor before, and therefore did not know what to do. T1 was deep in thought, because the boy in front of him was already an adult, but he had never asked for anything. He promised to teach him the skill of asking for a favor based on preloaded data. The robot warned that the difficulty was high, so he asked Noah to get ready. The protagonist became more serious, interpreting all this as gaining a skill that had high requirements. The snail crawled peacefully through the forest. The protagonist asked a man in a demon mask, with black whites and yellow pupils for a favor. He begged to return his items in gold. Hiding in the bushes silently looked at the strange pose of the protagonist. He clarified whether this was a grand bow. Noah stood on his elbows, head down, with his legs spread on top. He admitted that he heard that this is the best way to ask someone for something. The interlocutor called him to get up, as he was about to return everything to him. The protagonist was shocked. He knelt down in front of the man, waiting for him to speak further. The masked player said that there would be some conditions. He raised his hand. Hiding in the bushes promised to return everything if Noah answered his questions. There were several points in the intersection contract. All items would be returned, but the protagonist had to answer the questions and answer honestly. In addition, Noah could not leave until he answered all the questions. If the contract was broken, the party that broke it would lose all items and gold. The protagonist read all of this and realized that if he lied, he would lose all items. The intersection contract. The above contracts exist within the world in order to gain support from the system. Their execution is absolute, so both parties are on an equal footing. The protagonist thought that judging by the contents of the contract, things weren't that bad for him. Hiding in the bushes stood nearby, arms folded. Noah said that he also had a lot to ask. He asked if he could ask questions under the same conditions. His interlocutor agreed, realizing that the protagonist was probably interested in many things. He didn't care, so he added clauses about it to the contract. Noah noticed that his items were being returned. He even hugged himself, missing his things. The man suggested moving on to questions. The first of them was whether the protagonist was really a middle school student. Noah thought that he could just give vague answers, which should not be considered a lie, so he answered in the negative. An unknown force stripped him naked and scattered all the items he had just returned. Noah did not understand why this happened. His interlocutor covered his face with his hand in shame and explained that Intersection was a virtual reality game that could read his thoughts. He warned that lying would only make you look like an idiot. The naked protagonist confirmed that he was a middle school student. He became embarrassed and asked for permission to pick up some of his things. Hiding in the bushes said that now it was Noah's turn to ask. The sad protagonist wondered why he was doing this to him. The masked player replied that he needed to know about him. He wanted to take the protagonist into a game team, so he recommended that he take it as an interview. Noah looked at him in confusion and asked what kind of game team it was and what they were talking about. Hiding in the bushes snapped that the protagonist's turn was over and it was his turn to ask the question. He wanted to know what career Noah wanted to have. The protagonist thought these questions were useless. He put on his clothes and answered that he wanted a career that would make him a lot of money, then repeated the question about the team. Hiding in the bushes said that it was a league team that would play in a fantasy academy. Noah was amazed. The man in front of him seemed to be talking about that famous academy. The man announced the next question: does the protagonist like to play? The protagonist hesitantly answered that he liked it. He thought about how getting into a fantasy academy was the dream of every person who wanted to become a pro gamer. Noah noticed that the masked man really had something to do with them, since he hadn't dropped anything. He never dreamed that he would end up in the academy. The protagonist admitted his surprise that he could get into a fantasy academy. Hiding in the bushes, he clarified if it was a question. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that he had accidentally said it out loud. The masked man replied that he could, as long as he thought he was passing. He tilted his head slightly and asked what Noah would do in fighting an opponent stronger than him. Would he be able to go against an opponent even when losing was already a foregone conclusion? The protagonist was ready to confidently agree, but suddenly a familiar face appeared in his thoughts. He didn't understand why he had just thought of Black Skull. Noah knew the answer to the question was yes, but somehow he had a feeling that he was lying. He remembered that Austin had always been better than him and mocked him with his friends. The protagonist bit his lip. He lowered his head and answered negatively. Noah stated that he did not want to participate in a battle he could not win. He said it was useless and even trying would be pathetic. Noah wanted to do everything to avoid that situation. The man frowned. The protagonist closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and added that if this was not the last battle, he would be able to overcome himself and become better. Hiding in the bushes said that every year there is a competition among the students of a fantasy academy. Noah opened his eyes. He did not understand what his interlocutor was getting at. The man explained that the teams, under the supervision of teachers, look only towards victory in order to become representatives of the academy. He added that among them, many desperately claw out a place for themselves, but fail and give up on their dreams. The masked man concluded that, unfortunately, few survive this struggle. He created a sword and said that someone's dreams are destroyed, someone's come true, and added that this is a place where only one person can become the most valuable player. Hiding in the bushes pointed the sword at Noah. He put it to the protagonist's throat and asked him if he had the courage to survive in a place like this. The protagonist really hated losing. He attacked Austin in a game he knew best because he was sure he could beat him. But in real life, their abilities were like night and day. Noah knew that the only reason Austin's gang didn't fight back was to avoid entering the battlefield in the first place, to avoid being the loser. He imagined the situation in his head. The protagonist wanted to answer the question of what he should do if he encountered an enemy he couldn't handle. Noah put his real self in his character's shoes. He looked the danger in the face with determination. The answer was obvious to him. Rage blazed in the protagonist's eyes. He knew the answer all along. It was just that the realization came too late. The protagonist grabbed the man's blade with his bare hand and refused to answer because it was his turn to ask. He was sure that the masked man needed someone who could become the team's assassin. Hiding in the bushes looked at him seriously. He put away his sword and confirmed that they needed such a person. However, Hiding in the bushes said that Noah still lacked the necessary skills. He was not so sure of his usefulness, even with his high synchronization rate. The protagonist did not like this remark. The man added that he still had a lot to learn. He approached and advised the protagonist to take the test on his own during the admission process. The masked man asked the last question, whether Noah was ready to undergo rigorous training in preparation for the entrance test in 3 months. The protagonist was nervous, but he smiled. He realized that he could really get into the fantasy academy, so he agreed. Thus, the training began the next day, or so Noah thought. The girl with animal ears was leaning on a huge tree behind her. The protagonist said that he was there at the request of Hiding in the bushes. He asked who she was, and the girl turned her attention to him. Her name was Carrie. She noticed that Noah was another one recommended by the professor. The protagonist was surprised to hear that he was not the only one. He asked who else was recommended. Carrie began to warm up. She realized that the guy did not hear anything. The girl decided that it was not that important and began her task. Noah was stunned. Carrie swung her leg sharply. A circular kick followed, which the protagonist managed to dodge. The girl skidded to a stop on the ground. The protagonist was outraged that she attacked so suddenly. Then Carrie suddenly put her palm on his face. She delivered a powerful punch to his body. Noah coughed. Carrie shared that she heard that the protagonist had a high synchronization level. She enthusiastically offered to fight him. The Fantastic Academy is a national institution for everything internet related, where only the elite can attend. Among all the departments, the esports department is especially important, where pro gamers are trained. Noah, not understanding what was going on, asked Carrie what he meant by fighting. The girl thought it was strange that he didn't understand. It seemed to her that the protagonist didn't feel much pain, so she assumed that he had dulled the sensations. Carrie wondered what the guy's sensitivity percentage was. Noah protested, not wanting to tell that to the one who attacked him. Then the girl repeated the question. She seemed very angry at that moment. The protagonist was scared. He didn't understand what was wrong with her, and he couldn't believe that she was also connected to the academy. Noah answered that his sensitivity percentage was 1. Carrie was outraged. How could such a weakling have such a high synchronization? She stated that everyone was trying their best to raise this indicator and reduce pain sensitivity to a minimum of 20%. The protagonist did not know that it was possible to raise the synchronization level by lowering pain sensitivity. The girl admitted that she did not like the guy and got into a fighting stance. She believed that since the pain threshold could only be lowered to 20%, then if she hit Noah 20 times, he would feel the desired level of pain. The protagonist was offended when he heard these words. A fist flew at his face. Noah deftly dodged it. He smiled at the fact that Carrie thought he would fall for the same trick twice. The protagonist exhaled and concentrated. He wanted to try to remember that feeling, like last time. The girl opened her eyes wide. The protagonist carried out a counterattack on her. Kim opened Noah's profile on the tablet. He read that he was 16 years old and was currently enrolled in 20 high school, located in City E. The assistant was surprised that just because he did not have his own virtual simulator, his interlocutor paid for a 3-month subscription to the nearest internet room. Kevin confirmed all this. Kim clarified how everything went. The professor said that his synchronization level was simply extraordinary, but he still had a lot to learn in other areas. The assistant looked at the questionnaire and admitted that it would be difficult for Noah to cope only with a high synchronization level, because today it took much more to achieve something. Kevin stood up and said that this is why he asked Carrie to fight him. Kim thought about the correctness of this decision, believing that the protagonist could develop trauma from the beatings. The professor was sure that they would soon find out the result. He stated that nothing could be known for sure as there were many monsters in the world that went beyond expectations, and then opened the capsule. Intersection was launched. The login under the nickname Hiding in the Bushes was completed. Kevin looked at what was happening in silence. Carrie was lying on the floor and holding Noah's hand in a grip, noticing the professor. The man in the mask thought that he had placed too high expectations on the protagonist. The guy begged him to let him go. He urged the professor to stop staring blankly and do something against this radish-browed one. Carrie got angry, and the protagonist realized that he had said too much. She was very outraged by the way the protagonist called her. The professor covered his face with his hand in shame. Noah continued to make sounds of pain. Hiding in the Bushes asked to be allowed to introduce them to each other again. He said that the protagonist's nickname is Ark and that he specializes in dealing damage. Noah was drinking a healing potion under a tree at the time. The professor added that he had been selected as an enrollment candidate, so he would soon begin training. He also introduced Carrie, who was standing in an arrogant pose and also in the attacking position. Kevin warned the protagonist that she had been enrolled in the group 6 months after being selected as a candidate. He announced that they would be working on the same team after enrolling, so he advised them to find common ground. Noah interrupted him, exclaiming that he did not expect Carrie to be a candidate too. The girl was indignant and pointed out that the protagonist had only been proposed as a candidate, so he should not be fooled. Hiding in the Bushes looked at their fight with sadness and already saw how it would end. Carrie noticed that she had fought Noah as requested and asked if she could practice now, after which she was about to leave. The professor wanted to know something from her. He was interested in how their duel went. Carrie asked if he was talking about that freak. She thought about it. The girl replied that she felt unpleasant. The man in the mask remembered her words. Noah flared up towards Carrie. He asked Kevin who she was and did not want to accept that others were like her. Hiding in the Bushes said that he chose only the two of them and no one else. He was also interested in the protagonist's impressions of the duel with another candidate. Ark could not answer right away. He thought about it and said that he felt that synchronization alone is not enough to become a pro gamer. The professor was surprised. The guy, remembering the fight, noticed that Carrie moved instinctively as if she was constantly training. He added that she was much stronger than his previous opponent, so it was as if he had hit a wall. The protagonist also admitted that after using his synchronization, he was incredibly tired. Kevin agreed that he had named all the points correctly. He explained that the thing is that the guy used up all his synchronization, and warned that when he reaches the limit, he temporarily loses his strength. The professor said that in this state, it will be impossible to activate synchronization to sharpen his senses. He added that for this reason, he was able to cut the protagonist that time. Now Ark understood everything. Hiding in the Bushes said that in order to be a good player in a virtual game, synchronization alone is not enough. You also need to know martial arts for gaming skills and meditation for mental ones. He said that professionals learn new things without putting it off for later. Kevin asked Carrie to fight the guy so that he would realize this. Noah asked if the fact that she had been in the group for 6 months meant that she had been training for 6 months, and the man confirmed it. The protagonist smiled confidently, deciding that he would be able to catch up with the girl in the 3 months before his test. The professor said that was impossible. The protagonist was indignant. Hiding in the Bushes turned away and threw behind him that he did not even expect him to reach her level before the test. He pointed out that Noah's trump card was synchronization and Carrie's was combat skills. Kevin added that this girl was born with a talent for martial arts. Now she continued to train in the mountains. The man said that, in addition, Carrie, as a student recommended by the admissions committee, spent all day playing the game, so one could only hope that Noah would catch up with her by the time he joined. Of course, the protagonist was also a candidate, so the professor could make an agreement with the school to let him focus exclusively on training. He looked down at the guy. The main character smiled, not believing his luck. This meant that he could skip school if he didn't want to. Noah was glad that he wouldn't have to suffer from Austin and his gang anymore. He smiled. Then he pressed his lips together. The guy admitted that he had other things to do at school, so he asked him to concentrate on training after he finished it. The professor, as always, folded his arms over his chest, said that he could do whatever he wanted. He allowed him to say goodbye to his friends and all that. Arc became more serious. The next day at school, the teacher was taking roll call and came to the main character's name. There was no one in his place, and she decided that he was absent today. Austin noticed this. Classes ended, evening came. Austin said goodbye to his friends and left. He passed by cars in one of the courtyards. There was an earphone in his ear. Austin smiled that Noah finally gave in, even if he held out for a long time. He considered the protagonist a loser with no talent and no relatives. Austin told himself that if he hadn't bothered him so much, he wouldn't have been beaten up by him. With these words, he walked past Noah, who he hadn't noticed. Austin admitted that it was very refreshing when you don't have that trash in front of your eyes. He was wondering why the protagonist couldn't leave earlier. Then the protagonist stood right in front of him. Austin was surprised. He took his headphones out of his ears and asked who he was. Then Austin realized that Noah was waiting for him. The protagonist began his speech. He asked if his offender was interested in knowing who this Arc was who had recently beaten him. Austin became worried when he heard this nickname. He thought that it couldn't be. Noah prepared for a fight. The protagonist got into a fighting stance and admitted that he was Arc. He offered Austin to fight in real life, and he looked very angry. It is known that the level of synchronization and the avatar are correlated. Many believe that if you increase your sensitivity to pain, you can increase the level of synchronization. It is also popular that if the avatar is close to the appearance in real life, the level of synchronization with it is higher. In fact, Noah's glasses did not have diopters. There is only one benefit from using them. They are material for creating a character. The protagonist puts on glasses, hides his real self, and plays a cold and timid hero. At this point, he considered the birth of a character for school complete. So he placed all the school sorrows on the bespectacled Noah, but as soon as he put on a mask called Arc, he could express himself in virtual reality. Thanks to this method, he could not break down in a cruel world and continue to smile. This is a certain way of life for him personally. He thinks that it is quite smart. Noah accepted his misfortune in reality and the fact that nothing will change no matter how much he waves his arms and legs. In any case, you can't lose until you get to the battlefield. He thought that only fools get into a fight they'll lose. The protagonist admitted that he was Arc. This time, he wanted to fight Austin in real life. His former classmate was shocked. He didn't believe that Arc was standing in front of him. Austin walked forward, realizing who he was dealing with. He came close and asked what now. Noah was scared. Austin noticed that the protagonist wanted to be beaten to death and struck him. The protagonist tried to reassure himself that there was nothing to be afraid of because he deliberately waited until his offender was far away from his gang. He looked at Austin's fist next to his face and told himself that he had used the fighting simulator many times. Noah forced himself to just think that everything here was the same as in the game. First, he decided to provoke Austin and make his mental state shake. The protagonist turned to his former classmate. He was ready to say the phrase that boys and teenage guys don't want to hear the most. Noah smiled like a maniac and said that Austin was really bad at playing. His offender was ready to lose it. He yelled at the protagonist, who, in his opinion, really wanted to die. The protagonist prepared to defend himself. He wanted to follow the words of YouTuber FightMo29, who talks about fights, about what is the most likely first attack of an overexcited person. It was a punch with his right hand, but Austin kicked him in the torso with his left leg. Having received the blow, Noah mentally cursed FightMo29. His offender thought that he was completely crazy since he thought that he could win if he was alone and swung for a punch. The protagonist tried to defend himself under a barrage of blows. He gritted his teeth, after which he started to swing his fists randomly. Austin was taken aback. Noah was telling him to die, but all he felt was childish spanking. The protagonist noticed that he fought completely differently in the simulation. He realized that for some reason he couldn't think. Austin delivered a precise right hook. The protagonist fell to the ground with a groan. A classmate pinned him to the ground with his knee and said that he fought just like he looked, ugly. He thought that Noah thought he was weak and sat on top of him. The protagonist received the first blow to the cheek. Austin assumed that today, instead of going to school, he was into drugs and continued to beat him. He said that if he had whined like always, he would have gotten off easier, and therefore did not understand why he, a dumbass, did something he never did. Evil Austin asked again if Noah really thought that if he was alone, he could be defeated. The protagonist quietly answered that it was. He said that if a moron like Austin was alone, he was not afraid at all. Then he spat blood in his offender's face. Austin was furious. He punched the protagonist right in the face, wanting to kill him. For some time in the evening, blows were heard in the alley. Austin was out of breath, beating Noah. He wiped himself and called on the protagonist not to be seen again, since he could really finish him off. Noah's former classmate left, throwing in his last words that he was nothing. Lying on the ground, the protagonist asked Austin where he went, insulting him along the way. He began to get up from the asphalt. Bloody Noah screamed that he had never been able to hit Austin. He lunged towards his attacker. Austin thought he was crazy and prepared to hit him again. The The protagonist lunged. He dodged the attack. Then he tripped over his own foot. Noah was surprised, but his face was expressionless. He assumed it was because he had been beaten too badly. His legs were not moving. The guy realized that he still couldn't beat Austin in a fight. He remembered the professor asking him if he had the fighting spirit to stand up to an opponent even if he was sure he would lose. The protagonist was afraid that he would never be able to answer his question from yesterday positively. This was his first time fighting so hard against Austin, so he began to convince himself that he had already tried hard and that he was really amazing because he hadn't died yet even after all these beatings. But the sly smiles of the bullies who had mocked him flashed through his mind. Noah didn't want it to end with just going up against Austin. He couldn't understand what would change if he faced an opponent he couldn't handle, and he doubted that was the right answer. The professor in his head told him that he wasn't sure either. The protagonist let it go. He didn't care anymore, so now he just wanted to lie down and rest. He remembered how confidently he grabbed Kevin's sword, how he then asked if he needed someone to become an ace. Noah laughed at himself. He asked himself why he said something like that. The protagonist got up from the ground. He raised his arm to punch. Austin's fist flew past. The protagonist blamed himself for the fact that because of those words, he couldn't even fall down when he wanted to. His classmate was surprised to see Noah's fist in front of his face. He stared at it blankly, then he got a punch in the nose. Austin went flying. The injured protagonist stood proudly in the same pose. He came to his senses. The guy remembered that he needed to defend himself and got into a fighting stance. But Austin was still lying on the asphalt. Noah doubted it. He said that he knew that his opponent was pretending to faint. The protagonist warned that if he continued like this, he would consider himself to have won and began to insult him to make him get up. But Austin did not get up. The protagonist could not believe that he actually succeeded. He began to cry. Then he roared throughout the street like winners roar. The guy was 16 that day. It was the day when he screamed his fill for the first time in his life. The iron door opened slightly. Noah told T1 that he had arrived. The robot was watching TV, so he decided not to turn around. He asked if the guy had a good time with his friends. The protagonist, taking off his sweatshirt, replied that it had been unforgettable. T1 remembered that he said that he didn't have to go to school today, so he thought that he could rest at home because that's how young people recover their strength. The protagonist quipped that the robot had learned that grumbling again while watching TV. He sighed and said that he was dying. T1 looked at him and reminded him that if he came in from the street, he should at least rinse his hands and feet. The robot continued watching TV, indignant that Noah still hadn't corrected his habits. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. The protagonist lay down on the bed. T1 was worried about the guy whose face was beaten. The protagonist asked him not to exaggerate and said with a smile that he had simply fallen down the stairs. The robot couldn't even imagine how one had to fall down the stairs for one's face to turn into such a mess. Noah lay down on the bed and assured him that he didn't have to worry too much. The beaten guy smiled, pleased with himself. He said that he had beaten up that very ladder properly. The robot didn't understand anything. He asked what that even meant. The world of GW, and in some village, hiding in the bushes, already without a mask, noticed that the protagonist had finished everything faster than he thought. He thought it would take about a week. Ark smiled back at him, propping his face up with his palm. He said that the sooner he started training, the better. Kevin asked if he really had said goodbye to his friends properly. Noah waved his fist in the air, imitating a punch, which scared the waiter, and replied that, of course, he had done everything perfectly. The man didn't even want to think about how he had said goodbye to them. He decided to start by telling the guy about the test for admission to the academy by recommendation, which is the main character's goal. Hiding in the bushes explained that the Fantasy Academy had 10 professors who supervised the game teams, and that they held competitions to recruit anywhere from 5 to several dozen participants for each team. He admitted that they had been holding these competitions all the time until a problem arose. Because there was no limit on the number of players who could apply per team, the participants who applied to the best teams were eliminated, resulting in teams with insufficient numbers of people. So the Academy prepared a countermeasure. The protagonist guessed what the countermeasure was. Kevin confirmed that it was applicants by recommendation. He explained that the professors were looking for talented people from outside, and the Academy allowed them to recommend 2 people each year. Hiding in the bushes explained that the recommendation test checked people's abilities and was done to eliminate dishonest admissions. He warned that anyone who did not get enough points there would not be able to enter the academy. Noah tensed up. He realized that if he failed, all his efforts would be in vain. The professor noticed that the protagonist had nothing to worry about and stared at the dialogue box. He pointed out that the guy only needed all the basics, except for the synchronization level, and sent the dialogue box to Noah. Kevin said that during the 3 months left for preparation, the protagonist would fill in all these gaps. He suggested starting training. The guy saw a description of a training suit in front of him, an item that changes the character's appearance. There were 4 classes determined by the professor. The first was a lecture, once a day. Although he was not happy with it, Noah listened to Kevin's lecture and accumulated missing knowledge about virtual reality, such as information about the synchronization level, combat theory, player position, and so on. The protagonist's hands were shaking, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. This was his second class. It was called Hardening Physical Strength in Reality. Noah barely did 1 push-up. T1 noted with disappointment that he had a nerd's body. The professor believed that they were playing with their physical bodies. The third was investing time in hunting in GW and leveling up there. The guy fought monsters, and not always successfully. Kevin said that he needed to get used to the schedule of the academy in virtual reality, in which he would be for 10 hours a day. There was also the last lesson. Noah screamed. Then he got hit in the face. He had daily 2-hour fist fights at the stadium with Carrie and was constantly a punching bag for her. Using the synchronization level increase was forbidden for him. The girl did not understand why she should help with this boy's training at all. She noticed that Noah's sensitivity percentage had increased slightly, as a result of which it became more interesting to hit him. The main character mentally insulted her, but he could do nothing more than catch her fists with his face. Carrie smiled and admitted that the more she hit, the more fun. The guy was sure that he couldn't beat her in his current state. He wondered if there were many like her in the academy. The protagonist began to understand what he needed to fight people like her. He swung his hand. The girl managed to pull her head back. Noah decided that he also needed some other weapon besides the synchronization level. Carrie responded to his attack with a kick from below to the chin. Right after that, the guy thought that even if he couldn't win yet, he shouldn't tolerate it. He learned something during the fight with Austin. It was the knowledge that if he didn't give up, the way would open. So, Noah screamed, finding an opportunity to attack. But the girl hit him in the face, forcing him to shut up. The protagonist cried. 3 months flew by, and one fine day came. The day of the test to enter the Recommendation Academy. Noah walked around the apartment, taking a backpack, a toothbrush with toothpaste, and a change of clothes. He relaxed only when he had everything packed. T1 asked if he was sure he hadn't forgotten anything, and urged him to look carefully and not miss anything. The protagonist demanded that the robot stop grumbling, because he had just checked. He put on his shoes, worried that he might miss the train. The guy shouted that he would be back soon and ran off. T1 asked him to try and not get confused at the most inopportune moment. The door slammed shut. The robot thought that if Noah kept running like that, he would fall. He fell silent. T1 noticed that it had been 5 years since he had been here, and looked at the photo with John and Lorraine. He told the two of them that their son, who was still a crying baby in the photo, had developed a dream of becoming a pro gamer. The same Noah who had been crying since they disappeared was now about to step forward with a serious face. The robot said that tomorrow there would be a test day at a place called the Academy. He asked John and Lorraine to support their son so that he could achieve what he wanted. Meanwhile, at the train station, the boy jumped into the train car, frightening the passengers. He noticed with relief that he had barely made it in time. The voice from the megaphone announced that this train was a premium class transport that would travel from city E to city without stopping, and continued broadcasting. Noah turned his head, surprised at how beautiful the train was. He put his hand on his heart, realizing that he was starting to worry. The voice said that the train was leaving. The train rushed forward. The protagonist looked out the window with excitement. It was his first time traveling to City and he thought that it would be much busier than City E. The protagonist looked at the expensive digital ticket that the professor had bought him and began to worry about what Kevin was going to do if he failed the test. He clenched his fist and decided that he needed to be confident. After all, he had trained well up until this point. However, anxiety overtook him again when he thought about the fact that he still had not beaten Carrie. Noah saw the light. It was dawn outside the window, at the height of the bridge over which the railroad was laid. The sun was illuminating the sea below. The boy leaned against the window and looked out with childish joy. He admitted to himself that now he felt like he was really going there. His path lay to the academy. The train arrived at the station. Noah got out of the carriage and was immediately called out. A man in sunglasses called him over. It was Kim, who obviously knew the protagonist's name. He explained that he was the protagonist's guide for today, sent by Professor hiding in the bushes, and asked to be called Assistant Kim. The protagonist greeted him cautiously. He noticed that this man the professor was talking about was very active. The assistant raised his glasses. He formally welcomed the guy to City. The city was brightly colored and had colorful signs. Kim and Noah entered the room, and the assistant announced that this was a hotel provided by the academy for a student who came from far away on a recommendation. The protagonist was impressed. He asked with a smile on his face if he could really accept such an address. Kim confirmed it and also said that he could use all the hotel services without limitation. He noticed that the guy was even more innocent in real life than he was in Intersection and admitted that he was nice to watch. Noah did not remember them meeting in Intersection. The assistant struck a pompous pose, adjusted his glasses, laughed and said that he was the one who recommended the protagonist to the professor. The guy was shocked. Kim was ready to tell who he really was. It turned out that he was a popular Planet Man streamer. The protagonist looked at him strangely. He turned away and coldly thanked Planet Man for recommending him. Kim hadn't expected such an indifferent reaction. In fact, Noah had only gone there to fight Austin, so he hadn't watched the broadcasts at all. He put his backpack on the table and asked his assistant if there was a place in the hotel where he could go to the intersection. Kim explained that virtual reality was forbidden because the professor had said that they should get a good rest today, staying in the room. The guy understood everything and scratched the back of his head. The assistant said that there was one but. He stood in a proud pose and admitted that he actually had to go on a date right now, so he suggested that Noah pretend that they didn't know anything about each other's actions, on the condition that the protagonist would tell the professor about his good observation of him. The guy was happy. He declared that he would definitely sign up for Planet Man. Kim was upset that he still hadn't signed up. The room with the immersion capsules. Noah was sitting in the capsule, looking forward to finally seeing it. He thought that it was impossible to get to the city itself without going there. Rumor has it that this place was created as an exact copy of Cydia, a mirror world. A local world that can only be connected to from Cydia. They say that all the changes and structures of Cydia are displayed there in real time, and that you can use an avatar there, which will be much faster than your real body, making you feel like you've become a superhero. This place is also on the list of the most popular tourist spots. The protagonist closed his eyes. Intersection was launched. Destination, the mirror world. Noah woke up in the body of Ark in the capsule, but on the other side. He looked at himself, grinned, and agreed that it felt like he was using an avatar in reality. The protagonist ran out into the street. There was a city around, full of amazing avatars. A chef at a stall was calling for people to try and order his dishes, which they would immediately deliver to the buyer in reality. A girl on the street was looking for someone to play mini games with. The others were also having fun in every possible way. Noah walked forward, looking at his surroundings. He was surprised at what the mirror world was really like, but he could not believe that the majority of the inhabitants of Cydia spent most of their time here. The guy remembered that now was not the time for this and ran to look for something. There were benches by the side of the road. The main character looked ahead and said that he finally found it. The object of his search was a statue of Faker, one of the best and most famous Korean gamers, existing only in the mirror world. This man suddenly left his field of activity and disappeared from everyone, but people still do not forget about him. The best gamer, who left countless achievements obtained during his active time. Faker. Noah said that it was written on the internet that if you pray to this statue, the game will always go smoothly. He folded his hands in a prayer sign and asked for help in entering the academy tomorrow as a student by recommendation. Carrie was standing next to him in the same pose. The protagonist fell silent. They were simultaneously indignant at each other's presence. The guy clarified whether the girl had also come to pray to the statue because she was as nervous as he was. Carrie blushed and urged him not to put them on the same level. She frowned, noticing that Noah had come to the VR room in the hotel. The girl was sure that the professor had told him to rest today. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and refused to tell anything since it was a secret. He remembered that Carrie was the same student as he was, which meant that Kevin should treat her the same way. The girl pointed to herself and proudly said that she was an ace, so everything was fine. Noah noticed that he didn't really dislike her character. He said that he had just arrived there and that he still had a lot to see, and then he was about to leave. But Carrie asked where he was going. The protagonist replied that he wanted to visit the Fantasy Academy. The girl warned that it was useless because the guy wouldn't be able to enter it anyway. Noah asked her to repeat what she said. Carrie said that it was useless. The protagonist despaired. He really wanted to enter the Fantasy Academy. The guy began to remember what had happened in the last 3 months of his life. All this time, he had been training with Carrie. Out of 132 fights, his result was 0 wins, 0 draws, 132 losses. Noah had never been able to defeat her. Moreover, he had never even managed to inflict damage on her. But during his endless losses, his desire for self-improvement became much stronger than the feeling of defeat. The boy thought about how to defeat Carrie every day, and even outside of training, he tried to find his own special technique. He always enjoyed this process. Noah thought of the girl as a good competitor, a person he aspired to, and an opponent he had to defeat with his own hands at all costs. Because of this, Carrie's words were a blow to him. He wanted to know why she said that. The protagonist exclaimed that he would not always lose either. The girl was surprised by such a sudden reaction. She asked if Noah wanted to fight and took a fighting stance. The guy looked at her with confidence and anger. Carrie looked at the protagonist with confidence and passion. They rushed towards each other. An explosive blow followed. Both opponents stopped abruptly. The girl was surprised to find Noah's fist next to her face and wondered what had just happened. The protagonist said that he would also pass tomorrow's test and would definitely enter the academy. Therefore, he called Carrie to take back the words she had just said. The girl looked at him. She did not understand what he wanted from her and why he kept shouting about the obvious, after which she grabbed his hand. Carrie threw the guy to the ground and asked again what she should take back. Noah, from a lying position, reminded her that she had just said that he would not be able to enter the academy. The girl was sure of it. The protagonist pointed out that she was still saying it. Carrie loudly declared that he wouldn't be able to get in because the fantasy academy of the mirror world was forbidden for people from the outside to enter. She explained that the academy didn't have an incarnation for such people, so they couldn't even see it from the outside. Ark began to cry and looked at Carrie with confusion. She was shocked that he didn't even know that. He rose to his knees and realized that she didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to get into the academy. She understood what he was imagining in his head and wondered how much of a persecution complex he had that he heard it that way. She didn't know why she would even say that, since Noah was now on her team. Instead, Carrie warned him that if he failed the exam tomorrow, he would die at her hands. The protagonist looked at her with some enthusiasm. After that, he blushed, burst into tears, and started sniffling. Faker watched from the sidelines as he cried. The girl demanded that Noah not bother her when he was whining, for which she hit him. She rested her fist in her palm and admitted that after this short warm-up, she felt hungry. Carrie remembered that the protagonist said that he was in the hotel's VR room, said that he was there too, and offered to go eat together. Noah, lying on the floor again, agreed. He suddenly realized something. The guy took off his equipment and jumped out of the capsule when he realized that he would eat with Carrie in reality. The sound of a soul on the floor was heard nearby. The girl asked Noah if he was Ark. The protagonist looked at her, finally meeting the real Carrie. Continuing to fight Carrie in the virtual game, Noah was interested in something. What did she look like in reality? He only knew that she had outstanding abilities, despite their same age, and also that she had incredible striking power. So, getting beaten by her for 3 months, he collected information, on the basis of which he formed one idea of Carrie in reality. This is a stern man with braids and piercings. Someone approached him, he thought, but why? The girl clarified with a smile, he was Noah, right? She had short hair and brown eyes. She asked why he was staring with such a stupid face. Noah thought, such an ordinary girl, this is Carrie. She pointed her finger at herself, added, yes, it's her, Carrie. He closed himself off, screamed in fear, sorry. The girl told him not to shake, she would not beat him in reality. Carrie looked at him with interest, said that they cannot call each other by nicknames in real life, offered to introduce themselves. The guy said his name. The girl extended her hand to him, said that she was counting on him. They were sitting in a restaurant. The table was set with food. Carrie tried the food and admired it, delicious. Noah, who was sitting opposite her, thought it was just ramen and kimbap, and she was so happy. The girl asked where he was from. He replied that he was from City I. His eyebrows twitched when she said that she was from F, so that meant they were very close. He thought, this is the same place called the underworld, #1 in crime rate, so she lived in the city with the lowest level of public peace. The girl abruptly put the empty plate on the table, exclaimed, you can even eat here in peace. How cool is it in City A? Noah thought, in other words, you can't even eat in peace in City F. Carrie, how did she lie all this time? She suddenly pointed at him with chopsticks and asked what he was doing a little earlier. Her face was serious. After all, he succeeded in training and using synchronization. The guy frowned, answered that yes, he did not want to continue losing. The girl noticed that he was more determined than she imagined. It seems that now the fight will be more interesting. She wiped her mouth with a napkin. The guy asked how she became a student on recommendation. Carrie answered that the professor recruited her after they fought him once. He involuntarily cried out, she fought with the professor. Carrie answered that to be more precise, it happened in GW. They first met him in the GW arena. She said that he was not at all like the academy professor, as if calculating her abilities and movements. He attacked so that she could hardly breathe. She tried several times, but she could not defeat him. Noah was perplexed. He thought if Carrie said that she could never defeat him, well, yes, he was generally cut with a dagger, so that's how strong the professor was. The girl raised her finger, excitedly asked if he thought so too. Wouldn't it be strange if he became famous with such abilities? But even if you enter his ID into the search, hiding in the bushes, no information appears. She said that she would like to at least look at his face, but it seems she will have to wait until tomorrow. The hero was surprised. She also did not meet him in reality. The girl answered that, after all, as she thought, he also did not see him. The guy thoughtfully looked at her. She said that the professor recommends them to the academy, which is attended only by the elite, who came from good families. I wonder what he is like, this professor. Noah assumed that, probably, they will find out about it tomorrow. Kevin sat with a tense face. Everyone gathered at a large table. They were talking around. One of the participants said that he could not believe that at such a late hour the entire faculty was gathered here. The director said that he would reveal the contents of tomorrow's exam. Another asked why he was doing this now, the day before it was held. Kevin lowered his head, thought that it seemed that the director was up to something again. What kind of exam did he prepare? The blonde, who was sitting next to him, called out to him. It was Professor Bazin. He asked what he had he found any smart students to recommend this time. Kevin replied that judging by the fact that he was asking such a question, he had also found someone capable. He laughed. It was very noticeable. He had found an incredible genius. Bazin winked, said that he was sure this child would be the best in this test among those recommended. Kevin said that he thought his guys weren't that simple either. Another man intervened in their conversation, objected that they were still rootless children from the slums. Kevin recognized Professor Sam. He said that Professor Lee found and brought in poor people every year who didn't realize where they were. They were muddying the waters in their academy. Kevin replied that they said that if the water stood still, it would go bad. He crossed his arms over his chest, adding that he believed that personality could manifest itself in any environment. These children would become pioneers who would create a new generation. Bazin agreed, and this time he found someone from the city of F. Sam was furious that Bazin had joined him. He looked at them with disdain, thinking that a man with no experience and an unclear origin had become a professor and was now destroying the entire academy, where the director had brought him from in the first place. The door to the office opened slightly. Everyone looked around. The person who had entered spoke. It seemed that everyone was there. It was the director. He winked and smiled, apologized for being late. He thanked them for all adjusting to the pace of such an old man, said that he had an interesting idea here. Sam bowed, objected to him. He was trying so hard. Frederick snapped his fingers, said that then he would reveal the content of the exam. I was sure they would all like it. Blue screens and projections appeared in front of the participants. The head explained that the Battle Royale game would be launched in test mode. The recommended students would start with standard equipment, and then be able to collect items and abilities scattered around the map and fight each other. The participant who defeats everyone will be the winner. The bald guy exclaimed in surprise, "This means that only one person will pass." The director replied that he thinks he would create such a game with a failed balance. They will accumulate points depending on the received KDA score, the level of survival, and the content of the game. In the center of the table, a glowing ball hung in the air. He added that there was also something that they would also have to do for the sake of the test. After all, they prepared a video with training, which he asked them in advance. Behind Frederick, the pictures of the players appeared on the screen. He said that now, based on these videos and the portfolios of the students on the recommendations, they will assign ranks to these 20 people. He said D rank 7 people, C 5 people, B 4 people, A 3 people. His eyes sparkled. With a sly smile he added, "And one person is S rank." Everyone exclaimed, "S rank." The director said that the only person selected as S rank will receive a special benefit in this exam. Kevin listened to the headmaster with excitement. He asked if they were not interested in how the students will react to the ranks given to them by the academy. The professor thought that after all, the headmaster is an unpredictable person. Frederick raised his head, noticed that it was already late. They should start quickly. The night city was sparkling with lights. Noah lay on the bed, his arms spread out, sighed. He was worried about this Carrie. Where did she come from? So friendly. She didn't notice that he had no experience in communicating with friends in reality. The guy looked out the window. Was she really not worried at all? Tomorrow there would be an exam for students to enter the academy. Would all the past 3 months be useless if he was expelled? He was overcome by chills and broke out in a cold sweat. Noah mentally asked to enter. Meanwhile, the director informed the audience that they had divided all the students into ranks from D to S by unanimous decision of the faculty. They were assigning the student rank S. He smiled and asked if there were any objections. Kevin adjusted his glasses, thinking that this time there really were real monsters of an absurdly high level on the exam. He glanced at the screen, hoping that his guys would do well. On a blue background, the D icon. A photo of Noah, an empty corridor of the academy. Noah sat in a chair and was nervous. The guy looked ahead, said that he really came to a fantastic academy. He was holding a book in his hands. Upon arrival, he was immediately escorted here. On the red cover in gold letters was written the book of rules of the game. He thought that after they told him to read this book before the exam, a whole hour had already passed. He was shaking slightly. Yesterday he was so worried that he could not sleep at all, and he was unable to see the professor, although he wanted him to advise him on a way to relieve stress and relax. He thought with fear, was he really going to fail like that and that's it? The guy hit himself in the face with his fist, shouted to come to his senses. He had decided yesterday to pass the exam. Of course, this is good, but this one is more important than others. All fights with carry, 132 fights, 0 wins, 0 draws, 132 losses. He held back his tears, looked ahead. He would get the best result in this exam and would take first place at all costs. Noah clenched his fist, thought that this time he could use the synchronization level and would fight with all his might. The loudspeaker called for the attention of the students on the territory of the academy. The hero looked up. They said that the exam would start very soon, so they asked them to enter the intersection world inside the academy. Noah looked at the VR helmet. He thought that he would definitely win. There was darkness in front of him. He opened his eyes slightly, saw the hall and the guests. The players had gathered in a luxurious palace. Noah stood, mesmerized by the grandeur and luxury. The royal palace, this is the place where the exam is taking place. He saw a girl with purple hair and a guy with a beak mask. He thought, this means that. There were many players around. Noah thought that everyone present came on recommendation. Carrie suddenly approached him and asked, slapped, crybaby. The hero looked at her gloomily, thinking that until now he had only lost to her, but today it would end. He turned away, decided that today he would change everything radically. The girl was stupefied. She rushed to him with a scream. He dared to ignore her. A cough interrupted their squabble. They turned around. The king was sitting on the throne. He said, now all 20 people are here. This time their students by recommendation are simply bursting with energy. Frederick introduced himself as the director of this academy, said that he was pleased to meet you. Noah touched the shoulder where Carrie had hit, thought, so this man, the director of the academy. Frederick continued, all of them were found by professors, and here they will check how suitable their abilities are. The king raised his hand. A blue cube appeared next to him. He added that he hoped everyone carefully read the rule book and understood it. A projection of mountains appeared on the top of the cube. He said that this exam is a fantasy battle royale. They will become stronger by farming items and leveling up, and the last participant who survives will be the one who passed the exam. He explained how it was written in the rule book. To pass the exam, you need to not only survive, but also prove your skills. Of course, the last participant will get the most benefit. A student with short red hair raised his hand, said that he had one question. The guy asked if he found something unusual in the rule book. What is rank? Frederick answered, good question. This is one of the main factors of this exam. He added that another topic of the exam, rank capture war. He explained that the participants start the game, being divided into groups from D rank to a rank. If the opponent who is higher in rank is killed by you, you can get his rank, so the basis of this system is the survival of the highest of the ranks. Around the king stood people in hooded robes. Frederick added, however, they won't be able to know their rank from the start. The ranks assigned to them will be revealed in the first kill log of the battle royale. A smile appeared on his face as he said that there was another funny thing. There was one S-rank person among them. A murmur ran through the hall. The director said that the academy's treatment will depend on the rank, so they promised to treat the S-rank person better. Noah frowned, thinking, S-rank, how cool it sounds. The participant with mouse ears raised her hand and asked what criteria were used to assign ranks. Wouldn't it be possible for the S-rank participant to be at an advantage from the start? The king replied that he and the faculty had already determined the ranks by evaluating their skills based on their game videos. The girl was indignant. How could they assign ranks just by consulting with the teachers? She didn't understand. Wouldn't the criteria be inaccurate then? Frederick smiled mysteriously and asked if she meant that she didn't understand the evaluation results. She was completely confused when he asked, and what would she do? Leave the stage. The director raised his hand and said, they were in a fantastic academy. It was the best educational institution that had raised the greatest pro gamers. He said that if they wanted to become them too, they should know that there were no criteria for the evaluation that an ordinary viewer gives to a pro gamer. And a professional gamer is someone who responds to the quiet accusations of the audience while being in the epicenter of everything. The king concluded that it was this difference between them that became an indicator of a star and asked her to turn around. The student turned her head. There was an evil gleam in the player's eyes. He asked if she couldn't see the difference between those who will become stars and those who will not. Frederick smiled contentedly. He thought about what was written on their faces. He will take first place. Of course he is an S rank. The girl looked at the king, clenched her fists. He said that if she was unhappy with something, she could prove it with her performance. If there was nothing else to say, the exam began. He stretched out his hand forward, shouted, well, their task is simple, prove and show who they really are. A blue glow appeared around the students. He shouted that they must prove with their performance that they are worthy of becoming a student of a fantasy academy. Noah looked forward resolutely. Frederick promised that he would create the best environment for their dreams to grow. In place of the students, there were pillars of light. The king shouted, the game begins. One of the people in the robe watched carefully what was happening. Professor Lai raised his head, smiling. He thought that he would root for Noah and Carrie. A loading message appeared in the blue window. The hero thought, the exam has begun. A map appeared on the screen and a request to choose a starting location, so they must choose where to start. Noah thought that of course he had decided everything when he read the rulebook. He chose a point where to start. A light flashed in the sky, the hero was transferred to a dense forest. He was lying on the grass, his arms and legs spread out. The guy said with joyful excitement how noisily he appeared here, so this is the exam of the Fantasy Academy. He sat down, decided that now is not the time to indulge in feelings. He needs to do something before he encounters the game the professor talked about. First, decide and organize everything before the game starts. In a game like a royal battle, initial farming becomes the key to victory. You need to find hidden boxes scattered around the map and get good items before other participants. Only then will you have an advantage. There are 10 zones in total. The longer you go through, the more dangerous territories will appear. The players in them will begin to die. The problem is that the more dangerous the areas become, the harder it will be to farm items in the late game. Because of this, when he read the rulebook, he found the best way to get the desired items in a short time. Noah held the steel panties in his hands. He was disappointed why there was something like this in the box, but more importantly, how he should put them on. He thought that in a survival game, you need to be careful and not meet another participant at the very beginning. If a fight starts or a tail gets attached, there will be less time to collect items, and if this happens, then closer to the end the game will become unprofitable and the probability of winning will decrease. The hero thought, okay, the map radius is 10 kilometers. He is not so unlucky as to meet someone at the very beginning. To his left, another player was sitting. Noah froze. His opponent also remained motionless. The guy turned his head. He also looked back. Noah's face twisted. The snowman opened his mouth wide. Player ID Noah, player ID Genis, 5 minutes into the game, first meeting. On the screen, 2 examinees numbered 11 and 7, game ID Noah and Genius. The principal and professors were watching the exam from the screens. These 2 students collided in the wild forest. Lee frowned, thinking that Noah, unlucky, met another examinee after only 5 minutes from the start. He put his hand to his chin, thinking that since they don't have any subjects yet, there is a high probability of a protracted bout. The best solution here would be, his thoughts were interrupted by a man with a scar on his face. He laughed. It seems that their students collided. Lee looked back. It was Professor Bazin. The man noticed how awkward the situation was. He looked at the principal and said that he considered fun an important component. If they decided to avoid a battle and run away, it would definitely affect his grade, and if they fought, then the start would be unfavorable for them. He added that, nevertheless, the most rational choice would be to avoid fighting. Lee agreed. Well, that's right. They noticed that the students stood up. The guys stood opposite each other. The professor was surprised, decided to fight. The students passed each other. Bazin was indignant. Could it really be these two? They are deliberately pretending not to see each other. Lee covered his face with his hand. Bazin laughed. How inappropriate. The 2 survived only because they were cowards. The king was indignant. What is this? Boring. In regular battle royales, there is always the same rule. This is a sudden death system. It exists so that the game does not drag on. The more time passes, the more the danger zone expands and the players' fights become tougher. In this exam, starting from the 10th minute after the start, every 5 minutes one dangerous area is added. Now that 25 minutes have passed, out of 10 locations there are 7 left. So far, 0 battles have passed. The reason is that the content of the game is directly related to the grades for the exam, which is why the students remain too serious. There was an open chest in the room. This silence was broken. Carrie stood in front of it, glad that she found a trace of another examinee. None other than Carrie. The girl reasoned, the fact that the murder log has not appeared yet indicates that everyone just hid. She looked around, said that she was in anticipation, because the level of the participants must be high. But were only cowards gathered here, judging by the fact that the trail ends? It seems that he entered here. Carrie thought that then she can try to go hunting. The labyrinth, the abyss. The light illuminated the blonde's face. He exclaimed, this. He held a sword in his hand. This was the best item he had seen in the rulebook. He never thought he would get a legendary item that only exists in 1 copy in each type. The guy noticed that he had killer luck. It was examinee number 19, the game ID of Lucky Puncher. He waved his hand, said, in just 30 minutes from the start of the game, he was dressed from head to toe in clothes above unique. Even at the entrance exam his luck does not fail. The blonde raised his weapon and shouted. This is the same as announcing his victory in this game. His jubilation was interrupted by the man behind him, who said, finally they met. Carrie put the weapon on her shoulder, said how deep he hid, and immediately offered to fight. Lucky Puncher looked back, asked another examinee. He was lucky, he just wanted to test this weapon. The girl jumped forward, asked loudly, no point in introducing herself, right? Their swords collided. She jumped back. The blonde said that, judging by her appearance, she had not even finished farming yet, but he was already full. Carrie smirked. Well, great. Asked, does this mean that if she kills him, she will get all this? The guy was puzzled. Does she not know what difference in equipment matters in a royal battle? He parried the blow with his sword, said that he was disappointed. He exclaimed with a crazy smile, "Luck, the window says about the destruction of weapons." Carrie stood with a broken sword in her hand. The enemy shouted, "First kill," wished himself bon appetit. The girl leaned back when he attacked. She made 3 jumps. The blonde shuddered, wondered what kind of movements these were. Carrie sank to the ground, thrust the blade in front of herself. He thought, acrobatics. She asked the guy, the destruction of her weapon, is it his strength? Lucky Puncher replied that it seemed that she had only just now realized the difference in combat strength due to the difference in items. The girl threw away the weapon and pointed at it, noted, "That means it is good, that means it will be hers now." The guy objected, "She does not understand what she is being told, that means she will not defeat him." Carrie lowered her palm to the floor, replied that only he thinks so. She stood in a stance, asked, "Does not superplay usually manifest itself in unfavorable situations?" Golden Goblin. The blonde held the sword in front of him, shouted, "Does she really think that she can defeat him even without a weapon?" He performed a wide circular strike. The girl jumped up. She lowered her hands to his shoulders. Carrie gritted her teeth, using strength. The girl threw the enemy against the wall. His eyes turned white with rage and pain. Carrie swung her fist. The blonde thought, fast. He barely dodged the blow. Her fist crashed into the wall. He thought with horror how it was possible to deliver such a powerful blow with bare hands. The blonde swung his sword, shouted, "This is a scam. Did they all start the game with different items?" Carrie deftly dodged, asked again, "A scam?" It seems he still doesn't understand how to use an avatar in the intersection. She bent her hand, added that here his abilities from the real world are multiplied several times, thanks to the well-developed physics engine of the platform, if he can direct the flow of his power. Carrie delivered a powerful blow. A window with an HP scale appeared next to Lucky Puncher. She added that it was possible to deliver a devastating blow even with bare hands. He sat down on the floor, lowered his head, thought that, as luck would have it, there was such a monster among the examinees. How could he be so unlucky? The blonde raised his eyes, said with tears, "Really?" The girl was warming up her fists. He asked if she was S-ranked. Carrie said she didn't know either. She jumped up quickly, adding that she thought she would find out very soon. Carrie aimed a kick straight at the guy's head, but suddenly a blue screen appeared in front of her. The girl looked at it. A message appeared about the first murder in a new window, that the ranks of the examinees would now be revealed. The blonde fell, crawled to the side. Carrie was surprised, the first murder, but she hadn't killed yet. Lucky Puncher thought, an announcement at such a moment. After all, he was incredibly lucky. Then he received an unexpected blow to the face. The girl shouted where he was going. She looked at the screen again, indignant. How could he take the first move from her? Who was it? She opened her eyes wide. In the blue window, Noah's ID was written in large letters. 10 minutes ago. Location, Flaming Mountain. The hero tried to catch his breath. He took a defensive position. Noah tensed up. He didn't think he would meet such an opponent. An elf with long green hair stood in front of him. The guy thought that he was incredibly strong. About 10 minutes later, the competition began at the exam for the admission of students recommended to the academy. There are lava craters everywhere, and the plot tells us that this location is called Burning Mountain. A dark-haired guy runs along the ground, saying that he did not expect to meet another student from the very beginning and that because of this he could not even farm normally. Scrolling through the map in his head, Ark assumed that judging by the fact that you can run from one location to another in about 5 minutes, the territories there are not small. The main character did not want to meet other examinees. The brunette exclaimed, seeing a glowing chest nearby. The guy opened it. Taking out a sword and a shield, Ark said that this is a good weapon with balance. After examining the shield in his hands, the protagonist said that it was a rare thing that also had an ability. A blue sign appeared, which said that it was the Golden River Shield. The rank was rare, and that after using the ability for a certain period of time, the shield would emit light, and the enemy who attacked at that moment would enter a stunned state. Raising his sword up, the dark-haired man shouted for at least someone to come out and that he was ready to confront them, and then thought that only except Carrie. Looking down, Ark tensed up. The blue-haired man was kneeling, and his head was lying in the chest, and the brunette wondered if he really came out. Looking at the body, the protagonist wondered if this guy was taking the exam, but then why was he stuck in the chest, and if it was a corpse, the murder log would have appeared by now. A sign appeared saying that a test taker had been found in the wild and that there were 3 options. Someone had killed him but the kill log had not appeared. It was a trap for an enemy, and that he had been playing but for some reason the connection to the game had been lost. The protagonist thought that the mistake in the first option could not have happened, just as in option 1 it could not have happened at the exam at the academy, and the second number was too stupid. Leaning closer to the body, Ark poked it with his finger, thinking that the third option could be suitable, and if something happened to the blue-haired man's body in reality, then it was necessary to inform the academy about it. The second one immediately stood up, frightening the dark-haired one. Turning to the frightened brunette, the guy remained silent. Tensing, Ark looked at the second one and also remained silent. Lowering his head back, Khan asked to let him sleep for another 5 minutes, to which the protagonist was surprised. Having asked again, the guy looked at the back of the blue-haired man. Khan was lying on his hand, to which the second one was indignant, but he was asked if he was another examinee. Then Han got up from his knees and corrected himself, saying that he fell asleep by the chest because it was warm, to which Ark was surprised. Who is he that sleeps during the exam? Taking his sword, Harris offered to fight the protagonist, and he clenched his teeth, thinking that all this time he was straining himself in vain. Taking out his sword and shield, the guy said that nothing bad happened and there is no reason to give in. The dark-haired man ran to Han, thinking that he will finally be able to see the results of all his training. The man in black clothes explained something to Noah, useful techniques in suppression, which the professor taught him for 3 months. Carrie strangles the dark-haired man, lying on the floor, practice where the guy tried to be a punching bag. Thanks to these 2 trainings, the brunette became very strong. Ark waved his shield and smiled and thought that the guy who fell asleep right in the middle of the exam was nothing to him and swung his sword, which Han immediately blocked. The brunette was surprised and frowned, looking at the second one. The blue-haired one grabbed his scabbard and looked at the main character. His figure was shown on the screen. The man with a scar on his face smiled, looking at the screen, and said that his student met Professor Lai's student again and that they were connected by fate. The man turned to him and assumed that the blue-haired man was his student, to which Bazin replied that Ark was unlucky to meet Han. Lee tensed up, and the man continued that he found the guy in City F and that he turned out to be an incredible genius. Opening the blue-haired man's card, Lee said that he knew that Han had received a D rank. The dark-haired man scratched his head and said that his student had a strong laziness and that he refused to film a training video, saying that he was too lazy. Ark assumed a fighting stance, and the plot revealed that Han, albeit unintentionally, had become a secret weapon. Taking up his sword again, the guy said that Professor Bazin said that the exam at the academy would be fun. Swinging his weapon, the blue-haired man asked the protagonist, who had protected himself with his shield, if the professor had deceived him. The sword hit the shield with a distinctive sound and Ark wondered how Han could move so fast since he had been sleepy recently. His opponent continued to strike, making the protagonist think that he had an incredibly strong enemy from the start. He pulled out his shield and thought it was time to use his ability, a stance ability that would stun the enemy who had attacked him after using it. The tip of the blue-haired man's ear lit up and the brunette mentally asked him to start the attack. Leaning towards Ark, Han said that the other was hiding something. The dark-haired man tensed up and asked again what rhythm he was talking about. The enemy's sword creaked on the protagonist's shield and he clenched his teeth in fear. The blue-haired man's leg outlined a glowing circle on the ground. The guy kicked Ark in the stomach with this leg and he puffed out his cheeks. He did not expect such a strong blow and wondered how Han had done it. Professor Bazin looked at the screen and said that it was a hidden intersection system and added that synchronization had occurred. Raising his hand, the man continued, saying that the ability to experience something that cannot be felt in reality surpasses all sensations, the slowing down of the sense of time for one of them, and so on. Lai frowned, thinking that Bazin had suddenly started talking to himself. He wondered if there was a way to increase the synchronization level and where the limit of this level was. The blonde man walked past the houses, peering into the windows, while the story narrated that the professor heard rumors about a guy who feels something strange while in the intersection. So the man went to him in the city of F. The blonde and the guy were sitting at the table opposite each other. There, Bazin met with Han and saw new possibilities for the synchronization level. The guy said that if he increased the level, he could hear them. Raising his head and looking at the man, he continued that he could hear the sounds of his opponent's breathing, heartbeats, and all the sounds that responded to his heartbeat. Scratching his head, the dark-haired man added that he found it boring to play using cheats. Bazin looked at the man and said that Han's synchronization affected his hearing, thanks to which he was able to find out the enemy's heartbeat and understand his intentions. Both professors stared at the screen and the dark-haired man said that his student could read the enemy's expression and would never lose in a psychological battle. An image of a guy appeared on the screen and his professor added that it was the same as if he were playing poker, watching the enemy's tricks. Lee turned around at the remark of the second, who said that Ark was unlucky, and remained silent. To which Bazin asked if that was true. Turning to the professor, Lee said that he was not the only one with a secret weapon. Ark clutched his sore stomach and thought that he did not expect to meet such an opponent. Han looked at him, holding his sword in his hand, and the dark-haired man only thought that this guy was incredibly strong. The blue-haired man tensed up, listening with his ears. The guy thought that the opponent's heartbeat was increasing. Was he really scared? The protagonist smirked, saying that the academy is not that easy. Ark looked at the enemy and continued that he had met an opponent so soon, with whom he would have to fight at full strength. Ordering himself to concentrate, the dark-haired man added that he was going to use synchronization during the fight with Carrie. At that very second, Han ran at him, saying that he would be vigilant. The protagonist calmly stood in place, showing all the options for the position of his sword, to which the blue-haired man thought that he was deliberately showing empty places and provoking an attack, and that usually in such a case they hit there with the highest probability of success. After all, Ark assumes where his opponent will hit in order to turn forward and wait. The dark-haired man raised his shield and sword and took a fighting stance. His opponent was right. Ark blocked the blue-haired man's sword with his shield, which surprised the latter. Han pressed his lips together and tensed up, because he thought that the brunette had definitely opened up. Then he tried to attack the main character again. He jumped and put his shield to the side, thereby blocking the opponent's blow. Han attacked him again, and the brunette blocked it again. Blow after blow, the dark-haired man managed to block all of his opponent's attacks. The blue-haired man did not give up and continued to attack Ark. At one point, Han got tired, stopping to catch his breath. Surprised, Professor Bazin and Professor Lai looked at the screen. The fair-haired man smirked and thought that Ark received a D rank only because they did not reveal his synchronization level, but he would have become famous someday anyway. The man needed his student to show everyone what he was capable of. The dark-haired man pressed his lips together and looked resolutely at his opponent. Taking a fighting stance opposite Han, the boy gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His opponent tensed, considering the protagonist's next moves. The blue-haired man was sure that Ark was open, and dealt him another blow, which the dark-haired man dodged. Every time Han tried to attack these places, the brunette puts up a shield and defends himself. The blue-haired man tensed and pressed his lips together, thinking that the second one was opening up on purpose, but it didn't look like that at all. Ark continued to look at his opponent, and the latter thought that the boy was fighting, managing to see the attacks in a short time. The blue-haired man stopped, introduced himself and asked what the protagonist's name was, to which the second one replied that his name was Ark. Han continued that he was capable, and it seemed to him that for the first time in a long time, something more cheerful than sleep appeared. The dark-haired man scratched the back of his head and smiled, asking again if this was true, but he himself thought that it was praise. His opponent's fingers sank into the glowing chest. Pulling his hand behind his back, Khan said that he did not want to lose and therefore would fight with all his might. A small black ball smoked on the ground, and Ark stood up in confusion. Then a loud and large explosion was heard. The dark-haired man covered his face with his hands and wondered if it was a smoke bomb, and his opponent decided to hide in this way after his speech. Khan's silhouette appeared behind the protagonist, and he said that he would not run away, which surprised Ark. In an instant, the opponent's sword hits the brunette's back and he opens his mouth. Ark fought back into the void and wondered how Khan was able to accurately determine his location inside the smoke. The blue-haired man looked at the guy who was lost in the smoke and said that he found out the location because the synchronization level enhances his hearing and therefore he can hear absolutely everything. The brunette frowned and beads of sweat began to roll down his face while the opponent listed everything he can hear. Covering his mouth with both hands, Ark asked himself if his opponent would find out everything from the sounds. Stepping forward, the protagonist decided to end it by stepping out of the smoke screen. A crater of boiling lava exploded in front of him and the guy stepped back in fear. Falling to the ground, Ark listened to the blue-haired man's voice, who said that it was better not to make too sudden movements because there were lava depressions everywhere. The dark-haired man clenched his jaw and thought about how to get out of this situation, where there were lava depressions under his feet and his opponent was in a more advantageous position, being unnoticed in the smoke. Ark knelt down and thought that in such moments, on the contrary, you need to be as calm as possible, because after a while the curtain will fall and the ability to use the sword's ability will be restored. Clutching his shield in his hand, the guy thought that he would be able to win if he could use this very ability well. Would Ark react if he raised the synchronization level to the maximum? Professor Lai stood in front of his seated student and said that the universal way to use the sync level is to create a trigger. The dark-haired man was surprised, and the man explained that there must be some habitual action when using sync. Thoughts began to arise in the guy's head that every time Noah used sync increase, he began with an exhalation. The professor smiled and said that they had decided on training and that if the trigger was an exhalation, then holding your breath could be made a trigger to stop using the sync level. The guy puffed out his cheeks, holding his breath as the professor continued that their goal was to use only 70-80% of synchronization, and if they increased it to the maximum, they could burn out. The man folded his arms across his chest and added that it was important to stop increasing synchronization in the middle so as not to reach the limit, and because of this, it was necessary to use it at the necessary moments with single techniques and not in order to increase the duration. Due to the fact that Noah's ability was to increase the synchronization level, the guy would not be able to win if he burned out. Standing up, the brunette looked through the smoke, addressing his opponent and saying that increasing the synchronization level to the limit was a gamble, and in case of success, it was necessary to continue the risky game that needed to be completed. Leaning over, the dark-haired smirked and said that if Han was an ace, he was obliged to succeed. The blue-haired man tensed, listening to all the movements of the protagonist. The brunette moved to the front of the smoke screen and tried to make it so that the blue-haired man could not attack him from behind, and his heartbeat became strangely focused. Han smirked and wondered if Ark decided to try to make a winning move in such a disadvantageous situation. Rushing forward, the protagonist's opponent thought about whether to agree with the dark-haired man's wishes to determine the winner. Ark's face was emotionless and the brunette asked himself to concentrate. Straightening up, the guy thought that he needed to block the attack with a shield, use the ability and stun him, put the opponent into a stun. The blue-haired man did not waste a minute while the protagonist tried to block his attack. The computer displayed photos of Han and Ark as two opponents. King Frederick sat on his throne, resting his cheek on his hand as he looked at the screen, wondering why these two were D ranks when they looked like they were at least A ranks. Opening up the information to Hana, the king said that in an instant, his rare synchronization level, which increased his hearing ability, had increased to 300. The man opened up the information about the other one. Surprise was frozen on his face. The king turned back to Professor Lai and wondered if he really had a joker hidden. He was calmly watching the boys and smirking, to which Frederick cursed. A blue-haired man appeared at Ark's side, raising his sword and ready to strike. The dark-haired man did not move and looked ahead with concentration. Blocks the attack with the sword's ability. In an instant, the protagonist's gaze moved to the opponent. The attacking Hana looked at the dark-haired man in surprise. His sword slid across the shield that the opponent had put up. Ark still remained calm even after the sword hit the shield, after which a white glow appeared. The blue-haired man froze in one position and a blue sign appeared, which said that the stand ability was activated for the Golden River shield and the stun state was imposed. The dark-haired man looked at the object in his hand in surprise, wondering what it was now, because earlier he could not recognize the opponent. Throwing away the shield and rushing towards Khan, the guy left his thoughts for later. Now he needs to focus on his opponent. The dark-haired man strikes the second one's body while he winces. Then the brunette grabbed the sword handle with both hands and clenched his jaws. In an instant, the guy pierces Khan's body through and through with great force. His opponent's body begins to glow blue in the place where the sword was. Then the blue-haired man began to turn into one hologram and said that this time he lost, because he did not think that Ark would be able to react. The silhouette of the opponent slowly disappeared, while the dark-haired man looked at him, not putting away his sword and saying that they would see each other again. The golden helmet hung on his skinny fingers. Khan scratched his neck in confusion, sitting in his chair and saying the name of his former opponent. Grinning, the guy said that, like Professor Bazin said, studying at the academy should be quite fun too. Stretching his back, the blue-haired man wondered to himself if they would accept him if he dropped out at the speed of light. First, he needed to take a good nap. The sword clinked into the ground, causing sparks. The guy knelt down on one knee and put his forehead to the hilt, saying that he had won. A blue sign appeared in front of him and the dark-haired man said that the feeling of using the sync level increase was not quite the same as usual. A notification appeared on the screen that Ark had killed Khan and this was the first kill. Then the dark-haired man looked at the second system notification and smiled, saying that he was told that the ranking table would appear after the first kill and that killing Han should raise his rank. On the screen next to their two photos was a D rank. Ark looked down and pursed his lips sadly, because he still had a D rank like Han. Was this really a fight between two players of the same rank from the last places? The leaderboard showed players of different ranks, including Carrie. The red-haired guy with an S rank was at the very top, and Ark wondered how strong he was. King Frederick narrowed his eyes. The man sat down more comfortably, looking at the many screens, and said that he expected different reactions from all the players. The guy with the snowman skin is the reserved type who is looking at the ranks and trying to create a further strategy. Or Ark is the timid type who is disappointed with the rank assigned to him, or Judy is cautious, hiding and trying to protect her rank. Carrie raised her sword behind her back, people with a fierce character who are looking for the participant in first place. The girl shouted that she did not like that Noah took the first kill from her and that there was someone else with a higher rank. The blonde raised her sword up and shouted that she would destroy the S rank. The king looked at the screens with a smile and was satisfied with his work, that everyone was interested in the red-haired guy in first place. The man looked at the information about this participant. Frederick expected some further action from this participant. The wind blew the remains on the dry ground, tearing the last leaves from the bare trees. The long-haired guy waved at the red-haired guy and greeted him with a smile. The guy extended his hand and said that he was tired of looking for him and that the S rank was well hidden. The second one smiled and asked if Rhodey wanted to take his rank. Two more opponents appeared behind the player in the first place and the dark-haired guy said that it pissed him off when there was someone higher than him. The red-eyed guy counted his enemies and said that he didn't think that there would be people who were involved in teaming at the exam. Taking out his red blade and smiling, Royd assured that the rulebook didn't say anything about the prohibition of teaming and asked if the guy would be scared. The red-haired guy didn't answer, and the guy asked him to calmly give him his S rank. King was still silent and closed his eyes. The guy put his hand on his face and asked if the players really thought that they could defeat him with good weapons and large numbers. Smiling, the red-haired man said that the boys were lucky. They had the chance to experience firsthand how big this world is. The professors were sitting on their chairs, worried, discussing something. In front of them were signs with information about the participants. Professor Seiler, who was in charge of the participants Royd and Max, frowned when he was asked about the teaming of his students. The man folded his arms and asked what the problem was, to which Professor Carey said that it was cowardly since the same students formed a team and were playing the game alone. Seiler thought of Professor Vaughn, sitting in the back and biting his fingers since his student was also involved in teaming, and said that not only his participants gathered in a group. The professor in charge of Borat's is Vaughn. The king, sitting in the front, interrupted their conversation, drawing attention to himself. The man said that there was no rule against teaming and thought that he didn't expect anyone to do it during an official competition. Sailor turned to Carey and smiled, saying that a game that didn't go against the rules should be considered a strategy. The professor thought about Royd, who seemed to have prepared for the exam. The dark-haired man was walking past the crowd in black clothes. The guy grew up in the mafia, so he has excellent leadership qualities and information-gathering skills, which makes him a genius criminal and also has incredible personality traits. Once Royd caught an S rank, he could be considered finished. The dark-haired man frowned, looking at his opponent's face and said that he did not like the look of the second. Boratz raised a finger and pointed at himself, thinking that the dark-haired man ordered the attack first. A photo popped into the blonde man's mind and he cursed under his breath. Royd hands him the very photo with his father, blackmailing him with the weaknesses of Borat's father. The guy tensed up, thinking about how the brunette found out about him in reality and also remembering the blackmail of the dark-haired one to make him the first in the game, after which he would get rid of the photo. Pointing his spear at the S rank, Borat screamed for him to die. King grabs the other guy's weapon with his palm and says with a smile that it's impossible. Max and Royd tensed up, looking at the two guys. Boratz frowned in confusion, looking at King. The red-haired guy pulls the weapon with the guy to the side and says that he can't imagine losing to the same people. The guy trips his opponent so that he falls. Boratz hits the ground and writhes in pain, to which King says that the blonde guy is similar in level to a platypus. Sweat runs down Royd's face and he looks at his opponent in confusion. The dark-haired guy clenches his teeth in anger. The two guys rush towards King, and he calmly stands there, looking at the two of them. The red-haired guy quickly directs his spear at Max. The next thing the S rank does is use the same weapon to block Royd's attack from behind. While blocking the attacks, the participant had only a smile on his face. With one swing of his spear, the boy hits Max and then Royd. When one of them fell to the ground, King said it was a baboon. Pointing his spear at the dark-haired man, who fought him off, the red-haired man finished by saying that he was something like a red wolf, and Royd noted that the boy was talking nonsense well. Sailor cried out that it was Professor Musashi, and he replied that he shouldn't be rude to a stronger opponent. Frowning, the man added that King looked like a buck. An orange glowing figure appeared, resembling a polygon. According to the rules of this world, in order to get something, you need to give up something, and even in a game, having invested in one thing, something will definitely be missing. The polygon appeared behind King. The ability to assess the situation, the level of synchronization, the sense of space, reflexes, physical abilities, spirit, the red-haired one has the best indicators needed in a VR game. Taking a fighting stance, King calmly looked at the three guys who were rushing towards him with anger. Musashi said that his student has an ego that supports his abilities and an unshakable belief in his own victory. King's eyes glowed red as he fought off his opponents. There was only rage on the faces of Boratz and Max. Falling to the ground, Royd wiped his chin, thinking that he did not expect such strength from an S rank. King took the other guy's sword and examined it with a smile, while the dark-haired one wondered where his bad feeling came from, which appeared immediately after their meeting. The red-haired one's eyes were fixed on Royd, and he confirmed that all this time they were considered entertainment. The guy angrily shouted at King that he was a bastard. Sailor, who was watching what was happening, opened his mouth in surprise. King leaned on his sword and hummed a tune. Bazin said in surprise that he was not sure if there was anyone among the students already training who could stand up to the red-haired man. The king propped his cheek on his fist and added that the S-rank's abilities were so excellent that he defeated A-rank players like little children, and added that King was still as good as his confident ID showed. Photos of the players appeared on the screen, including Carey, Ark, and Ron, and Frederick said that among the remaining students, only these three could challenge King. Smiling, the man still propped his cheek in boredom and said that he was interested in not knowing the result until it popped up in the information window. The king would wait for the birth of a super player who would bring this game to an unexpected ending. Location: rough and dry lands. The man with the snowman's head ran very fast down the road. He thought that if he could only run there, he could leave the dangerous areas. With 2 seconds left, the man jumped forward. When the timer reached 0, he stretched out his hand, but he still couldn't reach it. A red light flashed from the cracks in the ground. The man tried to understand what was happening in shock while his snow head began to melt. Suddenly, the entire area was filled with a bright light, flashing red. 50 minutes had passed since the exam began. Due to the fact that there were more dangerous areas and fewer places for activity, many fights were arranged between applicants by recommendation, and therefore, there were also dropouts. And the best of all the students, who, thanks to an unrivaled number of kills, reached first place in the overall score, was the red-haired guy King. At some point, only 5 participants remained. In the Promised Land's location, Carrie and Mai in the Assassin's Den King, Gio and Ark. The hero was standing in an old abandoned building. He was glad that the synchronization level had now started working. He frowned, thinking that after all, he was D rank and Carrie was a rank. Sitting on the floor and hugging his legs with his arms, he thought that even though he had never defeated her, this did not mean that he was at the lowest D level. Seeing the timer, Ark decided that he should focus on the game first because there was another dangerous area here and there were about 4 minutes left. Suddenly, he heard a noise and looked out the window. He was surprised that there was a living person left here. As it turned out, it was a rank Gio. The guy wondered if this idiot was as strong as Carrie, and also thought about the enemy. With a sword on his shoulder and a smile on his face stood S-Rank King. King saw Ark and said with a smile that they had another hidden spectator, which scared the hero the most, and also suggested that they postpone the fight a little due to the short amount of time. Hiding behind the wall, the hero wondered why he had such a wide view since he was fighting. Zhu asked why he was distracted and then activated his ability. Hermes Shoes. Rank, Legendary. Special skill, Instant Acceleration. The ability to quickly move forward and jump is instantly strengthened. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Enraged, Zhu shouted for King to die. With a quick swing, he made a strike with his sword. King easily stopped him with his sword, asking if he expected this. Ark was surprised, looking out the window. He thought that this S-rank was very relaxed while fighting against an A-rank, that the guy named Han, that all the recommended students of the academy were monsters. The boy nervously peeked at what was happening. He wondered if he could beat an S-rank with his D rank. King noticed that the boy was no longer looking out the window. Ark frowned and declared to himself that why was he sitting there alone and being afraid, talking about ranks, when he was determined to beat Carrie in this exam and take first place, so now he had to. King easily blocked Zhu's attack. Zhu frowned and thought that it was impossible. He thought that he was sure that his weapon was longer, but why couldn't the attacks reach him? Zhu thought that the abilities he had gained while playing until now and what he had worked so hard on were all not working on him. He fearfully wondered what kind of monster he was. King noticed that Zhu had opened up. With a quick movement of his sword, he struck the boy in the neck, reducing his HP to 0. The boy collapsed on the floor and King said that it was a boring ending. He decided that if the academy had classified it as a rank, then conquering the academy wouldn't take as long as he thought, and was that really the entire level of the best academy in the field of gaming? Ark stood behind King and said that he should fight him now. King remembered the boy with a smile on his face and was surprised that he didn't run away. The hero asked how he could, because why would he run away when the shortest path to becoming the best was right in front of him? King thought about the boy's words and said that the academy classified Ark as D rank. He continued that the remaining time was 2 minutes and 30 seconds and assumed that it was a minute to safe territory, which meant they had about a minute and a half. The boy decided that in 20 seconds he would be done. Ark got angry that the boy said 20 seconds, asking if it was because he was D rank. The hero swung his shield. King switched his sword to his other hand. He began to strike quickly. Ark thought about how he freely used the dagger with both hands. Each of his attacks was strong. Seeing the boy fending off the attacks, King said that even though he was a D rank, he was still a recommended student. Hearing this, the boy frowned and told him to shut up for mentioning a D rank. The boy swung and struck with his sword. Suddenly, King turned his sword. He dodged the attack and pointed the sword at the boy's neck. The hero was able to block the attack, greatly surprising King. The boy thought about his stance being broken. Before the boy could think that now was the time to attack, King suddenly kicked him in the face. The blow sent the boy flying backwards. With a boot imprint on his face, Ark thought about how he was able to make another attack at such a moment. King stood there with a smile on his face and said 10 more seconds. The hero managed to stay in place and not fall. With tears in his eyes, he said that this combo was too fast. King said 9 seconds and rushed forward. As they made attacks, he counted down. The hero wondered if this idiot really thought he could beat him in 20 seconds. Suddenly, the guy remembered Professor Lee's words about how adjusting the sync level is like pouring water into a glass with your eyes closed, so if it's too low, the effect won't appear completely, and if you overdo it, you'll burn out. The ability to maintain it at a level where it almost exceeds the required value is sync control, which only the best pro gamers possess. Ark thought that the most important thing is to stay calm, because if he can control the sync level, the guy's abilities will become useless. The guy reflected the attack with his shield. The Golden River Shield ability stance is activated. The enemy is inflicted with stun. The guy reflected the attacks in a rage. King quickly went into the inventory. He saw the item Gum of Shining Oblivion, which instantly removes the effects of stun and sleep. The hero was surprised at how quickly the guy came to his senses and defended himself. He thought about how he was able to use a canceling item right away while in a stun state, and wondered how he was doing all this in a game he was playing for the first time. Suddenly, King said about 0 seconds and asked if he had miscalculated everything. Clutching his head, the boy said that it couldn't be, or the academy judges who gave him a D rank were wrong. He frowned, continuing that no matter the reason, the fact that he didn't do what he was told was really ruining his mood. King quickly approached the hero. He made a furious attack with his sword, but Ark was able to block it with his shield. The hero thought about the atmosphere of this idiot and how he was constantly suppressing him with his attacks. The boy continued to defend himself with his shield. King's attacks became stronger and more furious. Everyone watching was shocked. Musashi asked Professor Lee what he thought about the existence of geniuses, and when he was about to say something, the man continued by saying that he had never believed in such a thing. He said that if they existed, human efforts would be useless. But something happened that made him think that perhaps it was just his childish reluctance to accept the illogicality of the world. Musashi continued the story about how it all happened when he went to see a friend who wanted to talk. His family was very famous and helped to create an elite that was active in many industries. The room the man was taken to was incredibly impressive. One wall on one side was completely covered with trophies of all kinds. The friend, whom he met for the first time in a long time, began to talk as if he had been waiting for him. He told him that his son, who had been boxing for 3 months, had recently participated in his first competition. Hearing this, Musashi couldn't help but sigh as his friend started bragging about his child. He hadn't been hit even once in his first fight and had made it to the finals. The leading positions were occupied by a rising star of boxing and a newcomer who had been training for only 3 months. Anyone would have thought it was a bluff, but due to a sharp turn in the story, it began to go in a completely unexpected direction. And that turn was a drop of sweat that fell on the ring. Because of it, King slipped and received his first punch in the championship. Then the real horror began. What could be called a brutal murder, an endless feeling of humiliation, hopelessness, denial of the path taken. Musashi said that if he were his opponent, he would definitely feel something similar. At some point, the hero of the story apparently became a villain. Everyone in the audience was shocked. It is said that immediately after the end of that fight, his opponent, the rising star of boxing, announced his retirement from the sport. Afterwards, he continued telling the man other incredible stories. And at one point, Musashi found himself completely absorbed in his friend praising his son. But when he heard his last words, he couldn't help but be surprised. The trophies that filled an entire wall were actually collected by a 16-year-old genius. Right before the man's eyes was evidence of bragging that was hard to believe. The boy's father said that he believed that in order for his son to rise even higher, he needed to show him the experience of defeat, and then asked if there was anyone in the academy who could beat him. A genius boy who had never experienced defeat in his life. A parent who was still not satisfied with this and wanted more development. The man didn't think there was another family as interesting as his. Musashi said that he couldn't answer his question, and even now he only had one thing in mind to tell his friend, "I don't think there is such a person here either." He continued that King was so narcissistic that he even created an avatar in virtual reality that exactly resembled his real appearance. Until now, he had lived his life always wanting to get what he wanted. For this reason, if something slightly deviated from his plan, he would react very violently. The man only sincerely wished that the mental state of Lai's disciple would not be broken. Ark wanted to think about his appearance when suddenly something happened to his synchronization. Like water in a glass, drops flowed out. With a sharp blow, King struck him in the chest. He was surprised and asked the boy if he could use synchronization now. With a sharp movement, the boy grabbed the hero by the neck. He said that without a synchronization level, he was completely useless. He continued that because of a weakling like him, it turns out that the boy threw words to the wind, and also added that he thinks that in the future, he needs to pay more attention to judging others too lowly. There was about a minute left before this area became dangerous, so if he ran, he could easily reach safe places. The hero thought about how he had trained so hard with Carrie for the past 3 months, but even now he had no power other than his synchronization level. He thought that this feeling was different from when he lost to Carrie. The boy thought about those eyes, that look that didn't acknowledge him. He remembered the boy who talked about the sad life of a loser. Ark wondered if he was being disregarded again while his health was rapidly depleting during suffocation. He thought that he didn't want to lose. No matter, even if he couldn't rely on anything other than synchronization, as long as he could win. The glass was overflowing, the water was pouring out onto the cloth. The boy thought that he wanted to win, no matter what the method. More and more water poured out, completely soaking the cloth on the table. The water began to pour out onto the table. Little by little, the entire space began to fill with water. The hero put his hand to King's face, surprising him. Ark's eyes began to glow blue, as if digital. Around the green area there is a large crater with stairs, and this place is called the Land of Promises. The girl with purple hair screams in fear that Carrie is a monster. She in turn kicks her opponent in the face and asks, how can you call an innocent girl a monster? When the hologram of the girl begins to disappear, Carrie shakes off her hands and says that it is much more pleasant to hit with bare hands than with a sword, and that this is the third kill. Then the blonde smiles, saying that only Ark and the S-Rank guy remain, and adds that the dark-haired one was able to survive until the end and that she did not expect such a result from him. Sitting down on the green grass and lowering her head, Carrie decided to wait for the enemy in this place, since it is designated as the last safe territory. Ark holds out his palm with his fingers spread wide. His eyes glowed blue. King stared at his opponent in surprise as his face was covered by someone else's palm. The guy held Ark by the throat, holding the shield in his hands, and turned his gaze to the other's eyes. Taking advantage of the situation, the dark-haired man somehow moved his sword towards the red-haired man, but he managed to move away. Surprise was frozen on King's face. The guy looked at the brunette, who somehow managed to break free from his grip, and thought that he had memorized everything written in the rule book, but this was definitely not there. The enraged red-haired man ran towards Ark and raised his blade to deliver the finishing blow. The dark-haired man managed to parry King's attack. Every time his opponent struck, the brunette fought back all the time. The red-haired man's blade got so close that it managed to cut off several strands of dark hair. The king stared tensely at the screen, while beads of sweat rolled down his face. The man looked at Ark's information and wondered if this was really possible. The synchronization level rapidly increased, showing only rapidly changing numbers. The two players in the arena fought with all their might, attacking and repelling each other's attacks. The thought flashed through King's mind that very soon they would both face sudden death. The lack of time forced him to end the fight, and the boy clenched his jaw. The next moment, Ark dealt him an unexpected blow. King's neck glowed red and the boy frowned. The silhouette of the enemy with glowing eyes floated in his eyes. Ark thought that he felt unusual. Squeezing the handle of his sword, the boy continued to think in his head that it was as if his soul and body were separated and as if his feelings took off. Green arrows appeared around King, as if showing Ark how the enemy would move and how he should move. The dark-haired man dodged the blade, as if he knew when. Then again, he did not let the enemy harm himself. Above his head, as if on the intended arrow, the weapon flew at speed and the brunette dodged again. While the red-haired man tried to hit Ark from above, Ark hit the enemy in the side with the handle of the sword. The dark-haired man once more. The synchronization level is 999%. Blood poured out of Noah's nose with a helmet on his head. A red danger notification began to pop up on the screens, and all the professors opened their mouths in surprise. In particular, Lee, Noah's mentor, was looking angrily at the guy through the screen. Musashi turned to him with a question, but the hologram of the other began to disappear. The wounded king stood in front of the calm Ark and held his side with his hand. Many emotions flashed across his face, and the red-haired man himself wondered if he was really considered weak for attacking with the hilt of a sword. Again striking at Ark, who successfully parried them, King thought that with the help of a non-stop attack he would be able to reach his opponent. When the dark-haired man stopped the hand of the red-haired man with a blade that was about to reach his side, the S-Rank thought that he would no longer be able to stop the second one. Angrily looking at the second one, King began to think about how to stop his opponent. He needed to think of something if he did not want to lose. Suddenly, the red-haired man covered his mouth with his hand in surprise and his eyes widened. The guy silently stood in his place, motionless from shock. Ark's unconscious body falls at his feet and he just stares at it. The crown falls down and crumbles into pieces. A breathless professor appears in the doorway and tries to catch his breath. The man looks straight at his student. Seeing the unconscious body with traces of blood on his clothes, Lee screams. Noah's eyes are closed. Then the guy weakly opens them. The blonde man lies on a hospital bed, wincing from the light, and asks where he is. Getting up from the bed, the main character squints from a headache and puts his hand to his forehead, while the professor, sitting by the side, says that the guy has finally woken up. The man adjusted his glasses and added that he should not move too much because he was brought to the hospital after the guy went into shock during a game of interdiction. The dark-haired man also added that he should refrain from actions that put a lot of pressure on the body. Noah glanced at the professor in bewilderment, not recognizing him and mistaking him for a doctor. The guy closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and asked with annoyance if this was a loss since he had to fight Carrie. The man looked at the blonde guy, disappointed with himself, and thought that even in such a difficult situation, he was thinking about the game. Looking down, the man asked how the guy was feeling, and he answered that everything was fine, except for a heavy head, and then asked how long he had been in the hospital, and Lee answered that it was about 2 hours. Noah asked if he could already be discharged since he had things to do, and the man was surprised. After all, they had only met in the interdiction, so it was obvious that the blonde guy did not recognize him. The professor hid his hand in his jacket, putting the young man into a stupor. Taking out a pen from there, the man pointed it towards the surprised Noah, quoting his earlier words. The main character does not believe his ears, asking the dark-haired guy if this is really the professor hiding in the bushes. Lee smiles and says that it is nice to meet you, because they meet for the first time in reality. Noah is silent and does not take his surprised gaze off the man. The protagonist says that the professor looks more ordinary than expected, to which the second asks what he was thinking. Then the young man heard from the professor about what happened after he passed out. Terry is standing on the ground with her arms crossed in irritation. She was the winner of the recommended student's exam. There was not a hint of joy on her face, as the girl was unhappy with her result. After the battle with Ark, King did not have time to escape from the dangerous territory and dropped out due to a quick death, and Carrie was unhappy that she did not win after the fight with the S-Rank, which she was really looking forward to, without putting in almost any effort. Noah looked sadly at the professor and asked if he finished D-Rank, and then asked about King. Lee raised his hand and concluded that the protagonist himself brought everything to this outcome. The red-haired man stood in one place and was in no hurry when the ground began to explode. The reason why King couldn't leave the dangerous area was because Ark had flown out, and instead of running to safe lands, the red-haired man stayed in one place, staring at one point. The professor stood up from his chair and said that in this exam, Noah showed his most unexpected side, and therefore it was very contradictory to evaluate himself as a D-Rank. Putting his palm on the boy's blonde hair, the man stroked him and stated that he was pleased with his student's result. Then the dark-haired man added, still stroking the protagonist, that he successfully passed the exam. Noah froze in surprise when he was told that the entire faculty agreed that the boy passed the exam. Throwing the man's hand away, the blonde-haired man loudly exclaimed with happiness. A disgruntled robot appeared behind Lee, who asked to keep quiet in the hospital, and the man shyly scratched the back of his head, apologizing. The blonde laughed quietly on his bunk until the professor interrupted him. The man's face changed in an instant. The dark-haired man said that Noah was forbidden from using the synchronization level from now on. The guy froze in the same position as he was, not taking his eyes off his mentor. A month later, graduation at the first school in the city of D. The guys with smiles on their faces took pictures. A voice said that they say he entered a fantasy academy. The girl asked if this was really the same academy. Another girl exclaimed that she knew from the beginning that he would pass. Someone said his name. Austin answered with a smile that it was just an admission. What are they? The voices exclaimed that she had a friend for the first time who entered a fantasy academy, and could he show that he entered? The guy said that here. The girl was holding a phone in her hand and said that wow, a normal selection for a fantasy academy, it says here that he entered. Someone called Austin and he turned around. The protagonist approached him with a smile. Then he said that it seemed that he also entered this academy. The hero's name flashed through the guy's mind. Noah showed him the phone. The screen said that Noah was selected for the academy by recommendation. The girl asked about this selection. Another added that if by recommendation, then this is even cooler than a regular admission. Noah grinned sarcastically. Austin looked at the guy angrily. The girl next to him called him and said that his face was so red. Was he sick? While the hero turned away and walked away. A new beginning. It means the end of a painful time and the beginning of a new life. Usually such a phrase is used in a positive way. However, a new beginning also means separation from what was before this moment. The hero drew his eyebrows together and thought that T1 had not said anything for some time. According to the rules of the Fantasy Academy, all its students are required to live in dormitories on its territory, and it is also forbidden to bring their robots to the Academy zone. Thus, it turned out that he would not be able to avoid separation from T1. In the hero's thoughts was that he was so happy when he arrived and said that he was accepted, but it seems that he was also upset when the day of separation came. The guy turned to the robot and continued the thought that he would not see him for 3 years. Noah was packing his things and said so that T1 would listen, and that he would do everything well so that he would not worry. The voice continued that lately he had been paying his rent on time, without delays, and he was praised at the part-time job where he worked for some time, and that he began to navigate well and was even able to go to city and back alone. Noah said that even after he left for the academy, he would continue to pay the rent, so while he was gone, he could save on electricity and walk around with a full charge. 10 years ago, when Dad brought T1, they became friends very quickly. They played and fought together. Thinking about it now, it seems like a lot has happened. When Dad disappeared and Mom was sick, T1 was always by his side. He is his friend, his family. He took care of him for at least 10 years. Noah took the robot in his hands and told him to listen, that in 3 years he will return, even more mature, and to please wait for him. Tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes. The hero asked the robot that he would not talk to him until the very end. He called him again. Noah put him on the floor in surprise and called him by name again. The guy opened his mouth in shock. T1 was lying on the floor and did not move. Someone started laughing. The voice laughed and said what kind of new drama he was playing out here alone, and that this was really the funniest series he had seen lately. Noah looked at the phone. He frowned in bewilderment. Then he asked what this emoticon was. T1, the robot from the phone, answered that it was true, it was him. The hero asked in shock how, in his phone. T1 answered with a smile that if there was a place where his data could be transferred, he could transfer it to any device, and that he should definitely read the operating instructions. T1 grinned and said that he cried over any trifles, but called himself an adult, so what, and that was why he could not send him alone. The robot continued that in any case, his guardian, T1, will take him to the academy, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. The voice from the phone told him to quickly pack his things. Today is the day of moving into the dorm. You never know what will happen while using public transport. Or he doesn't remember that he told him to get there 30 minutes before the start. Tears were pouring from the guy's eyes, and T1 continued that if he breaks the phone, he will part with it forever. Did he understand? The setting sun illuminated the sky. The dorm building of the gamers faculty in the Fantasy Academy. 3 people were standing at the top of the stairs in front of a crowd of people. Noah said that this is the dorm of the Fantasy Academy. The robot replied that he should not tense up. Let him straighten his shoulders. Noah asked the robot to be quieter. Someone furiously shouted that silence. The man said that it was time to move in, 5 o'clock in the evening, so right now they will start moving them in. The man continued that he was the head of the dormitory of the gamer faculty of the Fantasy Academy. James, if they strictly followed the rules, time, and their behavior, he would have no reason to interfere. The voice said that from the moment they entered the academy, they would all forget their real names and would use nicknames from the intersection. The guy in the crowd thought that he was dressed like that in the middle of winter. James furiously continued that unlike others, their gamer faculty works on a rank system. The higher the rank, the better equipment and bonuses they can get. He said that bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, challenger, the higher the rank, the higher the floor they can occupy a room. You can increase your rank with exams during the school term and points in the dormitory. James said that everything is decided depending on their abilities, and there can only be 20 diamond rank and above students. Depending on their rank, the environment around them will change, ranging from a cheap one-room apartment to a luxurious hotel room. He said that now, using messages, the students who entered in the usual way will be sorted. After checking these messages, each of them should wait in their room. People began to look at their phones. James continued that the students by recommendation will stay here and split into groups depending on the rank they received. Austin furiously repeated about the students by recommendation. Everyone began to disperse to different places. The headmaster said that due to the fact that they showed their abilities at the academy entrance exam, they will be given a bonus. Then he continued that D rank bronze, C rank silver, B rank gold, A rank platinum, S rank diamond. Everyone listened to him attentively. The man said that everyone would be sorted according to their rank. Noah thought about the ranks in the exam, so they determined the ranks of the dorm. The voice asked if Carrie was present. The girl raised her hand and stepped forward. James said that for winning the exam of recommended students, it was decided that Carrie's rank would be promoted to S rank. The girl thought about it and the hero thought in shock that Carrie was also S rank. Someone's footsteps were heard. The girl approached the guy and said with a smile that it was nice to meet you, so it means he is king. She continued looking at the guy. They say he is an S rank that the academy recognized. I wonder what kind of abilities he has, and that he is her food, so he should never lose to anyone else. Did he understand? The girl frowned angrily. Then she asked why he was ignoring her now. The guy walked away and the girl shouted where he went. Sweat formed on the protagonist's face. He asked why he had such a serious expression on his face. School is a place where if you lose on the path to dominance, it will become a predatory territory where danger will flourish. The guy firmly decided that this time he will not show his weak side at all. The people around him looked at him and thought that this idiot is a herbivore, and that one can already be crossed out. James looked in front of him in surprise. King walked straight up to the hero. In the thoughts of the people around him was that this guy is S-rank King, the one who killed him during the test, and who looks exactly like his avatar in the intersection. In his thoughts flashed, why would an S-rank approach a group of D-rank? King asked which of them was Ark. The protagonist answered that actually he was. Then he thought that too quick an answer also looked weak. The person next to him was perplexed, wondering why an S-rank would need such a D-rank person. King walked right up to the hero. He said that it was that Ark. The guy continued that he would win next time. Kari thought angrily that it was Ark. Noah looked ahead in fear. He thought that he had defeated King, the best rising star among the students recommended by the academy, the S-rank King. During the exam, King had killed 8 players. The way he had caught 2 out of 5 examinees by himself, he had shown an excellent performance. It was enough for his arrival to attract everyone's attention. Everyone was watching as King said that he would win next time. He continued that he admitted that he felt like he had lost to him. Noah looked at him in fear. In the thoughts of the people around him was that he had defeated that same King, but why hadn't he taken the S rank from him? The people continued to think that either he would admit that despite the result of the fight, he had lost to that guy. Han thought with a smile that that guy was Ark. Noah was afraid to realize that everyone's eyes were on him. He looked at the guy and thought that he really defeated King, then he lost consciousness, so he does not remember anything. King asked why he does not say anything, and that he ignores him. The hero thought with a smile that it seems that he got angry, so first he needs to at least cheer him up a little, and said that apparently this time he was a little out of shape. The guy angrily replied that but then he was able to give it his all. Noah thought that he accidentally touched him on the raw. James ended up on King's back and called the student. He asked him to come back, and that if he continues to make noise, he will be assigned dorm penalty points. King turned around. He clicked his tongue and walked away. The hero thought why he already feels that school life has not gone very well. James said that now everyone can go to the rooms that suit their rank. His gaze fell on the tall building of the dorm. Noah enthusiastically said that this is the dorm room. He said that it was quite spacious. Then he continued that since they said that D ranks would get old rooms, it was obvious. The guy apologized to him. Noah jumped back sharply and Han continued that it meant that Ark was also in this room, and apologized for saying such things so abruptly right after their meeting, but could he use the second floor of the bed? The protagonist asked in bewilderment that he knew him, to which the guy replied that they met at the exam. He was Han. Did he remember? Noah replied that Han. That meant. He remembered with surprise that the guy who plays well even in a half sleep. Han thanked him for the praise. He yawned and continued that he was very angry after losing to him. Next time he would win, and offered to clash again, it seems, and his feature is the level of synchronization. The guy repeated about synchronization and realized that he can no longer. The boy extended his hand to the hero and said that he would like to be friends with him. Han continued with a smile that he would count on him as long as they lived together. Noah opened his mouth happily. Then he exclaimed that he did too. It was Noah who was happy that for the first time in his life he could make a friend in the school. The dark sky was covered with clouds. The boy turned around and asked how they liked it, the dorm of the Faculty of Gamers. The hero walked and said that a hard bed, a cramped room, it just looked like a dorm. Kim grinned and replied that he was a D rank. He thought he would quickly rise, so he should be patient for a little while. Carrie replied that her room was too big and luxurious for her alone, so she couldn't get used to it. The bed was too soft, so she thought it would be better to sleep on the bare floor. The guy wondered in surprise if the difference between bronze and diamond was really that big. Noah asked, but where were they going? Kim replied that they would look around the school grounds. At the same time they would say hello to the team they would be joining. The guy repeated about the team. The assistant said that was right. It was controlled by the professor, and he was the coach there. Unkillable Demon Kings, abbreviated as UDK. Noah thought enthusiastically that Immortal Devil Kings, cool. The Academy, the center of the intersection capsules. The assistant entered and shouted to the professor that he had brought them. The hero's mouth fell open in surprise. It flashed through his mind that there were so many intersection pods here. The man said that they had all worked hard to get here. Noah greeted the professor. Kevin asked if they had heard from Kim's assistant that these three were their senior teammates that they had joined. His gaze fell on Jake, who he said that it meant that they were the students who had come this time by recommendation, and that he was responsible for the leadership position in the UDK team, and his name was Jake, and he offered to be friends. Jenny folded her hands together and exclaimed how such cuties could come to them, and two of them at that. Alex watched them silently. Noah shouted that he hoped they would take care of them. Carrie added that she was counting on them. Kim asked with a smile why they were so nervous. Kevin said that as he thought, to make friends quickly, you need to play together, and offered to try to enter the intersection before it was too late. He continued that they would start with a small 2-on-2 competition game to welcome the new students. The team members smiled. They were standing near a giant virtual wall. Noah turned around and thought it was a football field. The man said that the youth team was against the old people, and if they quarreled on the first day, their mood could be ruined, so they would have a football match. He continued that the old people's team consisted of Jake and Alex looked ahead with fear. The assistant said that to balance the number of participants, Jenny had decided to be an observer, and the girl raised her hand and said that she would support all two teams. Professor Kevin said that although it looked like a football game, it would be a good chance for them to determine each other's avatar's skill levels and sensitivity in the game, and that in the future they would become one team, so let them get to know each other better, and an affirmative answer was heard. The assistant continued that he would explain the rules, although the basics are the same as in regular football. The settings are designed so that if you attack the opponent's body part with the ball instead of his legs, he will be stunned for 5 seconds. Kim said that they also see that each of them has 2 slots for items. The protagonist looked at his slots. The assistant continued that if they get slots that randomly appear in different places on the map, they will be able to use them in their slot. A scoreboard with slots, the force of the blow and speed, immunity to loss of consciousness, and the goalkeeper's call appeared before their eyes. Kim put the ball between them, saying that the match will begin after the ball bounces, and the team that first scores 5 points will win. Carrie stretched her arms, called the hero, and said that since she entered the academy, she is not going to lose to anyone, including her older comrades, King and him. She turned around and continued that for a start, since they were doing this, they would definitely win. Did he understand? Noah replied that he agreed. He was not going to lose either. Alex called his friend and asked if he heard what they were saying. This Carrie took first place in the exam among students on recommendation. Jake replied that yes, they were saying that they would definitely win. It seemed that they were underestimating them. Alex said that it seemed that he needed to wipe her nose, to which Jake asked if he had forgotten that this was their greeting. Janie turned to the professor and asked about the old men against the young. Who did he think would win? The man replied that in the current state, then the old men, and that if nothing bad happened, then perhaps the young men would have a chance to win. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked again, what was wrong? The assistant raised his hand and said, then. He jerked his hand and shouted that they would begin. The sword flew high into the air. Jake looked up and said, well, they still need to at least show them how incredible their opponents are. Then he opened his mouth in confusion. Carrie flew up to get the sword. The hero looked at her in fear and thought that Carrie was fast. The girl said with a smile that she would be the first to get them 1 point. Something suddenly crashed into the soccer sword. Carrie suddenly flew to the ground. Looking up, Carrie said that she would be the first to get them 1 point. The girl kicked the ball. She kicked the goal. The ball was rapidly approaching the goal. She smirked and thought that the trajectory of the ball was not bad. Suddenly, she looked in surprise. Someone extended his hand in front of the ball. The player deftly grabbed the ball. The girl looked in surprise and asked what it was. The professor and the girl watched silently. The player held the ball in his hands. Everyone was watching him. An image of the player appeared and someone asked what the goalkeeper was. Lying on the ground, Alex said that it was close. It was written about calling a goalkeeper, that a goalkeeper was called who would block all shots for 5 seconds. It appeared immediately after use. The girl clenched her teeth and thought that it was only a moment, but he managed to use the item with the goalkeeper. Looking away, the guy said that they were here first. Holding the guy in his arms, Jake said that as expected from Alex, he was incredible, to which he replied that his ears hurt. The girl smiled and said that here he is, the ace of their team, and the professor thought that he was really not surprised by Carrie's reaction, found the item and used it. He is sure that Carrie reacted faster than anyone else at the moment the ball took off, but it was Alex who remained the calmest in this situation. The moment it became obvious that Carrie would hit the ball, Alex determined the location of things and found the fastest way to activate the item with the goalkeeper. Besides, before Carrie's ball flew in, he accelerated with the XC item, used the slide and managed to touch it with great difficulty. Here he is, Alex. His ability to instantly assess the situation goes beyond reasonable limits, and Jake said that he does not hold back even in a competition against younger ones, to which the guy replied that it would be a shame to lose. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked how he was able to make a decision in such a short time, and the girl said that it was a pity. Looking straight ahead, Carrie said that she would take Alex on herself, and he would be responsible for Jake, to which the hero responded approvingly. Smiling, the player said that well, Alex has already shown them what he is worth, asked what it means, now it's his turn. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he is very skillful at dribbling the ball. Suddenly, the player threw the ball over the hero. Grinning, Jake said that he often plays football in everyday life. The girl turned around and shouted that he was hanging there for a reason. He wasn't going to run after him, to which the hero said, damn it, and then thought that even if he broke the rules, he needed to get him back by any means necessary first. Suddenly, the protagonist made a tackle. Lying on the ground, the hero wheezed. Suddenly, Jake hit him with a ball. The protagonist remained lying on the ground. The ball flew into the goal. Turning around, the player said, first point. The girl frowned angrily. Walking towards the hero, she shouted that he wasn't going to come to his senses. They had missed a goal. Why was he so happy that he was lying there? To which he replied, I'm stagnate. Looking at the protagonist, Carrie said that they would definitely score this time, let him gather his strength, to which Noah responded approvingly. The protagonist frowned and thought that if he had used the synchronization level, he could have stopped them, but the professor shook his head and thought that he knew about it even before the exam for the students on recommendation, that in the academy it is impossible to survive with only one synchronization. The protagonist dribbled the ball. The thought appeared that that is why he tried, for the sake of creating a new weapon. The girl raised her hand up. The hero looked to the side. The thought appeared that for the sake of becoming stronger. Alex rushed forward with the ball. The ball flew sharply into the goal. Pointing to the side, the girl asked what to do if he continues to make mistakes at such a moment, to which he apologized. The thought appeared that but now there is something that he understood well. The guy rushed forward sharply. The protagonist froze in confusion. The score was 3-0, and the girl turned to the hero. The girl stretched her leg forward. The score was 4-0, and she shouted the hero's name. The protagonist looked straight ahead in confusion. Looking straight ahead, Noah wondered what he. Looking at the player, he thought that this was how weak he was without a synchronization level. The hero slightly opened his mouth and thought that after all, he had no choice but to use it. Looking at them, the professor said that it was enough. The players turned around and addressed the professor. Looking at him, the students heard that it seemed that they had learned enough about each other, so they would end the imitation of the competition. Jake smirked slightly. Looking at the hero, he thought that they were so angry that they lost in this semblance of a competition against their seniors. These two had a very strong desire to win. After clapping, he added that two good guys came to them, and then said that well. Smiling, the guy said that of course, it is good to feel annoyed because of a defeat, but if everything is over, you need to give some kind of response. The hero looked down when he heard that. He understood that he was worried, but he couldn't win if he was so discouraged. It seemed like he needed to participate in matches like this more often. The girl's eyes widened when he heard that even if the game wasn't going well, she wouldn't win. She was taking out her anger by just blaming her partner. Looking straight ahead, the player said that within the academy, their team, BKD, was a strong contender to win the competition with other teams, so they would need to become stronger than they were now. The girl spoke about winning when she heard that fortitude was also important for the player. If he wavered because of 1 or 2 losses, he would never be able to win. Smiling, Carrie asked that they really won often. The professor's team was really that strong, to which he thought that it meant that Carrie could make such a face. The images of the players appeared, and the girl said that since they were so strong, they would probably be considered at the top of the academy, and the girl said, well, that. Jake smiled and said that they were in 10th place last year. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that 10th, she had heard that there were only 10 teams in the academy, which meant that. Carrie made a face. The player was smiling, and she thought that this was the last place. The professor looked straight ahead. The protagonist angrily lowered his head. The main character was lying on the bed. The protagonist sighed, and they asked him what he was so worried about. Looking straight ahead, the hero said, no, he just thinks that if this continues, will everything be okay with him. Looking at the hero, the professor said that from now on he is forbidden to use the increase in the synchronization level. Initially, you can only change a very small value and it does not change very much, but his level undergoes strong metamorphoses. The man frowned and said that first the synchronization level of 300% reached 500%, and then the level of 500% and 900%. Perhaps since he reached 999%, it means that he exceeded the mark, but they only saw the upper limit of 999%. The hero stood up, hearing that he believed that he overexerted himself also because of this. For this reason, he decided that perhaps using the increase in the synchronization level could be dangerous for him, to which he asked that but how can he remain in the intersection without synchronization? Looking at the protagonist, the man said that the synchronization level of Carrie is 103%, the unincreased synchronization level is 100% because the value is almost equal to him. But Carrie has never used it as an excuse for her weakness, to which the hero asked that Carrie's synchronization is only. The man put his hands on his hips and said that of course, he is not telling him not to use the synchronization boost for the rest of his life. Only until they discover the secret of his synchronization and can control it, there is a professor at the academy who is an expert in it, so he does not have to worry too much. The man smirked and said that the crisis is an opportunity. Let him take this opportunity to give up the game dependent on the synchronization level and think of it as a good chance to find a new feature. Lying on the bed, the protagonist said that he is not physically better than Carrie, not as agile as Jake, cannot read the situation as well as Alex. Looking up, he added that but he will do it anyway, he will. The academic building appeared. A view of a fantastic academy opened up. The first academic year, Class Z. Sarah smirked and said that she welcomed them all. Her name is Sarah, and she will teach them sports disciplines and combat techniques that can be used in practice in the intersection. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that everyone had slept well yesterday, to which he thought that the first day was very exciting after all. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought about what it meant. He was in the same class with Han and Carrie. Thank God that he at least knew someone here. Classes at the Fantasy Academy were held both in reality and in the intersection. In reality, they studied the theory of intersection and control of their mental and physical state. And in the intersection, they studied the game, techniques, trained avatars, and so on. Frowning, the hero thought that this was the first lesson in the intersection. What awaited them there? Sarah smiled and said, well, since today was the first day, they would be relaxed, their basic strength would be measured. The professor pointed her finger forward and said that there was a dissertation that said that although they use an avatar in the intersection, physical health in reality also affects it, and that if you spend too much time in the virtual world, your physical body doesn't get enough exercise, so you need to exercise for your health. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that. Well, then they'll change into the sports uniform he chose yesterday and they'll go out. The Academy's holographic gym, measuring reaction speed. The hero sighed, looking straight ahead. A red ball appeared behind the hero. The hero turned around and hit it with his hand. The protagonist was hitting the spheres, measuring physical strength. Noah was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar, measuring muscular endurance. The hero grinned. It said that measuring the reaction level was 17 out of 30 average, pull-ups 3 times average, running 50 meters 7.8 seconds average. The hero sat down on the floor and thought that he was average. As the professor said, he had a reason to exercise every day, and then said that he slept during the entrance exam and here he was just dozing. The guy looked away, hearing what his results were, to which he replied that he was almost falling asleep, so he did everything half-heartedly. It was written that the reaction level measurement was 27 out of 30 high, pull-ups 12 times high, 50-meter run 6.9 tenths high, to which the hero thought that he was a cheater. Looking away, Noah exclaimed in amazement. The guy hit the sphere. People were hitting. The professor looked surprised. The girl sighed. The result was 30 out of 30, and the professor shouted that it was the highest score. Grinning, the girl thought that the highest score meant that she was in first place. The hero looked at the guy and thought that Carrie was not so simple in reality, to which Han said that she was, to which he asked that he knew Carrie, and he was told that yes, she was famous in City F. Looking straight ahead. The guy said that he had no idea whether he knew it or not, but the environment in City F was completely different. It was a place where those who lost everything in other cities and ran away, criminals and abandoned children gather. People were standing in the alley. It was said that but there was an authoritative organization that could be created even in a place like City F for the survival of abandoned children. Little by little it became larger and now it has reached such a scale that even adults cannot underestimate it. The girl rushed forward. It was said that she was the head of that place. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought, what does it mean Carrie has such a past behind her? Looking at him, Carrie asked that it seemed like he had already finished, to which he replied that they had worked hard, and she added that why was he being so formal? Sitting on the floor, the girl asked what was more important. He had also heard about it, to which he asked again what was what. Looking to the side, Carrie said that there were 10 teams in the academy. Each team had from 20 to 50 participants, so they say that usually the team is divided into the first and second sub-teams. The players appeared. It was said that there were not even candidates for their group, and there were only 5 people in it, who could hardly play against each other. Besides, according to last year's assessments, they were in the very last place. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that maybe their team had some problems. A pink sky appeared. It was said that if you think about it, then yes. The guy turned around, hearing that someone was addressing him. Looking at him, the girl said that he was still working out. She said that he was the best member of the gym, to which he grinned and replied that if he didn't move, his body would start to hurt a lot. Alex remained silent, hearing that he should still do everything in moderation, otherwise he would ruin his body. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy asked what he thought of the newcomers who had come this time, to which he asked that Noah and Carrie didn't think they could squat, to which he replied that he wasn't talking about squats. Jake turned around and said that although Carrie was a little rough, in terms of physical fitness she was the best, and Noah, there was something to cling to. You could say that because of his shortcomings, a lot was expected of him. Looking directly, Alex said that he wasn't asking about abilities either. He held out his hand and added that he had seen their faces when their performance had been discussed during the competition last night, and that it had felt like they might quit altogether. And wouldn't it be better to at least try to get in the regular students before they were in even more trouble? To which the girl turned to him. Turning around, Jake heard that if this continued, couldn't it end up like last year? To which he replied that the professor had chosen these two. The boy frowned when he heard that even if they didn't believe them, they would believe in the professor's choice. He must have had a reason to choose them. The girl looked away when she heard that. Well, if that was what he thought. She walked straight ahead. Janie walked down the hall and asked if she needed to discuss this with the professor, said that if this continued, everything would start to fall apart at the seams before the season even started. Looking at her hands, she added that everyone seemed very sensitive because of what happened last year, but their poor performance was not due to a lack of strength. Suddenly, she looked out the window. The girl and a guy were standing below. She thought it was Carrie, and in front of her was Matthew from the Elemental Viper team, and the guy said that she was indeed Carrie, who had won first place in this exam for applicants by recommendation. Smirking, he added that he would get straight to the point, let her join their team. Jenny was surprised to hear that he was offering her to change teams. Standing in front of the guy, Carrie said that but she was a student by recommendation of the professor, to which Matthew replied that students by recommendation can also change teams, but unlike regular students, they have a penalty in the form of a year-long ban on participation in tournaments. The girl frowned when she heard that the professor hiding in the bushes was famous for forming a team only from poor losers. Because of this, they are called losers in the BKD Academy. If she transferred to their team, which took second place last year, she would be able to escape from them. The guy raised his hand and said that he also promised her a sponsorship allowance to support the players, to which she asked again. Jenny frowned when she heard that how much they could give. The guy grinned slightly. The girl looked straight ahead. The thought arose that Carrie, really? Standing in front of Matthew, the girl asked what sponsorship allowance, how much they could give. Surprised, her eyes widened. The girl wondered that Carrie, was she really going to leave their team? And Alex turned to her. Looking out the window, the guy asked what she was looking at, to which she replied that he should not look. The guy stood in front of the girl. Someone said what it was. Matthew smirked and asked, well, how much does she want then? And then thought that after all, people from the slums lose their minds at the mere mention of money. The girl gritted her teeth and said that she did some calculations, and yet at least they should give her at least, and he thought that she would join them herself if he gave her 1 or 2 million won. Alex looked sadly. The guy widened his eyes when he heard that it was 10 billion. Looking straight ahead, Carrie said that if he gave her 10 billion, she would think about it. The guy asked in surprise, 10 billion. Gritting her teeth, Carrie said that why were they so surprised? This amount comes out when calculating, she will lose her pride as a professional, adding that because of this choice in the future, when she becomes a superstar, negative reviews will pour in on her. The girl asked in surprise, what? He wanted to invite her to his place. It was said that but what is most important, if you add the price for betraying the professor who found her and gave her a chance. Sitting down, the girl said that she had just told him who she was, she, an orphan with nothing, who was abandoned in the slums, City F, this academy cannot accept someone like her. Looking straight at her, the professor said that but she has abilities, everyone should have an equal chance, although until now she was held back by her environment, now she should get what she could not before. Stretching out his hand forward, he asked that he did not want to reveal his abilities at the academy. Carrie stretched out her hand and said that at least 10 billion? This is only a small part of what the future superstar will earn. The guy frowned and said that she. Matthew swung at her and shouted furiously that she was a crazy girl. What nonsense she was talking, did she think he looked like a simpleton? The girl deftly dodged the blow. Suddenly, she grabbed the guy by the arm. She twisted his arm and said, yes, that's right. Gritting his teeth, Matthew shouted that he should let go. How dare she do this to her elder? To which she replied that in F-Town she had stood up to people like him countless times, the rich people's opinion that they can buy everything with money. Looking at him, Carrie said that it was disgusting, and he shouted that he gave up. Alex watched what was happening silently. Suddenly, the hero ran out and turned to her. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard his name. The protagonist rushed forward and shouted that violence was bad, he should stop doing it. The hero tripped over a stone and said that he would definitely stop her. Suddenly, Noah's eyes widened in surprise. The guy was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the hero fell on him. The guy winced in pain. Looking at the hero, Carrie asked what the elbow fall was. Pointing at the hero, the girl shouted that he was a cruel guy, hitting his elder with his elbow while falling, to which he replied that no, he just wanted to stop her. Looking at the guy, Carrie said that he was a good boy. This idiot was the first to make a mess here, to which he asked, what's wrong? He's not dead, and she added that if they move him aside a little, he'll wake up later. Looking at them, Alex turned, to which Noah shouted that he was a witness. The girl waved her hand, and someone asked what Alex and Jenny were. The hero let the guy go, hearing that they should get up, both of them, they need to talk. The gym appeared. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked in surprise. Sitting in front of the students, he asked what they knocked out Matthew from the Vipers, to which the girl said that what's more important, he was still continuing to study, does not know what is meant by moderation. Looking straight, Jake heard that he should not worry, they hit him well, to which he said no, but the problem is that he passed out. And Alex said that Noah hit him hard on the head, so there will be no problem with witnesses, to which he said that he thinks later they should come apologize. The protagonist leaned over, hearing that so why they wanted his permission. Can they tell the new students about what happened last year? To which the protagonist asked what kind of atmosphere it was, as if everyone just ignored what happened. Smirking, Jake said that he never thought that he would be the first to talk about it. He was also just thinking about whether to tell Carrie and Noah about everything. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that they had already told them last time that their team had finished last that year. Sitting on the bench, the boy said that but there was a reason for that, a reason unrelated to ability. Looking straight ahead, Jake said that originally the place called the Fantastic Academy was a school for the elite, attended by the children of high-ranking people, and it was the recommendation system and the professor that interrupted this flow. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that they knew that all the students chosen by the professor, the recommendation students, came from cities D, F and Z, to which Noah asked if they were also. A view of the plant opened up. It was said that although City D is now in the process of development, but cities F and Z are too far from this generation and are called undeveloped areas, slums. If you compare them with City A, you can decide that they are completely different worlds. The students showed up. It was heard that because of this, Professor Lai had stirred up trouble in the academy, and forces appeared that opposed the admission on the recommendation of the students from the slums. They even demanded the professor's complete resignation. The professor looked straight. It was said that, but as if disputing all the reproaches, the professor and BKD showed excellent results every year. The students smiled. It was heard that it was the same last year when he was a second-year student. Although their team consisted of 5 people and did not have any substitutes, they had a third-year student who was preparing to become a professional, and 2 newcomers who took first and second place in the student selection exam that year by recommendation. They became such a strong team that they continuously defeated everyone in every competition. The demon appeared. Someone said that their team was discussed as the strongest contender for victory, so their existence could not be ignored by other teams. Looking straight, the guy said that then that incident happened. The students restrained the guy. It was said that one textbook from the first year of study, who joined them together with Alex, suddenly announced his desire to leave the team. The guy left the room. It was said that although everyone tried to dissuade him and convince him, he said only one phrase and left. The guy grinned and said that they should forgive him. He just had to grab the opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Alex said that after that, they heard that he had transferred to another team after receiving a huge amount of money. Standing still, he added that he had betrayed the professor and the team for them. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that until the very beginning of the season, they had not been able to find additional participants and had performed as 4. They had to play in such a composition where there should have been 5, as a result of which they got the very last place. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that the academy was very different from what he thought about it, and there was something else he was thinking about now. The image of the professor appeared and he said that a fight with an enemy whose range of abilities is wider than his. Does he have the spirit with which he can continue to resist even the enemy to whom he is sure that he will lose? A thought appeared that maybe this was the meaning of the question asked by the professor. The images of the students appeared, the thoughts that they had to fight not only with other teams of the academy, but also with the limited glances of people directed at them. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that if this was really so, and then said that although he did not like the guy who betrayed them and abandoned his team, he was also infuriated by the great elite of this school. The protagonist stood still. It was heard that they should not give in to the loud cries that everyone who grew up in unfavorable conditions is a loser. Looking straight ahead, Alex added that if they were to crush them all and win, they would not be able to squeal. Carrie smirked and said that yes, and she was here. The protagonist angrily said that he did not want to lose either. The students looked surprised to hear that he would not lose to other teams of the academy, and was not going to give in to the disdainful glances, to which Janie thought he was cute. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that even though he still lacked strength, he should wait just a little bit. Looking at him, the students heard that he would become an ace at all costs, that he would lead the team. From the phone they heard that the ace's statement, now he can say such speeches, he has already grown up completely. The guy and the girl opened their eyes in surprise and thought that, they are here, what other ace? The protagonist hesitated and asked what he said wrong. Suddenly they began to argue. The girl shouted that in fact she is an ace, to which Alex replied that how could some newbies dare to say such a thing. He is an ace, to which Jake said that it seems that no one has problems, and Jenny asked that he really thinks so. The guy said angrily that if she lost last time, she should know how to tone down her ardor, to which she replied that she would not lose to them in a one-on-one battle, and the protagonist said that he would become an ace. A voice was heard in the building that she should go to the intersection right now. He would show her place. Conversations were heard on the street. The professor was holding a mug in his hand. Matthew grabbed his head and asked why he was in such a place. The hero raised his head up and exclaimed in surprise. A huge hologram appeared above him. Looking at it, he said that it seemed that in a week there would be an opening ceremony of the modern ICS Academy. Apparently they were holding it in the intersection with the party concept. Grinning, the protagonist added that last season it was a 5-on-5 PvP in the world of Heroes of Time. Yes, if you think about it. In recent days he played other games more than GW. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if he should try to train hard in PvP from today. People were sitting at their desks. Looking straight ahead, the professor said that today they would learn about the intersection world. Looking at him, the players heard that the VR world, satisfying many parameters of reality, with the development of the intersection, great changes appeared in human life. Gritting his teeth, Sam said that the biggest of them was the disappearance of spatial restrictions, that is, the birth of the world became possible. Images of people appeared, and he continued that after the appearance of the concept of the world, separate universes with single purposes began to be created, such as the game world, the office world, the banking world, and so on, and so there was a convenience that cannot be compared with reality. The professor raised his hand and said that many economic markets were moved from reality to the intersection, and after that, the world also developed greatly. Stretching out his hand, he added that, for example, if you become the manager of the universe, you can feel like a god. Suddenly, the players began to fall to the ground. Holding the sphere in his hands, Sam said that from now on they would all try to plan the world, in other words, create its design. The hero looked at the sphere, and the professor said that they should try to create their own personal world. The players looked at the spheres. The protagonist put his hand to his face and said that he had absolutely no ideas about what kind of world to make. Sitting on a stone, the hero heard a question about what was happening, to which he answered that there was none at all, and he answered that he had already done it, to which the hero asked again. The landscape appeared. Khan extended his finger forward and said that there was a humidifier over there, because humidity levels are very important during sleep, to which the protagonist said that it seemed that he really liked to sleep. The hero looked at the girl and asked what was interesting. What did she do? Grinning, he added that he would go and take a look. Noah put his hand on the back of his head and apologized. The guy turned around and angrily clenched his teeth. The hero was surprised to hear that he was disgusted. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again. Looking straight ahead, Noah wondered if that was really it. A glow appeared under the people, and he added that he did not know about it before everyone told him, but after he felt something. That no one approached the people from cities D, F, Z. The players looked straight ahead, and the hero thought that the cold looks directed at them were also there. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that these were the prejudices spreading throughout the academy. A few days later, a glow appeared around the hero, the day of the ICS opening ceremony. The players stood still. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. A huge room appeared, and the hero asked that this was the place created by the academy to hold the party. Looking straight ahead, Noah said that it meant that the tables were divided into teams. They definitely had a lot fewer people than other teams. People were holding food in their hands, and the hero thought that, but it seemed that only he cared about it. And the girl said that it was a real buffet of different dishes, to which the other added that she liked it so much that in the intersection there was no need to worry about gaining weight, regardless of how much he ate. The girl looked away, hearing that, as expected from BKD, they were too frivolous. People were standing at the tables. It was heard that let him look at how I grab onto everything, as if I had been starving for several days. They have no manners and nobility. After all, they are unworthy people from the slums. Looking away, the girl said that it would be good if they disappeared from the academy. The players showed a disapproving gesture. The girl angrily clenched her teeth, and the other said that they were scum. Grinning, the main character said that after all, their team members were very persistent. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that he should also follow their example, because yesterday they had determined the direction of their team. The guy pulled out a piece of paper and said that they did not yet know about the teams in the academy. A list of teams appeared, and he added that there was no need to memorize information about all the other 9 teams. Besides them, no one could oppose them if there was not a single mistake on their part. Standing in front of them, the guy said that they only needed to remember 3 teams, to which he was asked again. The owl looked straight ahead. It was said that to begin with, the White Owls, who took first place last year, then their results were overwhelming. This is the strongest team that has never lost. Although the key 12th graders graduated, they say that newbie monsters have joined them, to which the hero replied that this means that this is the team that the king is in. The guy looked to the side. It was said that the second place Vipers Elementals, the team were Matthew, whom they knocked out. For the sake of victory, they will ignore all the rules and will play very dirty. They also have stable basic abilities, so they are a little difficult opponents. The hero was surprised to hear that the most important is the 3rd team. An image of a shark appeared, and the guy said that the 9th place last year, the Metal Sharks, is the team that the guy who betrayed them went to. The girl smirked when she heard that he couldn't compete due to a penalty for changing teams last year, but would have to compete this time when the restriction was lifted, to which she replied that in that case they only had to do one thing. The guy's eyes widened and said that no matter what happened, at least suppress the sharks, he would pay for last year's insult. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The team's emblem appeared, and he said that they were their Metal Sharks. Looking straight ahead, the hero added that the guy who betrayed their team. The guy gritted his teeth, and the hero thought it was Austin. Frowning, the hero added that he was also in the Sharks. The hero was furious and thought that another reason to destroy this team had appeared, and then shouted that he would deal with the Sharks at all costs. Alex's eyes widened in surprise. He froze, looking at the man. The guy smirked and waved his hand. Alex frowned furiously. Standing in the hall, the players heard that attention. They were enjoying the party. Stretching his hand out to the side, the host said that he would be the host and commentator of this ICS. His name was Joe. The hero smirked when he heard that then from now on, the Fantastic Academy Festival. They were starting the opening ceremony of ICS. The hero was surprised to hear that, but before that, wait, he would like to tell them all one piece of news starting this season. They were planning to change the rules of the competition, to which the hero asked that it really wouldn't be GW. Noah angrily clenched his teeth when he heard. Well, he warns in advance, the gear itself this season will also be held in the GW world. The teams lined up opposite each other, and the host said that however, from the standard 5-on-5 PvP mode, it will become the AOS mode. Smiling, Joe asked what he thought. No one needs an explanation, right? Now it is incredibly popular, so there cannot be a student in the academy who has not tried the AOS mode. Looking straight, the students heard that the competition will begin in 1 month. Until then they will need to prepare for the said mode, to which the player said that the world of GW, the AOS mode, after all, they took all the most popular. The guy raised his hand and said that the AOS mode, he never tried it, to which the girl replied that she too. Suddenly, the students turned around in surprise. The protagonist looked away and said that it is not because he does not have friends who would play with him, it is just that he has much more fun playing solo PvP. A thought appeared that he began to talk about his sad past. The girl smirked and said that she was not going to play it until she took first place in PvP, and the hero added that but this is too high a bar. The players looked straight ahead. The thought arose that in any case, everything is like this. The main character smirked and said that probably, and Carrie said that even though it was the first time, there would be no problems. Because she was a genius, the thought arose that stop, that meant that they needed to train these two in just 1 month. The players were sitting near the table. Raising his hand, the man said that this is how. The students turned around. Hearing what was said, Carrie and Noah did not try to play in the MOBA mode, to which they answered that yes, they could not even imagine that there were people who did not play the most popular games and modes. Looking at the man, the guy said that there was only a month left until the competition. What to do? While other teams began to debug their teamwork, they would have to train the guys. The guy was surprised to hear that they had a whole month, so he thought everything would be fine. The man stretched out his hand and said that the MOBA mode also has an intersection as a base, the same way of using the avatar so they can quickly get used to it. 3 days a week, the 5 of them will develop teamwork, and the rest of the days, they will train Carrie and Noah in the MOBA mode. Looking to the side, the students heard that Jake and Janie were on Carrie, and Alex was on Noah. They would be able to explain everything about the mode to them, to which the guy smiled and said that he should leave it to them. The man looked straight ahead and heard that since he was saying so, Professor, a huge tower appeared. Several towers stood nearby. A view of a huge world opened up. The girl grinned, hearing that this was a map of the MOBA mode of the GW world. Standing in front of them, Alex said that then before their training, he would briefly tell them about this mode. This is the teacher's instruction, so let them try their best, to which the hero responded approvingly. Alex said that the essence of the MOBA mode is the storming of the fortress. It is a game in which they pump up the character, suppress the enemy, and win when they destroy his base. The world map appeared, and the guy said that in order to destroy it, it is necessary to destroy the towers standing in front of the base while the front towers are standing. The buildings behind them are in an invincible state. In addition, there are as many as 3 paths by which you can get there, so each team must attack and defend according to the strategy plan. The guards went straight, and he added that the infantrymen periodically appearing from the inhibitor also run along the line towards the enemy base. The guards defended themselves, and Alex said that the tower first attacks the infantrymen. At this moment the players can storm it. In addition, during the killing of enemy infantrymen they receive experience and money and can use them to improve their character. The hero raised his hand and said that he had a question, to which the guy asked what kind, and the girl thought that Alex's style of speech was gradually becoming similar to a professor's assistant. Looking straight ahead, Noah asked if it was possible to not complicate things and just break through only one line with 5 people, to which he was told that it was impossible. The players were given experience, and he added that because if you kill a foot soldier together, the experience received for him is divided, fast pumping becomes impossible. Pumping is one of the key factors for winning in MOBA. Because of this you need to distribute the participants along the lines and collect all the experience, without missing the foot soldiers. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this is the main concept of MOBA games, and now about what the GW world adds to MOBA. An image of a man appeared, and he added that you can use registered items and skills obtained in RPG mode. Alex held out his hand and said that they were allowed to buy them in the MOBA store, except for this one. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard, well, that's it for the MOBA basics, to which he thought it was long. The guy clenched his fist and said that now there will be practice, wish them luck, to which he was told that he worked hard. Carrie's team appeared. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared under the players. The players were in spectator mode and said that this was her first normal game. they would be watching, so let her just play calmly, to which she replied that there was. Looking at her, the guy asked what would go on which lane. The girl smirked and said that she would go in the center, and then thought that no matter how you look at it, the center seems to be the most important. The girl was in the center lane. Looking straight ahead, she asked what does that mean, this is her opponent. The observer said that it would be better to attack with the infantry at first, because if she went forward alone, she would have to face everyone alone, to which she turned to him. The girl grinned and said that there were no problems at all against everyone, or somehow else, because she was confident in her physical strength. The girl rushed forward, someone shouted her name. The enemy asked in surprise what she was attacking alone. The infantryman swung his weapon. Carrie deftly dodged the blows. Suddenly she rushed forward. She struck the infantryman. The observers looked at her in surprise. The girl laughed. Someone said that for sure he felt it when they were playing football. Physically she was at the level of a monster, and she shouted that she would kill them all. The girl's statistics appeared. Looking at her weapon, she said that it was excellent. The girl smirked and said that she was leveling up quickly, to which Carrie replied that she did say that she was a genius. Looking at the menu, the girl heard that she should look at the map. Her teammates noted the request for help. Apparently, a group battle had begun there. If she didn't help, they would lose. Carrie frowned. Looking straight ahead, she said that they had said that MOBA was a mode where the main goal was to destroy the base, to which she was told that it was true, and she added that she seemed to have figured out a way to win unconditionally in this mode. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that wouldn't it be better if, while the group battle was going on, she, having already leveled up, went and destroyed the base. Rushing forward, the girl said that she said so, she was a genius, to which she was told that it was impossible. It was said that it would be better if Carrie experienced it herself. The girl swung her sword. It was said that what an MOBA cannot be defeated by physical force alone. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. Someone said that the first reason too. Suddenly, someone used a fireball, and Carrie asked who would allow themselves to be hit with such a blow. Suddenly, gray smoke appeared in front of her. The girl turned around and shouted about the foot soldiers. The girl raised her hand and said that even if she was strong, she could defend the tower by simply getting rid of the foot soldiers. The tower suddenly fired. Someone said that if there were no foot soldiers, then the player would have to take the strongest blows from the tower himself. The girl leaned over and wheezed. Someone hit her near her. It was said that in the second. Extending her sword forward, Carrie asked what, didn't they have a group battle there? Someone said that MOBA is a team game, and the guy said that she pressed so much and moved alone. Of course, they redistributed the participants. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. Rushing forward, she said that even 3 or 5, it didn't matter to her. It was said that in the third reason. The girl swung her weapon. Suddenly a blow flew to her back. She thought about the fact that the skill returned. Someone said that in the MOBA mode there is a skill that makes it impossible to dodge. Looking at her, the guy shouted that they are attacking now, and the observer said that this time she will learn that it is impossible to win only by physical force. A pink sky appeared. A question arose. I wonder how Noah is doing. Alex looked straight ahead in surprise. It was said that he thinks everything is about the same with them. The guy asked in surprise what. Being in the observers, the guy wondered what this is, this kid. The protagonist stood with a staff in his hands. The hero looked away, and the guy thought that he really was a genius. The team of Noah and Alex appeared. The infantryman repelled the attacks. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is the battle on the MOBA mode line. As he heard, the controls are no different from the RPG mode. Noah grinned and thought that what was interesting was that he started from level 1 in each game, and that the skill and item trees could be changed in each game, meaning that they could all be played differently. So, looking at the menu, he added that great. That would be his next skill, to which he was asked that he was simply standing there and choosing a skill. The girl extended her sword and shouted that she was open. Suddenly, the hero used an ice arrow. The girl looked at the ice, and the hero said that, as he thought, the water on the map also freezes from ice magic. Apparently, it is necessary to properly distribute skills, paying attention to the features of the map. Raising his staff up, the protagonist added that, definitely, because he only plays with people from the academy, it seems that attacking and defending against them is much easier. The protagonist swung and asked what to try or relax a little. The protagonist struck the girl. Looking at this, Alex thought that the use of skills, situational assessment, and other things, he stands out from ordinary players in many ways. But unlike reality, he has a rather dirty style of play, or is this his true appearance? The guy gritted his teeth and thought that if we consider that Carrie's specialty is physical strength, then what is Noah's talent? The protagonist put his hand to his face, and the guy thought that, to be honest, judging by the way they played football, there is a high probability that he will only be able to grab the team by the ankle. Taking this opportunity, we need to check for what reason the professor chose him. Boss raid. If you kill the boss on the map, all team members will be able to get a special buff to capture the fortress, so thanks to it you can overtake other teams, or abruptly change an unfavorable situation. For this reason, all players gather at the place where the boss appears, and this is also the time for a 5-on-5 battle. The players rushed at each other. People fought each other. Grinning, the main character thought that the first general battle, by the way, he plays in a team for the first time. Looking at him, Alex thought that his opponent on the line was not so strong, so he did not see any talent in him. But what will happen during a team battle? The player swung his hand. Having struck, he shouted that he was out of the way. The guy looked forward in surprise. The player grinned, and the guy thought that at this time there were already 2 completed items. With such abilities, he had no place in the room for beginners. The player shouted that after all, destroying weaklings is so fun. The thought appeared that this is really a losing troll. Suddenly a blow flew at the player. Looking at him, the main character said that he hit. Raising his head up, the player asked that there was really one guy with a good striking skill here. Grinning, he said that he was going to break through only along the front, but he would change his plan. Rushing forward, he shouted that he would kill him first. The protagonist looked at him and wondered what his specialty was in melee combat. Stretching his fist forward, the player said that he was nothing compared to Carrie. Alex looked at him in surprise. Sliding on the ground, the player said that he believed he had learned dodging techniques. Rushing forward, he added that but the jump had a 20-second cooldown. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that a mage like him would meet his end when he ran out of dodge. The protagonist looked away. Suddenly, the player was hit. Gritting his teeth, he asked why the tank was here. Looking at him, the guy said no, but he came here. Suddenly, a beam flew at the player. The protagonist extended his staff forward and said that everything worked out as he wanted. Looking straight ahead, Alex asked what the dodge technique appeared. The thought arose that the dodge technique, which is usually used to retreat back, Noah used in the direction where his teammate could help him, as a result of which he received help from a tank who came for treatment. The main character stood on the tower, and the guy added that the most important thing for a player with a long-range attack type during a general battle is to choose a suitable position. It is necessary to use the landscape together with the tank and be able to attack enemies from a place that is difficult for them to attack. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, and the guy thought that this was an accident, how Noah, who was playing MOBA for the first time, could use it. As a child, the withdrawn boy did not like to be in crowded places. At the moment when his shoulders were squeezed, his arms and legs were shaking and cold sweat appeared, the boy was very afraid of what society thought of him, but he needed to become strong. After all, after the head of the family disappeared without a trace, he did not want to make his sick mother worry. Therefore, the boy decided to meet face to face. The hero got up from his desk, he met his fear. Lack of interest and smirks, the looks he met were very far from the terrible scenarios he imagined after he found out there is nothing special about this. And immediately his trembling hands stopped shaking, as if nothing had happened before. That day the boy developed a habit of reading the looks, actions of people around him and evaluating them. The hero looked away. The phrase "look at Nunchai" is also suitable for her. So, at present this habit in MOBA, no, it began to turn into a talent in team games. The player furiously asked how he dared to be distracted, standing in front of him. Suddenly he struck the protagonist. Noah stretched out his hand forward. The player looked at his hand in surprise. Alex opened his eyes in surprise and thought that this was not an accident. The players were fighting, and he added that this kid really. The players attacked, and the guy thought that he was choosing his position, having determined the location of all the people. It was written about the critical ability of the energy explosion, the bomb of compressed mana. Due to the slow speed of the blow, it deals incredible damage, and the hero grinned. Suddenly a bright blue beam appeared. Alex opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that the kid Noah. The players were lying around the hero. The protagonist looked straight ahead, and the guy thought that he really was a genius, to which the hero thought that it was easy, maybe because there were newbies here. A view of a modern building opened up. The students opened their eyes in surprise and asked what, really? Standing in front of them, Alex said that yes, he played a few more times to check, that's for sure, to which he was told that he could detect all the looks of other people even during a difficult team battle. He was incredible. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he thought everyone could do that. Frowning, the guy thought that as expected of a professor, he already knew about abilities that even Noah himself did not know about. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he only tried playing PvP in single-player games, so he did not know, but it seems that he has an aptitude for team games. The protagonist smirked and wondered if he finally found his talent, apart from the sync level. Flashes appeared. The thought arose that according to the guy, with his feature it is best to choose the position of a ranged player. His strength lies in the fact that with the help of high sensitivity and brain work he determines the intentions of all people and can find the safest place, and the name of this art, safe detention. The guy grinned and said that surveillance of Nunchai, this means that Noah has a 10,000th level of surveillance of Nunchai. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Looking at them, the protagonist said that no, this is not safe, to which the guy asked that isn't it incredible that this is possible only thanks to surveillance of nunchai. He can track the mood of many people at once, amazing, and the hero objected. The protagonist frowned angrily and thought that surveillance of nunchai, what kind of names are these for technology? The hero's skills were shown. The synchronization level raises the avatar's sensations in the intersection to the limit. Use is prohibited. Surveillance of nunchai reads the views of both the team and enemies and finds a safe place. Looking at the students, the protagonist thought that he had difficulty finding this talent, and he called it surveillance of nunchai. How long will it be so uncool? Grinning, the protagonist thought that he would not interfere with others with this. Grinning, the guy asked what he thought about it, to which Alex replied that yes, he understood after watching the game of these two. The students looked surprised when they heard what to do with the remaining positions. Grinning, the girl thought that finally the distribution of places, in this team there were positions of the center and bottom line. Obviously, she will take the main role in this game with her good physical training, right? The hero frowned, thinking that although his specialty was spying on nunchai, if possible, he would like to go to the center. Looking down, the boy said that he thought that. Standing in front of the students, Alex said that it would be better if Noah took the center and Carrie took the bottom. The protagonist smiled widely and thought that he was on the center line. It was written that he felt a change in the atmosphere, and the skill spying on nunchai was launched. The hero looked to the side and exclaimed. The girl was standing next to him. Light appeared outside the window. Light penetrated through the crack. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was wonderful. A colorful sky appeared. The students ran forward. Looking at the hero, the boy asked well, how does it feel to wake up in the morning and run? To which the hero replied that it was wonderful. Looking away, the guy said that he didn't think he would suddenly say such a thing, and the protagonist asked that he could train with him from now on. Running next to the hero, Jake asked why he suddenly decided to train with him, to which the hero replied that he heard that he was the most diligent, he was going to do everything possible to become strong. Jake smirked, hearing that his statement about becoming was not empty words. Running forward, the guy said that he was keeping up with him better than he thought, to which the hero replied that yes, the professor told him to properly develop his endurance. After the opening ceremony of SKT, Noah's daily schedule was extremely difficult and did not have a free minute. After training together with Jake, he practiced in MOBA mode, then watched replays of matches with Alex and received feedback from him, and in the remaining time, he constantly asked for sparring with Carrie. Although there was no rest in the schedule he had created, due to Noah's opportunity to find new talent, he enjoyed his diligence in developing his abilities. Looking straight ahead, the man said that in that case, since it seemed that Carrie and Noah had now become well accustomed to the MOBA mode, they would begin the first real battle of the BKD team 5-on-5. Stretching his hand forward, the professor said that, unlike a regular game, communication with comrades is very important in the competition. You need to get used to the signs used by teammates during the game, to which the students responded. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that then let them disperse to the positions they chose, to which the hero thought that positions. The girl stretched her hand forward and asked that she did not understand why she was not in the center. The guy frowned, hearing that at least in physical terms, at least in some other way, she was obviously better than Noah, to which the guy asked that he wanted to say that she was unhappy with the position. Looking at him, the girl replied that she did. The guy sighed heavily. Standing in front of her, Alex asked her what she knew about why there were two people on the bottom line. Frowning, he continued that unlike the middle line, which should have someone who can quickly level up from the start, the bottom line has a person who, although weak in the first minutes, becomes very strong at the end, a player who can develop. The guy gritted his teeth and said that the reason why the team needs to cultivate the bottom player is because. The girl glared at him when she heard that he would be in charge of the entire game in the second half of the battle, in other words, the main character and leader, to which she thought that the main character. The guy lowered his head and said that if she didn't want to, then nothing could be done. He thought that with such developed physical strength she could become the main character, but to which she turned to him and told him to wait. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that she would go down, to which they thought that well done. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that Carrie, after talking to Alex, seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood. Looking straight ahead, the professor asked, well, what will they start? A huge world appeared. A view of the battle opened up. The protagonist grinned and thought that he felt that he was very used to playing on the line. If he only continued, then perhaps winning the competition would not be so impossible. Suddenly, a blue beam flew at the player. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she was caught in mass control. Smiling, the hero thought that this would be the first kill. Suddenly, a blow flew at Noah. The hero was wounded and he wheezed. Looking at the opponents, he thought that he was so focused on the battle on the line that he did not think about the enemy hunter. He would die. Darkness fell. Someone said that no matter what. Alex spread his arms out to the sides and said that these two have to be looked after a lot. The protagonist smirked slightly. The guy looked away when he heard his name. Alex gritted his teeth and said that he had sent him a sign that the enemy was approaching. He had told him to train and watch the map. The more the hero got used to the MOBA mode, the more he felt how incredible the elders were. For starters, the stupid pillar of the team standing in the top position, Jake. Always making an effort, the tank Jake does not die in most battles, even when he is stormed by opponents. As a strong player, he is the backbone of the team. And Jenny, who is in the support position. As an assistant, she takes care of Carrie, a developing player, and throughout the game complements the rest of the participants. Thinking about her teammates, she uses the abilities they need at the right time. And the last one, although a second-year student, is the team dispatcher Alex. Alex, who is gaining experience and gold in the monster zone and takes the position of a hunter, wanders around the map and acts in such a way that the game on all lines is as easy as possible. In addition, as a team tactician, he shares what is happening, makes a plan, and leads the team in a winning strategy. The player opened his eyes in surprise. A cry was heard that now, yes. Suddenly, a devastating explosion occurred. The defeated opponents lay on the ground. Alex gritted his teeth and said that he went to another line. As soon as he finished this game, he would comment on it again to him. To which the hero responded, and then thought that the elders are definitely very strong. With such a team they can win. A long corridor appeared. The guy opened the door and turned to the guys. Pulling out a sheet of paper forward, he said that the competition schedule was published. Looking straight ahead, the main character said that then their first opponent. The guy grinned and said that they should wait for it with impatience. The battle of teams appeared. Looking at the sheet, the guy said that the opponents of the first competition, who took second place last year, were the Elemental Vipers. Grinning, the guy asked what, said that it seemed that such an opponent would be enough to tell the whole world about them, to which the hero asked again. And he added that he did not know. SKT is shown via the internet broadcasting all over the world, and Noah thought that it was really burdensome. The girl warmed her fists and said that these are the guys about whom he told last time that they acted very cowardly, asked that maybe she should go and deal with them. To which she was told that everything would be fine this year, because last time the Vipers used cunning under the strong influence of their then captain. The map appeared, and the hero asked what then, which means he has already graduated. That is, this year the captain, and Jake said that probably a third-year student Matthew. Looking at the sheet, Alex said that the captain of the Vipers is not Matthew, and the girl asked what it was. Looking at the names of the participants, the guy asked what Royd, who is it? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was Royd. The students turned around, hearing that he also entered with them on recommendation. The thought arose that the captain was from the 10th grade. Matthew opened his eyes in surprise. Lowering his head, he thought, what the hell, why is he here? The students stood in a row, and he added that the 10th grade could not get this rank. The guy looked at the sheet and said that BKD means a team in which there is a guy who defeated an S-rank player. Suddenly, the guy crumpled the sheet and said that it was interesting. The protagonist and the girl looked straight ahead. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked what and why there were so many things in the room, and the guy said that it was strange. He was sure that there should be a spare uniform somewhere here. Noah thought about the fact that they came to get a uniform and saw a bunch of stuff here. The robot was in a box, and someone asked that it worked. Looking to the side, the guy asked what about this one, said that most likely, if you put artificial intelligence in it, it will move. But now it is just an empty tin can. Before his hobby was collecting robots, almost always it was based on personal satisfaction, and it was like collecting dolls. Looking at the robot, the protagonist heard that when he came to the academy as an assistant to the professor, he got rid of all of them, but this one is exclusive, so he still could not sell it, to which the hero thought that it was exclusive. Holding the jacket in his hands, the guy said that he found it, and someone asked what he was saying, that if you put artificial intelligence in it, it will be able to move. Looking to the side, he replied that it is so, however. Looking at the hero, Kim asked why he suddenly started speaking rather impolitely, said that even though he looks like that, but to address him like that, to which the hero replied that it was not he who said that. He told him not to stick his head out during the day. The protagonist lowered his head down. Looking at the phone, the assistant said that this means so. The hero held out the phone. A question was heard. What does he want to say? What did he say a little earlier? And from the phone it was heard that he is Noah's guardian, counting on them. Grinning, the guy said that this means so. He transferred the artificial intelligence to the phone, and the robot said that their Noah, who still lacks a lot, does not measure up to the modern world, and he added that judging by how freely he speaks, this is an incredibly advanced artificial intelligence. From the phone it was heard that he was just tired of sitting in the phone, how well everything turned out. The guy frowned when he heard that he could use that body for a while, and the handsome gentleman, to which he thought, handsome, yes, this artificial intelligence understands people. A robot appeared. Stretching his hand to the side, he said that this body is much better than the 5-year-old model that he used before. After all, expensive things are good. Looking at the students, he objected. The students lowered their heads down, and he asked what they were all staring at the first time they saw a robot move. The girl shouted that he was a cutie, and the main character said that T1 would not cause any inconvenience, to which the assistant replied that everything was fine, the body was already lying around idle, it would be better to use it at least like this. The girl held the robot. It was said that he lived with this robot since childhood, does not think that he also wants to personally watch its performance. Besides, when the team has a mascot, it is wonderful. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that in any case he was very sorry, to which the guy replied that in such moments just gratitude is enough. After all, he feels the reaction of others very well. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what it meant. The competition was starting tomorrow. A huge stadium appeared, and Noah added that he would definitely win. Grinning, the host greeted everyone. Holding the microphone in his hands, he said that he was introducing himself to them for the first time. He was a commentator and part-time host, and the other said that he was an analyst of the competition. The stadium was on an island. It was said that they were also at the annual festival of the SKT Fantasy Academy. The first competition was decided to be held on the floating islands of the fantasy. The players raised their hands up. It was heard that the dear spectators waiting for SKT wanted to assure them that they would not regret coming to watch this season. The man was watching the stadium. He heard, well, then before the match the director will give a parting speech. Lowering his head, the man said that he is one of the ardent fans of SKT. You could say that watching the abilities of the students of their academy is his only joy. The man was standing on the tower. Someone said that through their game he is given the strength that the players apply to these competitions, their blood and sweat penetrating his soul, and at some point he realized that he had already become their fan. The man appeared on the screen. It was said that, however, no matter how cruel it was, only one team will win. The hero raised his head and heard that he hopes he will show all his passion through the game, so that in the future he will not regret anything. Hearing that, then he will ask two teams to come out, which will play the first match. The guy said that they are going. The players began to move straight. The players went straight. The host said about the G team. The protagonist's team moved forward. He heard about the BKD team. The players stood in front of each other. Someone said that they should greet these two teams with their loud applause. A huge stadium appeared. The hero took off his glasses and was surprised. Looking at the opponents, he thought that he was sure that they came to the Academy Stadium, but he could see the Intersection Stadium. A projector appeared, and the hero added that, in addition, the 3D projectors installed on the walls of this place make it so that they can be seen from the intersection correctly. Grinning, Noah thought that this is the scope of SKT, incredible. The guy looked straight ahead angrily. Clutching his head, he thought that his head suddenly began to split. The man grinned and said that this year he somehow managed to recruit a sufficient number of participants, although, of course, it seems to him that everything will be the same as last year. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he will hope for the opportunity to hold an interesting competition. After shaking the man's hand, the professor said he wasn't sure if he would be interested in this. The professor grinned and added that, in fact, his guys were so strong that they would exceed all their expectations. Gritting his teeth, the man asked how his mouth even dared. The hero grinned and thought that it seemed like this was the first time he saw the professor engage in a verbal battle. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that his real name was Noah. He was 16 years old. He graduated from the first middle school in D-City. Grinning, the guy added that he lost his parents early and all this time lived with one robot as a house assistant, asked why he was an unhappy boy and the head of the family. The hero gritted his teeth and asked how he was. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was counting on him in this competition. Suddenly, the girl in front of him grinned. Looking at him, she said that she offered to shut up nicely while she beat him up, hit him in the mouth and his jaw would fly out. Someone stretched out his hand to the side. Smiling, the guy said that here she is, the most active of the slums of City F, and she really is not afraid of anything. The players looked straight. It was said that he believed that her life was worth pennies since she did not feel sorry for her at all. The host said loudly that an incredible psychological battle was unfolding between the two teams. It seemed that they would be able to see a hot match as befits the first fights. The players stood near the capsules. It was heard that, well, they will begin the competition, and the guy said that he should not lose determination. They just want to mentally put pressure on them before the fight. Alex turned to the hero in surprise. Gritting his teeth angrily, the protagonist thought about what was so annoying. He had lost heart without noticing it. Clenching his fist, he added that he would take revenge on them for this during the game, and Alex thought that the boy had changed a lot too. Raising his finger up, the host shouted that from now on. The host loudly said that the long-awaited first SKT match. The players looked at each other. The host shouted that they were starting. A view of the starting base opened up. The protagonist looked at the windows. It was heard that everyone would try, to which the hero responded approvingly. The protagonist frowned slightly. A view of the skull opened up. The guy in front of him waved his hand. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was no longer worried. Looking at him, the player thought that judging by the fact that he was not scared, it seems that he is much more determined than it seems at first glance. The guy grinned and asked, what then, should he test the abilities of the one who managed to defeat the player? The game map appeared. The stadium could hear that the battle between BKD and G had just begun. The host looked away and asked what they thought of this fight, to which the analyst replied that he thought the most important part of it would be the battles on the lines. The monsters looked at each other. It was said that judging by the types of professions, it seemed that BKD would be in a slightly more advantageous position. But he was looking forward to the development of G. If only at the stage of the battles of the lines G could calmly improve their abilities, then he thought they would be able to tip the scales in his favor. The infantrymen fought among themselves, and the host said that they should carefully watch the key moments of the battles on the lines. The player summoned a skeleton hound. It was written that he summoned a skeleton hound by borrowing the power of a necromancer, and he thought that it was. The hero stretched out his hand and thought that even when he fights on the line with a pumped up mage, it does not cause him much inconvenience. But from the very beginning it seems that the guy is very inexperienced in them. They want to say that this idiot defeated that one. Looking to the side, the guy thought that, well, it does not matter because in any case he was going to trample him too, and then said that let him start little by little, to which he was answered approvingly. Suddenly the player swung his weapon. The girl looked forward in surprise. Suddenly a blow flew at her. The host said that the bottom line of G is boldly trying to carry out an attack, and Carrie turned to her. Smirking, the girl replied that everything is fine. The foot soldiers looked straight. It was said that the price for not getting rid of the mobs, but first attacking them, will be that. It was written that the allied hero was attacked, and the target of the mobs was changed. The infantrymen moved straight. Someone said that they were using it to their advantage. The players stood opposite each other. It was said that the G support, due to his rash attack, was hit by a group of mobs. The player who had much less energy decided to go back to recover. BKD, in the battle on the bottom line they had an advantage. Grinning, the protagonist thought, great, their team. The hero held a staff in his hands. He heard that he saw an enemy from the jungle at the top of the map can use Gang King. Let them be careful. To which the hero responded approvingly. In MOBA there is a system due to which a distant enemy becomes invisible, so you always need to be prepared and watch from which side the jungle player from the opposing team will appear. When the battle on the line takes place, it is necessary to outline the territory that the forester can attack. Do not step behind this line. This is the basis of precaution, so as not to get into such a situation. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that if Alex's information was to be believed, the jungler should come out from the left side. He only needed to stick to this line, and then he could continue the battle. Hearing the sound, the hero looked at him in surprise. Grinning, the player asked that he really thought that the jungler would come from above. The hero looked away, hearing that he was a simpleton. Suddenly, a blow flew at the protagonist. Noah winced in pain and thought, why? Bending over, he added that the enemy support was here. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that not only a jungle player could come for Gang King. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that he would gratefully accept the first kill. The host shouted that the first kill of this match, the first kill was for G. Looking straight ahead, the host asked what like them. The game map was shown. It was said that the attack of the WANZ player from the bottom lane happened because he disguised his return to the base. He did it in order not to go down, but immediately go to the center and make a surprise attack. The guy smirked, hearing that here you can clearly see the strategy prepared by the G team. The protagonist was in the respawn waiting room. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he never thought that the support would come at such a moment. He had no idea at all. He had planned to do this from the very beginning. Frowning, he added that if you think about it, just now his death was the first in this game, then the whole world saw how he died the very first. There were 0 seconds left until the respawn. The girl said that let him forgive her. She thought that he would immediately come down, and the player said that everything was fine, so they will focus. The main character angrily gritted his teeth and said that yes, he would focus, and then thought that he would repay this death with victory. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in surprise. The main character pulled his staff forward. A thought appeared that this means that he took a position near the tower and became more careful than before. Is he really going to play as carefully as possible so as not to get caught again? Looking straight ahead, the player thought that he did not know about the others, but the MOBA mode suits him. The essence of the battle on the line is dominance. If you push the mobs back in advance, then you can leave the line without any damage before their next wave arrives. If he leaves the line, then the enemy will think so, or he went to another line, or went into someone else's jungle with the jungler. If this happens, then the players of the top and the enemy jungle will have to be more careful, and Jake heard that the center disappeared, to which he replied that he understood and thought that it was a pity at such a moment he could suppress him. The player took a step forward. The thought appeared that in addition, their team starts the real game from the moment of purchasing items. The host exclaimed in surprise. Alex stood in front of the players. It was said that the G took their experience points and gold in the BKD jungle, and the guy thought that and when the enemy support managed to get here again. The players stood opposite each other. It was said that at some point it turned out that the entire G team gathered in the center and attacked him. A shine in the east, a shine in the west, moving back and forth, the G team showed their excellent unification speed. The sphere moved straight. It was said that they continued to outperform their opponents. Siller grinned and thought that their strategy was in maneuverability. All team members bought items related to increasing speed in the store. The tail of the snake appeared. The thought arose that, obeying Royd's leadership, participants with excellent mobility move systematically without a single doubt. The snake grabbed the demon. Someone thought that because of which the enemy feels the effect of an endlessly growing snowball and is strangled. Looking straight ahead, Alex said that from now on they will go into the enemy jungle and provoke them into a fight. Looking at the wolf, he said that it seems that they have prepared items related to speed. If this continues, they will just wander around, and the game will end in the meantime. Now that they have achieved a sufficient level and equipment, it is necessary to create a turning point before the difference between them increases even more. Alex said that he should go to the jungle, where it will be easy to help him, and provoke them, to which Jake responded approvingly. And the guy added that the hero should wait in a position from which he can quickly join him, to which the hero responded. It was said that they will take control of losing and winning this fight. Smiling, the guy said that most likely they think so. The window heard that the enemy hunter had entered their jungle. He grinned and thought that it was obvious that they were trying to provoke them into a fight, and then said that Plan C4, everyone act, to which they responded approvingly. A map appeared, and the thought arose that if he entered the jungle, then most likely he asked the top or the center for help. They can endlessly go to the monsters. The players rushed forward, and the guy thought that how many participants they send there, so many of them will be in another place. They, on the contrary, will create a 4x2 structure from below. Memories appeared, and he added that he was not going to waste time on such a useless team, because in any case his goal is to pay off the debt received during the exam. The girl looked away and turned to Carrie. Carrie looked away in surprise. Two players appeared in front of the girl. The guy grinned and thought that the game would end there. Smiling widely, Alex asked what he probably thought. Raising his hand, the guy said that they all underestimated them too much. Suddenly, an ice spear flew at the player. The guy looked away and asked what. The main character stood in front of him. The hero frowned angrily, and he asked why he was here. A battle map appeared. A few days ago, folding his arms, the guy asked if he could read the enemy's intentions using nunchai surveillance. The hero asked again in surprise, if it were possible, wouldn't that already be considered a superpower? Standing in front of him, Alex said that he didn't mean that. He was asking if he felt anything when he watched others' reactions, to which the protagonist replied, well, he could only, for example, understand the direction of their gaze. Looking away, Noah said that they would allow Amanda and Carrie, who were behind him. Turning around, the protagonist said that even though they were playing with each other, Jenny's gaze was fixed on the snacks. Could it be that she wanted to eat them? The guy looked straight ahead. Suddenly, he picked up the plate and said that in a minute, to which she asked what he was doing. Looking up, the girl shouted that she was only going to try one thing, to give it back quickly, to which Alex thought that indeed, they had been talking for some time, but he continued to watch other people's gazes. A bump appeared on the guy's head. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that they would then conduct several tests to see if he could use it in the game. From now on, he would be required to read the opponent's gazes, and they would try to fight as his intuition would suggest. Looking straight ahead, Noah thought that after that, as a result of many tests with Alex, they determined that his guesses were 80% correct. The protagonist watched the battle and thought that he was reading the enemy's intentions through his gaze. The guy looked to the left, then he looked to the right. The infantrymen were fighting among themselves. Suddenly, the beast jumped on the infantryman. He abruptly struck him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the place Royd most often looked at after Alex entered enemy territory had disappeared. The player took a step forward. The protagonist rushed straight ahead and thought that this was the bottom. An ice spear flew at the player. The hero extended his hand forward and grinned. Clenching his fist, the hero thought he had read it properly, and the girls praised him. The hosts looked ahead in surprise and talked about the sudden support from the player Noah. The players were standing near the tower. It was said that the attackers were 4 from the G and 3 with a tower from the BKD. What would this fight lead to? Looking to the side, the guy shouted that they should not pay attention to the tower. They would have an advantage if they killed the range faster and got out of the tower's reach. Let them overwhelm them with all the skills they had. The player used the obsession of the dead. During the use of the skill within a certain area, the enemy is subjected to the state of binding for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the girl used the last blow. After aiming the enemy, a powerful arrow is fired. The player used the Holy Judgment. Lightning accumulates in the hammer and it inflicts severe damage. The girl looked ahead in fear. Suddenly, someone struck in front of her. She turned to the girl in surprise, to which she was told to cover. Rushing forward, Carrie shouted that they should leave it to her. The player looked at her in surprise and asked. A blow flew at her and she asked why the ranged was running here. The girl abruptly struck her. The player slid along the ground. Carrie pointed the crossbow at her. Grinning, she said that in fact she was more confident in close combat. The players struck each other. The players eliminated each other. The players began to run away. It was said that the players from the G team died under the attacks of the tower and BKD. With a kill score of 2-1, the BKD team begins to break ahead. The guy grinned and said that this is not the end. The player turned around in surprise. The battle map appeared, and the host said that the player Alex, who entered the enemy jungle, is trying to lead near the tower. Turning around, the guy said, "Damn," and heard the player Matthew, who had been near the tower all this time. Suddenly he found himself in a 2-on-1 battle. The host grinned and said that the player Matthew was dead. The BKD team, they had reached incredible heights at one point. The players showed up, and the host said that the BKD team was showing us an amazing game, and even made us think that their results last year were a lie. Looking straight ahead, the robot exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the assistant, the robot asked if Noah was doing well, to which he replied that yes, and he, therefore, had never watched the games. A little earlier Noah had made a turning point. This is really incredible. Looking straight ahead, the robot said that that's how it is. He is glad that he is helping the team. The professor remained silent. Jake, the pillar of the team, has been pressing on the opponent's towers from the very beginning of the game and getting rid of them. If he had not stood firm, the game could have ended quickly. Jenny, who in every dangerous situation makes a super save, she reduces the damage directed at the team. And Alex, who created this whole situation. This plan was created incredibly quickly and situationally. Alex definitely knows how to win. No matter how many times he watched, he was always amazed by his tactical abilities. The professor grinned slightly and thought that maybe these three are getting rid of last year's sadness. The players fought. It was said that BKD was pushing the enemy without any obstacles, taking the advantage from below as a basis. They quickly broke through the line and began to go out. The guard was destroyed, and the host said that BKD broke the guard of the second line of defense. The guy angrily clenched his teeth, hearing that they were already attacking the central barracks of the G team. Looking to the side, Alex turned to Jake. Looking straight ahead, he asked what he remembered, how they lost to the G team last year, to which he asked how he cried after the match ended, and the guy said no, he didn't mean that. Looking away, the guy heard that the spectators they saw after the game ended, to which he said that of course he remembered. The players stood still. It was said that the quiet and cold stadium that did not emit happy shouts and was not happy. That moment seemed like hell. Even he found it very difficult to restrain himself. Looking straight ahead, Alex said that he seemed to hate losing the most, not only to the team in front of them, but also to the academy and the spectators, and the guy asked that the latter were also his opponents. The guy gritted his teeth and said that because he was going to make it so that they would have no choice but to scream happily. Gathering together, the guy said that they would end the game with this 5-on-5 fight. They interviewed players from other teams. Hearing the question that BKD versus G, who do they think will win? Dante asked what BKD, isn't that the team that took the last place last year? The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that of course BKD can't win against those that took second place last year. They start with an uninteresting match from the very opening. Smiling, Vincent said that he thinks that G will win by a large margin. Olivia looked away and asked that BKD is the team of losers. Of course G will win. Looking straight ahead, the guy said G will win. The girl said the name of the team. The host shouted that they are pushing them back without a break. The players grinned, and the host said that the BKD team. The team rushed straight ahead. It was heard that at some point they had already begun to storm the tower in front of the barracks. The blows flew at the tower, and the host said that the G tower was collapsing. The guy gritted his teeth and said, damn, it seemed that the G only had barracks and a nexus left. Looking straight ahead, the guy wondered what they thought. They would surrender in such a place. They could turn everything upside down by winning the fight. There was a way. The players attacked the towers. The thought arose that they would use the one waiting on the other side and open the initiation. The hero extended his hand forward and thought that if they started by killing the ranged one, they would be able to win the fight. The hero raised his staff. The thought arose that the target was the mage who was wounded at the beginning of the game. This guy this time too. The protagonist turned his head to the side. The hero turned to the girl and shouted that she should look back, to which the player asked how it was. Having hit him, the girl shouted that it was excellent, the master of surveillance nunchai. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he shouldn't call it nunchai surveillance. Suddenly, the protagonist used a firewall. The guy lowered his head and asked what that bastard said. He was definitely the weakest in the game on the line. The protagonist threw his staff over his shoulder and thought that the atmosphere around him had changed after the fight had started. The hero looked ahead in surprise and thought that he needed to concentrate. He couldn't relax because he had caught only one person. Looking at the battle, he added what the enemies were planning and how their team should act. He needed to determine all of this. The players were standing on small islands. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that he needed to find a safe situation and attack from afar as much as possible. Alex was fighting, and the protagonist thought that he would do everything to win, be it nunchai surveillance or something else. An ice spear suddenly flew at the player. The protagonist eliminated the player, and the guy opened his eyes in surprise. They were not careless. Before the fight with them, they even carefully checked the information about BKD, 3 students from last year. Not counting the second year, do not differ in outstanding abilities. Only 2 newcomers appeared, but their skills in the game on the line were simply terrible. They will easily rise, defeating such a team, and he will pay him back for that humiliation, so he thought. But the hero stretched out his hand forward. The thought appeared that these bastards. Blue beams appeared from the hero's hand. The players looked straight ahead in surprise. The blue beam rushed forward, and he added that he was stronger than he imagined. The main character stood still. The team looked ahead. Looking surprised, Jake asked what a quadra-kill, to which the girl said that it meant that. Alex asked in surprise what he was doing, to which the hero asked again. The guy froze in fear. It was said that a pentakill was just asking for it. Let him catch this idiot. The guy was looking ahead, and Jake yelled that they needed to allow one more kill so they could just hold him, and Alex said they could get rid of the 2 dogs in front of him. The player gritted his teeth angrily, and the hero asked what he should do since he had no mana, and they told him it didn't matter and he should swing his staff and hit him. The players suddenly rushed forward. The host leaned on the table and exclaimed in surprise. The host's eyes widened and said that there had been a pentakill in the first SKT opening match. The hero had eliminated the last player. A stadium on an island appeared. The robot, looking straight ahead, asked again. The assistant grinned and said he had killed 5 players in a row, to which the robot asked if that was unbelievable, and he replied that of course a pentakill is not that easy. The hero appeared on the screen and it said a pentakill, and player Noah from BKD registered a pentakill. The audience looked at the screen. It was heard that the BKD, having caught all 5G, were now destroying the barracks. The guy frowned, hearing that they had destroyed the twin towers and the BKD was rapidly moving towards the nexus. The professor clenched his fist. Someone shouted that in here. Beams emanated from the tower. It was heard that the nexus was destroyed. The hero took hold of his helmet. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he could not imagine that he would make the first pentakill in his life in a competition. Thanks to this, everyone would forget that he was killed first. The hero looked straight ahead. Walking forward, the hero said that these joyful cries of the audience seemed to be heard throughout his entire body. Looking straight ahead, Alex turned to the guy, to which he grinned. Alex lowered his head and said that they would often enjoy this spectacle from now on, to which Jake asked what was wrong. He thought they would lose. He thought that in any case, he said that he could still cry. The girl hugged her ally. The guy angrily hit the capsule. The stadium appeared. It was said that the first opening match was held between BKD and G. Victory for BKD. Bella smirked and asked that they had fun watching the opening ceremony of SKT. Holding the microphone in her hands, she added that BKD versus G, they will interview the MVP who made this game interesting. The hero nervously said hello, hearing that the player Noah is from BKD. Smirking, the girl said that she thinks he is nervous because he is being interviewed for the first time, to which the protagonist thought that people from all over the world are watching him. Looking at the hero, Bella said that after the clash in this fight, BKD won, asked that he was confident in victory over G, who took second place last year, to which he replied that their guys tried hard. He thought that they would win. The hero got nervous, hearing that he got the first death, the first victory, and even the first pentakill of this competition. He achieved many championships. Could he tell about his impressions? To which the hero replied that he liked it, and she added that he could relax a little. Bella brought the microphone to the hero, asked that then at the end she could ask him to warn other teams that will meet him. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. The students looked at him, and the hero thought that to warn, most likely, what he was about to say would become the motto of their team. The protagonist froze. The protagonist sighed heavily and thought that no one in the academy or in the world should underestimate them. The protagonist bit his tongue and shouted at them. The news came out that Noah, the player who graced the first game of SKT's opening, bit his tongue during an interview. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, so it became known that there were no concerns about his inability to participate in the next match. The robot and the girl looked straight ahead. The girl lowered her head and said that they wrote that he was shaking during the entire interview, and then he simply bit his tongue and left from there, to which Jake replied that it was his first time, so of course he was nervous. Let them not make fun of him too much. Looking up, the protagonist thought that it was interesting why everything always ends this way for him. The professor grinned and said that they all tried hard. He thought that it was a great match that told the world about BKD, an incredibly valuable victory. The girl smirked and said that it was so nice to see the audience chanting BKD, and Alex said that next time he would make it so that they would have no choice but to shout their team name. A room appeared. Someone said that there was still time until the next match, so they should watch their condition well, to which they responded. The professor turned around, hearing him listen. The protagonist looked at him. Lowering his head, Noah said that he would like to consult with him. Standing in front of the hero, the professor said what it meant. Looking at him, Lee asked what he was saying, that he wanted to play better on the line, to which Noah replied that he just felt like he was causing problems for the guys on the team, to which the professor thought that he began to evaluate himself. This is a good sign. Looking straight, the hero asked if there was a way, to which he was answered that there was. Holding the sphere in his hands, the professor said that he was creating a training world on his own. The man asked that he had attended classes on world design, to which the hero asked that the ones taught by the G-Team coach, Professor Sam, said that yes, if you create a world for training the game on the line, he is sure that it will become much more convenient. The hero smiled, hearing that he would try to make his own world in which he could train battles on the line, to which the hero replied that he did. The training base appeared. The professor looked straight ahead. Colors appeared on the battlefield. The professor looked ahead in surprise. The image of a robot appeared. The robots surrounded the hero and the professor. The man frowned at what he saw. Grinning, the protagonist asked what he thought. This is a training world he created, to which the professor said that he had built a lot of towers, and he added that he thought that if he could pass them all, then his game on the line would definitely get better, and the professor said that his zeal was commendable, but he had created a bad space, to which the hero asked again in surprise. Looking at the sphere, the man thought that he was worried about Noah's grades in world design and said that he would tell him about the essence of simple worlds. Looking at the map, the man added that first of all, a goal was needed for which it would be used. Their goal was a parade ground for training the game on the line. It was necessary to purchase a source of the GW world in the internal store of the intersection. The professor ran his finger and said that, and then in this source, cut off the inconvenient moments. The man frowned and said that since they wanted to train the line, everything would be fine even if there was only one, the first tower, and if the victory condition was changed to destroying the first tower or killing the enemy. Holding the sphere in his hands, the man said that the world for training the battle in the middle was ready. The hero asked in surprise what to do with the opponent for training, to which the man replied that there was no problem with that either. Pointing upward, the man said that he had a database of collected data on players. A view of the list of players opened, and he added that it was possible to make a bot on them and train, to which the hero said that there was data on the members of the BKD and him. Grinning, the professor said that he could choose whoever he wanted. An unknown player appeared. It was said that only this player had unknown written instead of a nickname. The professor frowned and said that the thing is that the information about his nickname disappeared. This is old data, so he does not recommend them, to which the protagonist asked that it is not necessary to confront only one person. Grinning, the protagonist asked that then he can choose him first, said that he will win today over this unknown and move on to other saved data. The professor suddenly froze. Closing his eyes, he said that they will do so. A view of the central line opened. Standing on it, the protagonist said that here really is only she. The protagonist looked straight. An image appeared in front of him and he said that this is a bot of the Nameless. The hero gritted his teeth and said that he needed to win faster and move on to the next data. The basis of the battle on the line is not to fall under the attacks of mobs. To go forward together with mobs is the basis of the basics. Suddenly the Nameless rushed to the hero. The protagonist looked at the sword in surprise. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Noah thought that an attack at such a moment, he does not attract attacks from the towers, calculated that he had just gone out of their line of sight. The Nameless jumped aside sharply, and the hero thought that this guy. The player looked straight ahead, and the protagonist added that he was strong. The professor was sitting at the table. The hero grinned and asked that then he could choose him first. He would defeat this unknown today and move on to other saved data, to which the man said that one day he was looking forward to it, but still could not behave like an adult. The professor gritted his teeth and said that defeating his past would not be so easy. A colorful sky appeared. Suddenly it got dark outside. A view of the capsules opened up. Someone said that it was incredible. The hero took off his glasses and said that he had played 79 times since the morning, but during that time he had never been able to hurt him, asked what kind of playing style it was. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was too different from what he had learned, but it was the strongest of all the lane fights he had ever watched, asked who this unknown person was. The hero put the card to the lock. Looking straight ahead, Noah said that he had told the professor that he would finish during the day. If Carrie found out, he would definitely make fun of him. He had to defeat him at least through persistence. The hero was surprised to hear that it was him. The guy grinned and asked why he had been training until late, to which the hero thought, what a scary person. Walking to the hero, he said that he was still different from Alex, to which the hero asked that he knew Alex, and he replied that yes, he was also in his second year of study. Hugging the hero, the guy said that the first pentakill at the competition, and he is cool, he became his fan. Walking along the corridor, the guy said that how timely, in general, he and Alex had a little fight, so now they do not have a very good relationship. He thinks Alex also quarrels with his friends. Looking down, the guy said that he wants to make peace with him. There was a misunderstanding, but he does not listen to him at all, asked that Alex is very stubborn. The hero grinned and asked what he thinks. The image of the guy appeared. A question was heard that doesn't he grumble a lot, to which the hero replied that well, he swears quite often. The guy added that he strangles others with his pedantry, and the main character said that Alex is a little scary. Turning his head to the side, the guy said that after all, he does not change at all. Waving his hand, he added that he would support them at the next match. Forward BKD, let Alex also tell him that he is for them, to which the hero thanked him. The hero exclaimed in surprise and said that he did not say his name. A view of the stadium opened up. The guy grinned, and they asked him why he was laughing. Leaning against the wall, the guy said that he would take the uniform and quickly leave. If he was late again, he will not wait any longer, to which he apologized. Austin gritted his teeth and said that in any case. The guy put on his jacket and said that it felt like for the first time in a long time he met a person from his homeland. Loki grinned slightly. Looking straight ahead, he said that he thinks everyone misses him a lot. A view of the stadium opened up. Running straight ahead, the guy asked if he was overexerting himself lately, to which the protagonist asked again. Looking at him, Jake said that he trains physical strength with him every day, and as far as he knows, he also practices with the professor. The protagonist rushed forward and said that no problem, he is having fun improving his abilities, to which the guy said that today they will need to go watch other teams compete, so let him not overexert himself too much. And the hero responded approvingly. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what needs to be done to play well in lane battles, to which the guy replied that the way to stand well in the lane. The guy asked that he does not think that it is willpower, to which the hero said that it is willpower, I understand, he will try to use it. The protagonist frowned. It was written that the results of battles with the nameless are 0 wins, 179 losses, updated plus 32 losses. The hero grabbed his face and said that willpower was not enough after all. A huge stadium appeared. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Sitting on a bench, the girl said that this is how he feels when he comes to the stadium as a spectator, to which the guy asked what and he was watching for the first time, and the hero answered that yes. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that everyone should watch carefully, today's match is definitely worth watching. The hero turned around and answered approvingly. The host smiled and turned to the audience, and then said that he welcomed them. He was Joe, a commentator, and the other introduced himself as an analyst. A huge stadium appeared. It was said that here came the day of the last match of the first week of SKT. Let them remember that after the end of today's game they will have a 2-day break. The players stood opposite each other. It was said that well, today they will meet 2 teams. The team's coat of arms appeared, and the host said that it consisted only of 2nd and 3rd year students, took an honorable 3rd place in the tournament table last year, a contender for victory. The man grinned. It was said that the team was the Liberated Wolves. The players looked at each other. It was said that the opposing team was none other than. Alex looked in surprise. The players looked to the side. It was heard that the team was the Metal Sharks. The guy grinned, hearing that due to some problems with the composition, the Metal Sharks completely replaced him. This is an absolutely new team, with the exception of the 2nd year team captain, the player Loki. The team rosters appeared, and the host said that 2 incredibly contrasting teams. It will be very interesting to watch the rivalry between Ma and OV. The girl asked in surprise what Loki, and the hero said that isn't that older Alex's friend. Looking at the hero angrily, the guy asked who said that they were friends with that freak, so he shouldn't associate him with that scum, to which the hero grinned. Looking straight at him, Alex said that he was the traitor they talked about last time, and then thought that he really had called the first years to his team in a hurry, which he had run away to, betraying them. Loki spread his arms out to the sides, and he added that this was the chance he had talked about, and the guy asked that, well, they weren't too worried. Looking at the players, he said that there was no need to be afraid because everyone on the other team was in their 2nd or 3rd year. The guy gritted his teeth and asked if everything would really be okay, to which he replied that they were such cowards. Loki hugged the guy and said that they should just do as they did in training, then there would be no problems. They wouldn't make mistakes because of their fear. He understood, to which the guy responded approvingly. The guy looked away angrily. The team rosters were shown, and the host said that well, then the battle between OV and Ma begins. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Looking at the player, the protagonist said that Austin, so he is also a mid. With his arms folded, Alex asked that he knows this guy, to which the hero replied that he is from his school, a disgusting bastard. And Carrie said that if this kid was tormenting him, maybe his older sister should scold him, to which Noah replied that it was not like that at all. Grinning, the guy heard that he was nothing special, and he could have easily defeated him even without training with the professor, to which he replied that it meant that this guy was unlucky. The player stood still, and he added that the enemy was on his lane. The guy held a sword in his hands. It was said that the man who is called the 3rd generation of the best leaders. Looking straight ahead, Fred said he had no expectations since they had finished 9th last year, but they dared to put a little freshman against him. Looking at him, Austin thought that he had the ability of the third generation of the best leaders of the academy. The pressure was different from what he had during training. Standing still, he added that he should not tense up. It was okay as long as he did as the elder said. Rushing forward, the player said that he was too tense. The guy swung his sword, and the host said that the player was making a quick attack on Austin and was going to kill him alone. Pulling his sword forward, Fred said that first kill. Austin looked straight at him. There were animals lying around the player. Raising his head up, he said that he would prove it to him. Grinning, he added that they were the ones who were wrong, they would cause a fuss. The player looked scared. A sword appeared in front of his eyes. A blue emblem appeared. The guy dodged the attack. Suddenly, he swung his weapon. Looking at the wound, Fred wondered what was happening. His movements suddenly changed. The guy took a step forward. Austin dodged, and he thought that the synchronization level. The guy ducked from the blow. Fred dealt many blows. Austin gracefully dodged. Folding his arms, Alex asked that Fred was losing in physics. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth and thought that this was impossible. They wanted to say that it was Austin. The sword rushed to the neck, and the hero added that he had pumped up so much in such a short time. A blow flew at Fred. The commentator opened his eyes wide and said that it was sudden. The guy fell to the ground, and he added that it was very sudden. The player Fred was killed by a single first grader Austin. The girl struck. It was heard that what was going on here at all. The players stood at the tower. It was heard that Ma was superior to OB in battles on all lines. The guy smiled, hearing that the course of the game, which began to tip in favor of Ma, OB came under the pressure of Ma's spirit and began to make mistakes. The guy took the glasses. It was said that the towers of OB, Ma, were being destroyed one after another, destroying OB with their superior strength. The emblem was burning on the guy's neck. The host said that Ma was rapidly advancing to the nexus. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the emblem. The tower began to collapse, and the commentator said that they were destroying the OB nexus with an incredible difference in the score. The guy held the glasses in his hands. It was said that something happened that no one could have imagined. The players looked straight ahead. It was heard that the Ma team, the Dark Horse, was coming out. The hero clenched his fist, hearing that after BKD, the uprising of the teams from the lower part of the tournament table continued. The protagonist looked angrily. It was the second week of SKT. Carrie took off from the ground with both feet. With a roar, she tramples the woman into the ground. The heroine contacts an acquaintance. He clearly wants her to be more serious. Sweat falls from his face. He worries about some events. The hero remembers last year's duel of metal sharks. Player Alex delivers a strong blow. With an angry face, he is sure that he will not lose to Loki. It turns out that the Immortal Devil Kings won the Fire Buffalo team. A man's leg appears. It turns out that there will be a fight between the White Owls and the Elemental Vipers. Two representatives of the Elemental Vipers team are glad that they met the White Owls team ahead of time. One of them wants revenge for King, but it turns out that he is not with the team at that moment. A woman from the White Owls team understands that they are looking for a person from her team. She heroically stands, defeating her rivals. The heroine claims that they will not be able to meet King. It turns out that he is a reserve in this team. A man from the Unchained Wolves team furiously flies into a member of the Unicorns of Victory team. It turns out that the Unleashed Wolves won the battle and defeated the Unicorns of Victory team. Han stands in surprise against the backdrop of rejoicing people in different masks. It turns out that the Colorful Mermaids team won against the Honeybees team after all. Archer, with fear in his eyes, expects to be hit. The metal shark thunders an attack on him. A member of this team stands proudly, enjoying his victory. Metal sharks defeat the Stone Death with a scythe. It was the second week of the SKT rankings. It turned out that the White Owls are in first place in the rankings. It was an ordinary day. The sun's rays smoothly fell on the facade of the building. The Immortal Devil Kings will fight the Metal Sharks. The Kings team is going to prepare for the fight. Noah is clearly the most worried. Another team member is quietly happy that the fight will take place, but Carrie begins to quietly whisper to him about the traitor. The man pushes her away with a worried face. She doubts in front of the whole team that the traitor deserved his status. But still, Carrie motivates the team to strive for a common victory. She believes that if they win, everyone will get what they wanted. But our character's face shows that he thinks only about that traitor. The whole team confirms this fact. It's evening. The sun's rays fall on the dormitory of the Faculty of Gamers. Soda falls from the vending machine with a crash. Noah throws it into Han's hands. He wonders who his interlocutor's team will face. Han says that there are rumors that King is a reserve this year. Then a third person comes up and starts listening to their conversation. He is unhappy with what Noah bought and is standing by the machine. Suddenly, he recognizes Austin in him. The hero says that they will meet against each other in the next game. Noah puts pressure on him by saying that he is very strong and has received many achievements in the game, but he still just wants to play well. Austin looks at Noah with displeasure and ignores his outstretched hand. He decides to just leave, not attaching any meaning to his words. But he was still bursting with anger. It was night, a lantern lit the street. Austin was sitting with his teammate on a bench in the park. He asked Sunbi if they could use it during the game. The interlocutor immediately understood what he was talking about Helper. He assured Austin that no one knew about it and it was safe. Helper should win for them and ensure changes in their lives. Sunbi assured Austin over and over again that Helper was safe and not recognized by the security system. He suggested not to complicate things and just use it. But Austin sadly remembered Noah's words about the game. He assures that he just wants to beat him fairly. Sunbi looked at his teammate in surprise. He was sure that human psychology is simple. Sunbi doubted that they could win without Helper, but Austin claimed that he was confident. He decided to bring his teammate down to earth and said that without Helper, they would not have won at all. Sunbi revealed the reason why he abandoned everyone and recruited freshmen. It was Nightmare. Austin was incredibly furious at his teammate's words. Sunbi was simply sure that his teammate was still too young. But suddenly he saw something strange. The character realized that he had met the one he had deceived. They exchanged furious glances, but Sunbi's face was more surprised than tense. He decided to just say hello, but in response, he received threats. Loki just made a face and laughed at this. He was sure that their problem was just an obsession with the past. Team Noah stood there in bewilderment with surprised faces. They were shocked by Alex, who had large bags under his eyes. It turns out he spent the whole night preparing countermeasures for the battle with sharks. One of the team members was extremely surprised that the document was very large. The whole team admired Alex. The text described everything down to the smallest detail. He remembered that yesterday he gave into emotions when he met Sunbi. But Alex decided to come to his senses and convinces himself that he should think only about winning. Noah is sure that he only blames himself. The hero does not want to lose either and decides to train. The playing field with towers, full of destruction. Little men in blue and red armor are fighting. Suddenly, a special attack passes by them. A completely black man rushes at a furious speed towards the character with a staff. He is completely ready to deliver his crushing blow. But suddenly he realizes what exactly he was missing in the game on the line. Striking the main character, he realizes that it is timing. The character who received the hit understands that the Nameless One gains an advantage in any case. He realizes that he was weak only because he could not read the favorable moments for himself. The protagonist deals a fiery blow to the Nameless One. Kevin asks Noise if he really fought the Nameless One. In response, he receives that he lost all the games to the Nameless One. Both believe that so many losses are serious. Kevin is satisfied with his performance and sips tea. He understands that Noise is now under a lot of stress after so many fights. But he exclaims that he received a one-sided benefit for the first time. Noise is sure that if he continues at the same pace, he has a chance to win. Kevin does not understand why his interlocutor is smiling. Noise does not fully understand what he is talking about. A large arena, the hosts are preparing for the fight. They announce that the third week of SKT has begun, and today there will be a special fight. The hosts begin to invite players. The first in line was the Ma team. The second to be invited was the BKD team. Both teams had 2 losses and 0 wins, although they lost everything last season. Sunbi waved to Alex with a sly look on his face. He stood back with a dissatisfied face and looked into the distance. Lilia suggested that Kevin show a good and fair game. He agreed with her and said that he was relying on her. Sunbi turned to Austin with the hope that he understood him during the last conversation. But he was furious about everything that was happening. Austin still said that he understood him and persistently looked at his opponents. The host slowly began to announce the game. The game begins, Demons vs. Sharks. Alex appears on his line in a red light. His face is neutral, but still mocking. But suddenly Carrie called him, saying that you can't be emotional during the game. Alex was surprised by Carrie's words because she was usually just angry. The heroine was sure that the heroes in front of her could be easily defeated. She turned to Gina with a proposal to destroy the bottom line. They rushed forward towards their opponents with fury, but they met resistance in the form of a girl with a crossbow and a guy with a sword. The host in the form of a star sat with a surprised face. He did not understand how what was happening on the field was even possible. Team Ma destroyed the bottom tower by the 7th minute. Carrie lay unconscious on the ground while her teammate tried to bring her to her senses. Their opponents looked at them and simply mocked. She slowly recalled what happened at the team meeting. There, Sunbi assured that they would pass this game calmly. He instructed everyone to use Helper from the very beginning. Then a notification suddenly came to her neck. Player foes on the line was defeated. Team Ma announced a victory on the top line. Assistant Kim, Assistant Robot and Kevin were watching the game. Lilia decided to inform them that the balance of the teams began to collapse. Alex looked at all the data of this game in complete shock. A member of the Shark team assures that the goal of the game is a crushing victory. He wants to completely defeat the demons without giving them a chance to recover. The host is completely shocked by what is happening. But it turns out that not all the lines have fallen. Kevin understands that the game is developing favorably only in one place. This turns out to be the center line, where a fierce battle is taking place between Ark and Nightmare. Nightmare is lost in this battle compared to the confident Ark. A player of the Shark team stands watching the center line. He watches Nightmare's stats with hope in his eyes. The hosts exclaim that this is impossible. The entire demon team, finding themselves in a disadvantageous position, hopes for one line. This place turned out to be the center line, where a fierce battle is taking place. Nightmare remembers Sunbee's words about helpers help, but he angrily refuses these statements. He decides to defeat the enemy on his own. Nightmare has studied his style and is ready to take advantage of his opponent's moments of weakness. He understands that his plans were ruined by the previous loss. Then he was brutally defeated, leaving no chance. He hopes to win and pay for that loss with rage in his eyes. The Shark player is irritated by the center line. He runs there, all in his thoughts, why exactly this happened. The player decides to go and sort it all out himself. But suddenly a demon player with a sword attacks him. But he was still able to barely parry this unexpected blow. Alex understood that the forester would run to the center line. He blocked the way with himself, preparing for the fight. But Loki decided to fight and took out his blade. Kim jumped up in surprise that Alex and Loki finally met. The robot assistant thought that these two might have some special history of relations. Kim remembered that they entered here together and occupied the highest places. He thought that they had known each other before moving here. The robot with a mysterious face was pondering this situation. He decided to ask which of them was in first place. Kim noted with complete confidence that Alex had always been in first place. Loki's blade spun and flew to the ground. Now he was left without a weapon, and Alex stood over him contentedly. Loki remembered that he had always lost to him, but Alex was not happy with the memories. Suddenly, Loki's hand lit up purple and he pointed it at his weapon. Suddenly, to Alex's surprise, the weapon also began to glow purple. He turned around to check what was wrong with it, but he suddenly got hit in the face with it. The weapon returned to Loki's hands. Alex stood in surprise, having received a cut from this weapon. The next moment, Loki was already flying at the hero with all his speed and red eyes. They locked their blades, but Loki decided to remember the past. How they used to find a console together in a pile of garbage and then often played with it. That's how their dream of becoming pro gamers came about. It was their only good memory from that horrible city. Alex claimed that it was Loki who ruined those memories by leaving the team. In response, he said that Alex was too proper and would not have let him leave the team. Suddenly, the hero parried Loki's blow. He swung his sharp blade with all his might. Alex plunged the sharp sword into Loki's hand. He stood over his defeated opponent, holding the sword with satisfaction. Alex said that Loki was obliged to tell him about leaving, at least because of friendship. In an instant, he was overcome with anger because of the past betrayal. Loki believed that they could count on winning in the previous team. Alex did not kill him on purpose just to talk. Suddenly, Loki grabbed his blade and justified himself with personal circumstances. Lightning flashed from his eyes. He left the team because he was grabbing a chance. In an instant, Loki swung his blade sharply towards Alex. With this blow, he cut off his right hand. Alex got angry because it would take 10 seconds to recover. He shouted his name in anger even though he lost his arm. He swung his leg towards Loki with all his might. Helpers started working and looking for information on how to repel this blow. In an instant, Loki blocked the blow with his hand. Alex was shocked by this outcome. He instantly realized that it was the karate style. Suddenly, Loki switched to contact combat, unexpectedly for everyone. He delivered a series of crushing blows towards his opponent. Alex received many cuts. He was perplexed by the fact that the enemy was using martial arts. Loki shone on the battlefield and delivered a series of blows. In his green eyes, the imminent victory was already visible. He remembers those moments when he was offered to change the whole world. There were memories of Lilia. She enjoyed this wonderful fight. Loki understood that he had to throw everything away and pierced Alex through. They remembered the old moments when they played the console together. Having hit him with a sword, he realized that they would not be able to return to the happy times of team play. Smiling, the guy said that this thing is really amazing. Holding his neck, he noted that everything can be done by implanting this small chip. The girl said that this time they developed this chip. The guy asked if they would notice it. The girl, looking at it, imagined a human brain and answered that this would not happen. It does not affect the intersection program and is configured in such a way that it can affect the player's brain waves before they are transmitted to the intersection. The defense system will determine them as simple waves. An image of players and fighters appeared in the girl's head. She said that the data of several thousand high-ranking players was placed in it, as well as the patterns of movements of athletes and martial artists. In addition, it is the best, impeccable helping system that makes the best decision at the right moment. The guy stood up and asked if there was a better name, noting that Game Assist program was a bit long. Looking at him, the girl said that from now on they would call her helper. The guy stood on the battlefield and messages appeared that the player Loki from Ma single-handedly killed Alex from BKD. Turning around, he asked if he should go clean up after his youngest. The plot takes us 2 minutes back. Austin dodged Noah's laser. The ground under the protagonist's feet began to glow red. Smiling, Austin said that he knew Noah's weakness was lane play, but he didn't think he would make a mistake by entering the area of his skill due to his slight advantage. Austin ended up behind the protagonist and said that he opened up so easily and created the right moment for him. Messages popped up that thanks to attack from behind, Austin goes behind the target, located at a certain distance. Austin's blade was near Noah's collar. The protagonist jumped away from him with lightning speed. Austin was stunned and wondered if it was bait. The knight hit him in the back. A magical blow flew into his face. Austin wondered if he had taken the attack on purpose and used the movement. Standing in front of Austin, Noah said that he had fallen into his trap that time. Austin's angry face was bruised. The protagonist smirked and asked who was the real loser. Noah thought about how he had succeeded in stealing the Nameless's lore template. He reasoned that after playing with the Nameless more than 700 times, the Ark had developed one habit, and that was to play and think about how the Nameless would act in this situation. The protagonist imagined the Dark Demon. The plot tells us that Noah began to unconsciously absorb the Nameless's techniques. Looking back, the protagonist noticed that now was the time for the minions to approach, and at such moments the Nameless won. Noah dodged Austin's attack and thought that if the opponent was the Nameless one, he would have died, and it was impossible to play like that. Kevin sat on a chair. Squinting slightly, he said that he had only received reports from Noah about his leveling up, so he didn't know, but he had definitely improved his lane play in these 2 weeks. Swinging his staff, the protagonist mentally asked what this feeling was, and maybe it was because he had fought the Nameless one too much. Smiling, Noah noted that he felt like he was easily countering his opponent. Austin was furious. He rushed at the protagonist and screamed at him not to relax. Austin sat in the capsule and thought that after losing to him, he trained and analyzed everything every day to become stronger. Looking at his trembling hand, Austin emphasized that he didn't even want to think about the fact that he didn't have any talent. He ran at Noah and reasoned that he should defeat him with his own strength and prove otherwise that he was the loser there. The protagonist smiled and said that if he had so little health left, Noah's hand was engulfed in flames and he declared that he could win even if he used the exchange at close range. A powerful explosion was heard. Stunned, Noah saw his health bar. Austin was confused. He suddenly became scared. Austin asked in his mind if he lost to him again. Stretching out his hand, the guy declared that if Austin wanted to win, he should use a helper. Austin imagined himself lifting the cup. There were smiles on the guys' faces. Austin suddenly imagined Noah's team holding the cup and rejoicing. Dumbfounded, he wondered why he was imagining such a thing. Stunned, Austin thought about not recognizing him. He imagined himself standing behind the protagonist. Smiling, Noah thought that with such health, he would die from one hit and now an extensive skill. Surprised, Austin thought that this was true and so he would lose to him again. A blue glow appeared on his neck. A blue symbol appeared. The protagonist released a powerful stream of flame. Noah suddenly shifted his gaze. Austin suddenly changed his position on the battlefield and thought that Loki was right. He appeared in front of the main character and swung his leg. Loki watched the fight. He noted with satisfaction that Austin acted as if he would not use it because he was good at using the helper. Austin hit Noah in the face. The main character sat silently in the capsule. He was motionless. He began to take the helmet off his head. He heard with a displeased look that in the end, Ma with overwhelming results received the long-awaited victory. The guys were standing near the capsules. Loki said with a satisfied look that he was worried, thinking that Austin would not listen. Well, what happened today was just a mistake, so he would close his eyes to it. Austin's face was angry. Loki shifted his gaze. The guy was sitting on a chair, his head down. The guys' faces were upset. He suggested that Austin leave with a smirk on his face. Kevin watched the fight. The girl extended her hand and offered to show a good game, as expected. Kevin asked seriously, really? The guys were sitting on the couches with their heads down. There was a bad aura around. The surprised guy mentally assumed that everyone was shocked by their first defeat. Jake seriously stated that they were completely incapable of resisting them. He asked who would have thought that he would lose so easily because of physics alone. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and was furious. Confused, Noah said that this game was a little weird. From the very beginning he proved to himself that he had caught the flow, but at some point that idiot became too strong. The protagonist remembered Austin suddenly appearing in front of him. Kevin looked at them and noted that they should not be so depressed. He believed that they did everything they were supposed to in this game. With his hands in his pockets, he noted that in the past, his team's coach often said this phrase, "The person who tries to learn everything little by little does well." Looking at the sad guy, Kevin suggested that they lay this defeat as a foundation and pump up even more. Kim added with a smile on his face that they still had a lot of competitions ahead of them and they should pull themselves together. Looking away, Kevin thought about checking the metal sharks and Professor Lilia. The bright sun was visible through the white clouds. The main character ran around the stadium and said that even after a day of losing, he felt exhausted. Frowning, Noah noted that Alex looked like he was having a hard time. They lost to the team that Loki was on, so the loss was an even bigger blow to them. Noah introduced Austin and said that he didn't want to lose to at least this idiot. He imagined Austin saying with a satisfied look that they had a tie. The protagonist shouted that if they met again in the playoffs, he would definitely win. Stopping, Noah emphasized the fact that he had defeated him so easily in the past. Putting his hand on his chest, he asked if it was because of the lack of synchronization. The protagonist wondered when he would be able to use it again. The blue sky enveloped the building. Entering the apartment, Noah said that after all, having worked out, he felt fresh. He saw Han, who was playing the guitar. He watched him play the guitar intently. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was good and noted that he could play the guitar too. Han fell asleep. Noah noted that it was incredible that he was sleeping at this time. Han looked at the protagonist and noted that he had come. The protagonist thought that this guy was really number one when it came to sleeping. Standing in front of the bed, Noah asked if he could play the guitar. Han replied that Professor Bazin told him to find a hobby that would have a positive effect on his synchronization level. The protagonist emphasized that the guy's synchronization was related to his hearing. Looking at the people passing by, the guy said that it turned out that he would be performing with a group at the school festival and on the day of the end of the 5th week of SKT. A festival would be held during which the entire academy would be transformed into a hologram. They say it would be the day of the unification of the academy from reality and its mirror world. Turning around, Noah replied that he was incredible, participating in competitions while preparing for the festival. The guy said that the guy who was responsible for vocals would not be able to participate, so they needed to find a new vocalist, but he said with a serious look that he had something to talk to Noah about. Han asked how much the protagonist knew about girls. Taken aback, Noah asked again. Han imagined two girls standing back to back and noted that there were two of them on their team. He asked what he had to do to befriend her. The protagonist waved his hand and asked if he really liked someone. The guy calmly replied that he didn't like her, but that she was a person with a good voice. Noah was confused by what he heard. Han remembered lying on a bench and told him that he was worried that the performance he was preparing for would be cancelled, so he entered the academy's mirror world and slept there. Surprised, Noah asked how he slept if he was worried. He continued to tell him that while he was sleeping, he suddenly heard a female voice and noted that he was awakened by a female singing with a mysterious timbre. The guy walked past the trees and told him that he immediately followed the sound and about when he restlessly reached a remote place in which there were no traces of other people. He saw a girl dancing in the forest. Her eyes were closed and her face was illuminated by the sun's rays. Smiling, he said that he was surprised. It was a flowing voice, full of beauty. At that moment he thought that such a person would be ideal for the role of a vocalist. The main character thought with a satisfied look that Han fell in love at first sight. He said that that is why he spoke first in order to hire her. The girl suddenly turned around. The guy approached her and said that he wanted her. Taken aback, the girl asked again. Han looked intently into her eyes. The girl began to quickly run away. Noah, with a displeased look, said that anyone would run away after such words. Han noted that he thought that she would not want to talk for a long time with a stranger, so he said briefly. Surprised, Han said that he did not think that the inexperience in communication that the professor spoke about would hurt in such a situation. He would like her to definitely sing at this performance. He asked her to help him a little. Noah pointed at himself and asked if he was the one he was asking. They began to move into the mirror world. Standing on the street, the protagonist asked if Han was asking him to talk to her instead of him. He replied that he was. Noah said that he could talk to him just fine. Han replied that he looked like a small animal. The puzzled protagonist noted that he didn't think it would be that easy to meet her. The guy replied that everything was fine and that he had excellent hearing. A blue dome enveloped the park. Han heard all the people in the park, including the girl he needed. He started to run and said that he had found her. He ran between the trees. The guys suddenly stopped. Noah tried to catch his breath and asked how he could run away. The protagonist looked up. He saw a pink-haired girl. They were looking at her back and listening to her singing. Smiling, Noah thought that he understood why Han was talking about her so seriously. Watching the girl, the protagonist noticed that watching her singing full of happiness, he felt his soul being healed. The guy with a satisfied look emphasized that the song sung by her voice was beautiful. Noah was suddenly taken aback. The girl turned around. She saw the guys in front of her. Khan looked at her with a satisfied look. The girl's face was serious. She was suddenly taken aback. Khan looked at her silently. The puzzled girl asked why they were following her and tormenting her. Frowning, Noah thought that this was a misunderstanding. He was sure that now she would misunderstand them. Probably now he, who came as a link, should make the first move. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist assumed that some misunderstanding had occurred. The thing is that the girl was scared. She asked if Noah was a player from the BKD team. Pointing his finger at himself, he asked if she knew him. The girl excitedly stated that she was following them, and the protagonist was known for having the first pentakill in the competition. The first one died and bit his tongue hard. She added that she now saw that the second person was a member of Team KR. Noah looked at Han and said that it seemed that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, so he should speak himself. Han was puzzled by this. He looked at the smiling girl and apologized for scaring her last time, noting that he was inexperienced in communicating with people he saw for the first time. The girl was suddenly surprised. Han stood in front of her and stated that the last time he heard her sing and was very impressed. He thought she had a beautiful timbre of voice that could lift people's spirits. Putting his hand on her chest, he asked if she could perform as a vocalist for their band at the festival. The protagonist watched him and thought that he was literally confessing his love to her. The girl with a serious face asked if he was offering her to perform in front of the people from the academy. Her eyes showed interest. She cried out in delight that it seemed interesting and she wanted to try it. Noah put his hand on his shoulder and said that everything went well. The girl noted that she had one condition. Smiling, she noted that they should not look for her in reality under any circumstances. She looked down and added that she wanted them to definitely follow this condition. Han was taken aback by this. He replied that he did not care if she could perform with them. As she left them, the girl suggested meeting there tomorrow at 1 o'clock. She began to leave. Turning around, she introduced herself as Chloe and asked to address her informally next time. Sunlight enveloped the city. Walking near Han, Noah noticed that the girl was much brighter and more talkative than they thought. Disappointed, Han said that this was somehow strange. The protagonist noted that she asked not to look for her in reality, and this was a strange request. The guy introduced Chloe and wondered what the feeling he had experienced earlier with the synchronization was, why she felt it. Noah frowned slightly and asked if that was true. He asked with a satisfied look if she was an NPC or a ghost that didn't exist in reality. Han replied that the protagonist read too many manhwas. It was evening. There was a microphone on the stage. Chloe was singing into the microphone on the stage. She closed her eyes. There was a smile on her face. Raising her hand above her head, she cried out that she couldn't believe that she could rehearse for a performance outdoors, and yet intersection is the best. Everyone treats her well. She can also sing in a great mood. The guy grabbed Han by the head and asked where he found such vocals. The embarrassed guy said that it was lucky that she agreed to help them and asked if she had tried performing with a group in the past. Chloe assumed that everyone would be surprised if she said that this was her first time. The stranger asked to exchange numbers, saying that he wanted to become even better friends with her. Chloe said that it was a bit difficult. The guy imagined an arrow piercing his chest. Putting a finger to his chin, the second guy invited her to go for a walk with them. Han stood behind him and watched. He stepped forward and said that he had already told her that he had promised Chloe not to meet her in real life, and he, as always, wanted to sleep, so he would also skip the walk. The guys, looking sad, began to walk away hugging. Chloe called him, after which Han turned around. Standing behind, she offered to walk with her for a while. They walked down the street. Chloe happily said that they had rehearsed their number very diligently and thanked them for offering her a place where she could enjoy singing. She asked with an interested look if what he had said yesterday was sincere. Looking at him, she noted that she was saying that her singing lifted his spirits. Han replied that it was true. Chloe was confused. She looked away. Walking through the park at night, Chloe said that she felt his directness. Han apologized if it bothered her. She folded her arms and noted that commenters wrote that he looked into the soul of the interlocutor from the inside. She asked if the guy could know what she was thinking. Han said he wanted to sleep. Chloe laughed and said that she hadn't really thought about that. He clarified if he could ask her something, which took Chloe by surprise. He asked why she made such a condition. Chloe was surprised by such a question. Looking at the lantern, Han noted that he was not going to look for her against her will, but he was still interested. Chloe lowered her gaze. She happily told him that she was a ghost who died in the crossover, so she did not have a physical body. Han looked at her silently. He imagined lightning strikes and noted in his mind that he could hear the sounds of that strange heartbeat again. He stood in front of Chloe and emphasized the fact that only when they talked about reality, fear and joy, positive and negative, they became a rhythm with mixed opposite feelings. Chloe asked him to listen with a serious expression. Han was surprised by this. He asked if she had reread the manhwa. She asked with a smile if it was true. He wondered what could be real for this person. Taken aback, Noah wondered what he should do. He stood next to the guys, who were also surprised. He saw his comrades quarreling. Flames were burning between them. Jake clutched his head and mentally asked if everything would be okay with their team. The arena in the sky and a new fight. It will be between demons and death. Joe and the analyst announced this fight. They think that today all teams should give it their all. Everyone is sure that BKD can win. It turns out that KS is red today and BKD is blue. From the very beginning, the red team is superior to their opponents in gold. KS is increasing its advantage more and more. Alex was clearly unhappy with the situation on the field. He was yelling at his teammate because of the lost lane. The main character was clearly tense. He was surrounded by negative statements from his teammates. He thought that Alex was ordering too much. Carrie was successfully coping with her tasks on the lane. Her teammate warned that they had gone too far, but Carrie wanted to make sure of her strength. Suddenly, 2 people from the enemy team jumped out at her. Her teammate immediately noticed it. Kim, Kevin, and the robot were sitting, watching the game. Kevin was thinking about how the BKD team had changed over the past games. A player from the enemy team started to criticize their game, but suddenly he gets a sharp hand to his head. He is literally pressed into the ground. He was already lying unconscious on this ground. Foes got a solo kill because of this. Everyone was wondering if this would change the course of the game. At the moment, the demon team was standing, watching their teammates argue. Their argument was especially heated. They did not notice anyone and argued with fire in their eyes. Jake decided to abruptly stop their quarrel. He believed that if there is a victory, there is nothing to clarify. Alex was told not to give so many orders anymore. Carrie was told that they need to win in other ways. The team did not understand why Jake suddenly started giving orders. He instructed them to evaluate their game objectively. It was a sunny, windy day. Noah was lying quietly on the bed. He was wondering if the team could handle it. Suddenly, he heard laughter from above. His friend climbed out. He told him what had happened. Everyone thought the team had a good atmosphere, but they had barely managed to take the victory. Noah thought that he couldn't do anything anyway. His interlocutor decided to introduce the team as fingers. He said that everyone had to work together, otherwise something would go wrong. The hero was sure that everything would get better with time. Noah looked at this with interest but distrust. The interlocutor hastened to remind him that he was the enemy and he shouldn't be trusted with everything. Noah was sure that they would recover before the game. He asked why the interlocutor was in such a state, but he hastened to say that nothing had happened. Chloe was doing well with the team, but the interlocutor was sure that the whole problem was in him. He said that he was not going to look for her in reality, but he was becoming more and more interested in who she was in life. Noah already thought that his interlocutor was in love with her. Forest, sunny day. Small droplets were aggressively shouting something. Carrie was destroying them. She was simply unstoppable. Strong anger was visible in the heroine's eyes. She was angry that she had given the victory to some secondary characters. Carrie had defeated all the slugs and was standing there pleased with herself. She was angry that she was losing in physical training. She was leaving the building. The heroine was tense because she had argued with her teammate, but suddenly she noticed that someone had dropped a pass. Carrie immediately called out to the one who had dropped the pass. She gave the pass to the owner, but the owner of the pass was only typing something on his phone. Carrie thought it was strange. Suddenly, the stranger shoved the phone right in her face. It had a question printed on it. Was she Carrie from BKD? Carrie confirmed it. The stranger was very happy. She wrote on the phone that she wanted an autograph from her. Carrie was so embarrassed that she blushed right there. The soda fell out of the vending machine with a clatter. The stranger was handing the soda to Carrie. It was a return gift for finding the pass. She always wanted to talk to her as a fan. Carrie found her cheerful enough. She asked who the stranger was. She was typing quickly on the phone. She had a slight smile on her face. She introduced herself as Chloe through the phone. Carrie accepted her name happily, but suddenly she had disturbing thoughts. She was worried that Chloe had seen the last game too. Carrie thought she looked pathetic at that game. She believed that it was because of her that the team lost. The heroine told about her fight with a teammate. Suddenly, Chloe slipped her the phone. It said that she was liked because of her determination. Carrie strove forward despite the number of enemies, so Chloe had no choice in supporting. Carrie was very inspired by her words. Chloe wondered if it was possible to play without a ranged weapon at all. She thought that Carrie would be better suited to close combat. These words clearly did her good. Carrie decided to find out why her interlocutor was talking through the phone. Chloe began to speak shyly. She asked to keep it a secret. It was a sunny day. Noah was thinking about something. Alex was wondering why our hero had called him. He looked quite serious, but it was clear that Alex was very worried. He started the conversation with an apology. The character believed that he had given bad orders because of his anxiety. He was very sorry that he had shown his indecisiveness. Noah hastened to calm him down and said that everything was fine. An awkward pause in their conversation followed. Suddenly Noah remembered that he had studied with Nightmare in the same school. He said that he was poor and Nightmare was rich. The character beat him in an esports game and was happy with it. This time, he lost a battle that he could have won. But Alex said that the outcome was not yet clear. Noah said that their score was 1-1, just like Alex and Loki. He said that they would meet again and defeat them. Alex realized Kevin didn't just tell them to meet. The hero didn't understand what it meant to go towards a goal. Suddenly, Noah turned to him. He offered him to go to training together, a destroyed battlefield and 4 towers. Noah decided to show Alex his training. He offered to choose his opponent's weapon. Alex suddenly remembered Loki and his blade. He decided to choose a dagger like his. The fight begins. Alex took the double daggers. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, glowing purple. The hero remembered that he came here to become a professional. He understood that his relationship with Loki was a betrayal, not a competition. This was the reason for becoming a pro gamer. All this time, he wanted to be like Faker. Suddenly, the shadow attacked him sharply. Alex's head was all in thoughts about concentration. They finally locked blades. Suddenly, his eyes filled with fear and surprise. The shadow attacked him with all speed. It knocked the weapon out of his hands and cut him. The score became 0-1 in favor of the shadow. Noah asked if his opponent was strong. Alex asked where the data on this opponent came from. He admired the abilities of the shadow. Alex asked to play again and again, but Noah asked for his turn. Alex was standing at Kevin's office. He knocked before entering. Then Kevin saw who entered his office. He wondered what could have happened at such a time. Alex looked tired. He was talking about the data that Noah had. The hero was interested in who owned this data. Alex was interested in where the best player's data came from. He thought about how he was connected with Kevin. Alex came to Professor Kevin to clarify about the game data that Ark had. He believed that they belonged to Faker. The professor was stunned. Alex asked how he had obtained the data of the best player who had covered all his tracks. He was curious about Kevin's connection to Faker. The man decided that he needed to know why Alex thought so. The guy replied that he had been analyzing his game since he was a child and trying to imitate his every move. He was sure that he had watched more videos of Faker games than anyone else. The more Alex practiced with the nameless man's data, the more convinced he became that he was Faker. The guy began to gesticulate wildly. He said that he had intended to buy the data at auction for any amount of money, but the seller never showed up. It was so precious that it couldn't even be bought. Alex thought he had figured out the mystery of why the professor had it. He was suddenly surprised. Kevin put his finger to his lips, asking him to be quiet. He was willing to tell the guy if he was interested. However, he wanted to warn him about something. Alex understood everything without explanation and put his hand on his heart, after which he promised to keep it a secret. Alex, Carrie, Noah, Jake and Janie were standing in front of the professor. The professor was smiling. T1 and assistant Kim were also standing next to him. He explained that in the 5th round they would be facing the Unicorns of Victory, and added that if everything went as usual, they would be able to surpass them. Kevin thought that during the last game, his team members understood the importance of communication and teamwork, so he hoped that this time they would show themselves from a different side. The robot wished the guys good luck, and the 5 of them unanimously agreed. The protagonist was worried about communication and teamwork, looking to the right. Jake and Janie were also worried. They hoped that Alex and Amanda would be okay. Carrie was thinking about something serious. She raised her hand. The girl, nervously, asked to play as a melee fighter this time. Noah was very surprised by this request because Carrie is a ranged fighter who always stands below. The girl grabbed one hand with the other, noted that until now she formally continued to play for him, but it seemed to her that this role did not really suit her. She was still not confident in her ranged attacks, but she continued to fight, counting on her physical strength. Amanda knew very well that when playing a melee fighter from below, it becomes more difficult to hold the line than for a ranged fighter, and due to the short distances in the second half of the game it becomes even more difficult. She bowed and said that melee will help her demonstrate her abilities. The girl, without stopping bowing, said that she was doing this not for her own victory, but for the victory of the whole team. She did not want to drag her friends to the bottom anymore. Kevin was surprised that Carrie herself came up with a strategy and found an answer to everything. The girl was nervous, waiting for an answer. The professor thought that this was a good idea. Carrie relaxed. Kevin stroked her head and decided to test her tactics in this competition. He thought that with her physical strength, she would be able to do it. The girl was very grateful to him. The main character was amazed that proud Carrie bowed her head. He also could not understand why Alex did not say anything against. The professor and Carrie smiled happily at each other. Alex smiled sweetly too. The others noticed that it was very strange. There was a live broadcast from the stadium in the crossing. An arrow was flying through the air. She flew past the head of the one who released her, Carrie, who was hurtling towards her. The girl punched her opponent in the stomach. He spat out blood and passed out. The announcer announced to the whole stadium that this was Carrie's 5th kill, and she screamed with excitement. Joe noticed that she felt better after the difficulties of the last game, and that she really was good today. He said that the tactic of putting a melee fighter down was working. The announcer predicted that Carrie would be the best player today. Chloe and her entire fan club were very happy. Noah was in complete shock. He admitted that Carrie was really unstoppable today, prepared a flame in his hand and said that he could not accept the fact that she was the only one looking the best today. The guy looked to the side, where the blue mobs were fighting the red ones. He remembered that there was an enemy here, in the center, who had disappeared somewhere. The protagonist exclaimed in panic that his opponent had disappeared. Alex asked which way he was going, and the guy hesitated. Noah was worried that he would be scolded again, but he told him that everything was under control. Alex said that he had just found his opponent and struck him with his sword. He appeared out of nowhere and at the perfect time. The guy urged Noah to leave the opponent to him and go push the center to take their victory. The protagonist even got emotional. He thought that Alex was very cool. He stepped on the body of his opponent, whom he had already defeated. Alex hoped that the professor had seen everything. He still could not understand whether this was a dream or reality. Kevin, Kim, and the robot watched the battle. Alex was now privy to the professor's past. Now he knew that he was the faker and smiled happily at the screen. Kevin got nervous. Kim thought that this guy was looking right at them. Joe exclaimed that the protagonist's team was pushing back the enemy and that their will had not wavered since the last battle. He stated that these guys were telling everyone about the revival of their outstanding performance. The central tower began to collapse and thanks were heard for the excellent game. Night fell. Noah sighed tiredly. He walked down the street, upset that Carrie had become the best player in this game. The protagonist was glad that he and Alex had become the same, but he was not happy that he himself had not improved his skills in either the last or this game. He was sad because he also wanted to be the main character, like all those he had encountered. Noah regretted having to watch other people's reactions and that he did not have good physical strength with which he could lead the game. But most of all, he wanted to use the synchronization level again. The fat man on the bench noted with a smile that these were good words. The guy asked him in fear who he was. The man did not think that he did not know him. However, he noticed that Noah was good friends with Han. The protagonist began to guess what he was talking about. He realized that this was Han's trainer, Professor Bazin. The man replied that he was. The protagonist asked what he was doing there. The professor said that he had come to meet him. Noah was surprised by this statement and pointed to himself, not believing his ears. He wanted to know why. Bazin narrowed his eyes slyly. He admitted that he could not stand it anymore and grabbed the frightened guy by the shoulder. The professor said that Kevin had stopped him, so he had endured as long as he could. He decided that his patience had run out and noticed that Noah had wanted the same thing a little earlier. The guy asked what he wanted. The man mentioned the synchronization level, and the protagonist shuddered. Bazin put both his hands on his shoulders in a fatherly manner and asked if he didn't want to know how to use it safely. He asked Ark to join his research. Professor Bazin was also in charge of researching the synchronization level. He promised that in that case he would help Noah use it again. The guy was shocked. It was windy at night. The protagonist could not believe that he would be using the synchronization level again. High in a skyscraper in one of the offices, Kevin was unhappy. He realized that Bazin had met with Ark after all, since they had come together. Bazin noted that quite a lot of time had passed, as much as half a year. He reminded Kevin that he wanted to wait for Noah to stabilize. The professor confirmed that this was true. However, he wanted to observe a little more how the guy would grow in battles without using the synchronization level. Kevin told the protagonist that he had not been so bad lately and asked why he wanted to use synchronization. The protagonist thought about the answer. The professor believed that he would definitely use his desire to become an ace or help the team as the reason. Noah looked at Kevin confidently. He stated that he wanted to become better than Carrie because he didn't like that they took away his role as the main player. Kevin listened, but wasn't surprised. Bazin patted his head and warned that it was almost impossible for him. The boy was scared by the sudden tactility. The professor promised to help Ark with all his might if Kevin trusted him with it. The man said that he couldn't do anything since the protagonist wanted it himself. Noah smiled. Professor Kevin stated that he trusted the protagonist to Bazin and was counting on him. However, he forbade the boy to use the synchronization level in the competition until they were done. The protagonist understood the instructions. Bazin was pleased. Noah couldn't believe that he was allowed to use the synchronization level again. He climbed into the capsule. Ark found himself on the other side of reality. He was in a room with a scientist who was looking at the screen. It was an avatar of Professor Bazin, who said that this was a world he created for the sake of researching the synchronization level. He added many attributes necessary for the study here. The professor admitted that there was also the ability to watch the video of Noah's entrance exam. The guy looked at all the footage of him being beaten and defeated and wondered why there were only the worst recordings. Bazin decided to get to the point and explain. He said that the reason for the instability of the protagonist's synchronization level is that compared to the synchronizations of ordinary users, which change slowly, the changes in the guy's level are too abrupt. The professor recalled that the protagonist said that a psi triggers a change in his synchronization level and asked what he thought was the condition for increasing it. The protagonist thought about the answer. He began to remember what caused the level to increase when he fought King. Then he got a sword, a shield, and some armor and asked him to fight him. King went on the attack. He recognized Ark, who, although he was D rank, was still recommended. Soon the protagonist realized that his stance was destroyed. Then King deftly kicked him in the jaw. He was pleased with himself. Noah was pinned to the wall. His opponent pressed him against the wall even harder and said that because of a weakling like the protagonist, he said those words in vain. King thought that in the future, he should pay more attention to judging people too low. This man reminded him very much of Austin's Ark. The guy did not like these thoughts. He suggested that it happened because he remembered the face of the person he did not like. Bazin folded his arms over his chest. He believed that the synchronization level could change depending on the opponent, so he suggested that the protagonist try to disable the option to fix the synchronization level at 100%. The professor was going to conduct an experiment using a fake. The guy became interested. Bazin summoned Khan. He noticed that the synchronization level was 2-7% and that it did not increase against Khan. For some reason, there was no change with King either. The level remained at 240%. Something had changed with Carrie, and it was unexpected even for Noah. The synchronization rate had increased to 340%. With Alex, it had dropped to 204%. With Roddy, he was normal again. But then something had changed. Noah was furious. He saw a man in a skull mask in front of him. With Nightmare, the rate had increased to 450%. The professor was surprised because this was the best rate of all that had been before. He wondered how Noah was connected to Nightmare. The protagonist looked at him and was angry. It seemed as if he was ready to growl. Ark said that this guy had bullied him in middle school and called him a loser every day when he saw him. So, at least he didn't want to lose to him. Nightmare didn't look at him because he was a copy. Bazin put his hand to his chin. He realized that the level changed depending on emotions, but he didn't know the name of the emotion that the protagonist could feel towards both his teammate and his opponent. Noah was arguing with the copy at the time, saying that the skull mask was childish. The professor continued to think about what emotions determined this. He assumed that the feeling that would increase his synchronization the most was either awareness of the opponent, or the thirst for victory or fighting spirit. Bazin stopped there and decided that he needed to find out more about it. He wanted to start the next study, and Noah immediately responded. It was already night outside the dorm. The protagonist felt and looked as exhausted as possible. Han crawled out from under the blanket, seeing how tired Noah seemed. He admitted that he heard from the professor that they were conducting various experiments related to the level of synchronization. The protagonist reluctantly confirmed. He said that the two of them did completely different things, and that Bazin held him for 5 days. The guy thought that he was an ordinary man, but in reality, he turned out to be scary. In his head, he imagined Bazin taking out a needle and, with a maniac's smile, offering to find out if pain affects synchronization. Han agreed that their professor lived for research. Noah asked if he minded that his team's coach helped him with training. Han replied that he did not mind, because he wanted to fight the protagonist in his best condition. He admitted that there are no people on their team who would chase fun. Each team here has its own color. The protagonist remembered another important topic, looked out from his sleeping place and asked how the preparations for the concert were going. Han bragged that they got along so well that he felt like there was no need to rehearse anymore. Noah sat up and asked what about Chloe. Han jumped out of his seat and said that she sang well. The protagonist clarified that he was not talking about that. He wanted to know if his friend had found a reason why he could meet her in real life. Han looked at him sadly. He turned away and replied that he did not know what to think of. The protagonist was amazed at how insensitive he was, even though he liked Chloe. He thought that if Han just wasted time, it might turn out that after the performance was over, they would not meet at all. Noah looked irritably at his friend, who was running his finger along the floor. He could not calm down and he found it all very stuffy. He was already thinking about bringing the two together. A pair of boots stepped onto the invisible floor. The first was followed by a second. They belonged to Lilia and Loki. The girl spread her arms and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, then asked if the man sitting at the table in front of the chess set had been doing well all this time. The man without the top of his head was happy to see them both. His identity was unknown. He was rearranging the pieces on the chessboard. The man asked if things were going well. Lilia replied that they were done with Helper's assurance, and that not a single person from the Academy's security service had guessed about his existence. The mysterious man asked Loki how the recruitment of new people had gone. He said with a smile that he had finished recruiting all the members of one of the teams. The man rested his chin in his hand and noted that the preparations were somewhat complete. He wanted to give the two of them some information before they started the case itself, because that was why he had called them here. The man looked at the enemy knight piece and admitted that they could not figure out the exact reason, but said that he had received information that the faker who had hidden his identity was currently at the Academy. Loki could not believe that Faker, his and Alex's idol at the Academy. The mysterious man warned him and Lilia to be careful with him, and the boy came to his senses. The man believed that Faker could become a hindrance in their big case. He urged his accomplices to never forget about his existence. Lilia confidently said that she understood everything. Loki decided to remain silent. The mysterious man took the Black King piece in his hand. He moved the piece and said that the main move would be made in 3 days at the Academy Festival. Then the man took the White King and hit the Black one with it. He smiled unkindly. The Black King fell off the board. He concluded that they would destroy the Fantasy Academy that day. Ark looked delighted. Han stood next to him. The protagonist learned what it was like, the Academy Festival. Confetti was flying around and people were having fun, and holographic statues were driving down the street. The day of the Academy Festival had arrived. The protagonist saw people from reality and understood what the organizers meant when they talked about merging reality and the intersection. He asked if Han needed to perform today. Han smiled and said that there was a little time left before the meeting, so everything was fine. Noah clarified what his friend wanted to do with him. Han pointed forward. Jake was standing there, saluting. He was pleased to see Ark there. The guy was surprised and asked what Jake was doing here. He put his hands on his hips and said that his friend had some business for a while, so he was here in his place. The protagonist hoped that his friend hadn't left it to Jake and run away. Jake gave a thumbs up and noted that only 3 hours had passed. The protagonist assumed that this meant that he had escaped. Jake looked at the balls next to him and asked if Ark wanted to get a battle ball too, but the boy didn't know what it was. Jake explained that it was an item for the Academy Festival that allowed for a one-on-one game. He added that if you throw the ball and hit your chosen opponent, a shield would appear around the person who threw the ball and the one who was hit. After that, they just had to choose how they would like to compete. If the opponents wanted, they could each place a bet in the form of an item. Jake said that Noah could think of it as the Academy's version of Automatine and pointed to where one of those battles had just begun. The boy looked at it. He was amazed that it took up so much space and thought it was a little rude to do something like that in the middle of the street. Jake pointed out that rude wasn't the best expression since they were at a festival. The protagonist couldn't believe that Han had brought him here. His friend smiled, showed him the battle ball, and confirmed that he wanted to challenge him. Han touched the ball to Noah's shoulder, and a protective field began to form around them. Jake, who was repelled by the field from the outside, was annoyed that they had decided to do it here. The onlookers were impressed that they would see 2 fights at once. Han put his hands in his pockets and said that he still didn't like that he had lost to the protagonist once, so he offered to have a fight right now. Noah felt uncomfortable doing this in such a crowded place, but there was nothing else to do. He asked how they would choose the game. Han drew his attention to the cube at the top and said that the person on it would choose the game. He smiled and asked Noah if he liked the idea of fighting for the first time in a long time. The protagonist smiled back. The cube fell and bounced off the asphalt several times. It showed that Han would choose. Carrie was carrying a bag of goodies. She picked up a kebab and started to eat it greedily. Chloe noticed that there were a lot of delicious things at the festival. Carrie agreed, because the price was cheap and she did not gain weight. She thought that this was the best place to eat. Chloe thanked her for going to the festival with her. Carrie threw up her hands, not understanding why she was thanking her, because they were friends. Chloe laughed and said that she was honored to be her friend. Carrie asked Chloe what she was going to do today after the performance and whether she would tell the guys from the band the whole truth. Chloe became nervous. She brought her hand to her neck and admitted that she was still scared. She could meet a person at the intersection she knew in real life, but she was afraid that in reality she would disappoint people she only knew here. Carrie fell silent. They met Chloe in real life. One day, on a bench, a friend showed her a phone with a definition of aphasia on the screen. Carrie realized that this meant that Chloe could not speak, and her friend smiled sadly. Chloe explained that if she tried to make a sound, she could, but she could not speak properly. According to her doctor, it was impossible to know the exact cause, but he said that it was most likely due to the shock she received as a child. Therefore, Chloe in the virtual world was afraid that all these people met her only because of her voice and would be disappointed when they saw her like this in reality. She thought sadly that it would be better to continue being friends with them here, not seeing each other in real life. Carrie was irritated. She considered this outrageous and handed Chloe a kebab. The girl said that she had met Chloe in all the worlds and didn't see much of a difference because she was the same in reality and in crossover. Carrie asked to let her know if anyone was disappointed in Chloe. She raised her fist, which contained a bag of food, and promised to punish them so that they would not say stupid things again. Chloe was touched. She smiled sweetly, nevertheless deciding that she needed to meet them after the performance. Carrie poked her in the shoulder with her elbow, not understanding why she had set a condition about not meeting in reality. Chloe replied that she was just embarrassed. There was a protective field behind them, inside of which there was a fight. Chloe noticed that they were selling egg tarts up ahead. Her friend hurried after her, but warned her that it would not be her fault if she was late for the show. They did not notice the fight behind them. The audience watched it with interest. The dome began to descend. Noah was kneeling in front of Khan. He felt upset. The onlookers were shocked that Khan finished the rhythm game on the hardest level with a rank of SSS+. Ark thought it was mean to choose a game he was good at. He exclaimed that he wanted to play again, but Khan said that this was the only fight. Now they both had one victory over each other. Khan extended his hand to help his friend up and offered to determine the winner of the next SKT. The protagonist looked at him. He grabbed Khan's hand and declared that he would never lose. His friend thought the same. Jake smiled and thought it was very cute. Khan said that it was already quite late and he should go, and said goodbye to Noah. The protagonist promised to come watch, so he wished for his friend to do well. He sighed, put his hand on his hip and noticed that although Han did not seem like that, he was still ready to do anything to win. Someone walked down the street towards Noah. It was Nightmare. He passed by the protagonist without even paying attention to him. The protagonist promised that he would not lose next time. Nightmare looked back. Noah told his opponent that he would definitely win. He was absolutely sure of it. Nightmare smiled, thinking about the next time. He said that it would not happen. Chloe ran as fast as she could. There were so many entertainments around that she did not keep track of the time, and now she had to hurry. The girl blamed herself for not going earlier, as Carrie said. She realized that there was almost no time left before the meeting and decided to take the shortest route. There were several people in the alley. One of them, wearing a mouse mask, suggested that the one wearing a hair mask stop before it was too late. The hare responded as if he was tired of hearing this from a mouse. He reminded them that there was no turning back. The hare urged the chicken, the frog, and the mouse not to forget that if they failed this task, they too would be in danger. He ordered them to think only about the fact that their goal was the director of the academy, and Frederick would gain more power over the entire academy. At this time, Chloe ran past them in the next alley. The suspicious individuals noticed her. The girl looked at them with fear. She could not expect anything good from these people. Chloe crashed into one of them, who stood right in front of her face. She fell. The man took out his bear mask. The girl looked at him. He put on the mask and asked if she had heard their conversation. Chloe answered in fear that nothing was wrong. Lying in front of the bear, she assured him that she hadn't heard anything. Sam sighed heavily. He rested his head on his palm. The professor couldn't believe that he had been entrusted with monitoring the festival, as luck would have it. This trainer was also responsible for world design. Sam was currently watching Han and Noah fight. He concluded that he was having no luck at all. Lilia reminded him that she was here too, so she suggested that he take a little rest. Sam noticed that she had volunteered today and said that youth was a miracle after all. The woman smiled and said that Sam was young too. The man blushed slightly, wondering if he could consider this a date or something similar. A warning popped up in front of him that a player had been hit in Area 7. Sam didn't expect to see people fighting. He decided to look at this area, where people in animal masks were now pushing Chloe against the wall. The professor announced what he saw on the video. Lilia was shocked. Sam smiled, surprised that they were doing something like this right in the academy without fear. He said that he would get all their personal data now. The man in the rabbit mask turned out to be Loki. Sam was carried away by the investigation and did not notice that Lilia came up to him from behind. She brought a ring sparkling with red lightning to the professor. The woman took Sam by the head. Lightning burst out of the ring and he screamed. As a result of the influence of the World Administrator rights, the player Sam was plunged into a fainting state. Lilia approached the screen and stated that Loki was really terribly careless. She did not know what he would have done without her. The professor narrowed her eyes slyly and concluded that everything just started a little faster than they planned. She was wondering if it was time to start the main event of this festival. Jake continued to offer everyone battle balls. At first, they just lay in their places, but then suddenly they lit up red from the inside. Han, Ken, and Ron were standing on the stage set up for the concert, trying to call Chloe. Ron asked if no one could reach her. Ken was worried that they hadn't had time to rehearse and noted that she had never been late before. They didn't know where she had gone. Han continued dialing Chloe's number. He realized that since the signal was working, she was still in the intersection world. However, he had no idea why she wasn't answering. Han assumed that something had happened or that she had changed her mind about performing. He decided to look for her and ran away from Ken and Ron. The guy was worried, not understanding why this was happening now. Noah walked with an indifferent face. He realized that being alone at the festival was more boring than he thought. The protagonist wanted to call T1 and be with him, but he had always hated entering the intersection. Someone screamed and Noah looked towards the source of the sound. At first he thought there was some kind of event going on, but there was a girl holding another girl on the floor, asking for help. She started crying and explained that they were just playing a mini-game with a battle ball, but as soon as the game ended, her friend had a seizure. The bystander thought it was a bug, but he couldn't remember any bugs like that in intersection. Another bystander thought that it couldn't be and that it was probably some kind of street performance. When one of the girls realized that she couldn't log out of the game, she panicked. Everyone started checking for her, and it turned out to be true. Everyone started worrying, not understanding what kind of bugs these were. They decided to ask the academy administrator. Noah really didn't like this situation. He wondered what was going on here. A man with a chicken head stood behind him. He was holding one of the activated battle balls in his hand. The chicken was about to touch the protagonist. He reached for his neck. A turtle with a building on its shell was flying over the virtual city. The building resembled a church temple from medieval Europe. King Frederick was sitting on the throne on its balcony. He realized that everything was according to plan. The king noticed that, as she said, the academy was in disarray. Red lightning was wrapped around his throne. Frederick believed that what this woman was doing now was no joke. Lightning wrapped around his body. He could not even imagine that she would do something like this. All this was set in motion by Lily, whom the king felt behind him. The professor admitted that she also did not imagine that she would checkmate so easily, and called Frederick Mr. Director. She reported that the academy's security was much weaker than expected. Frederick grinned. He thought it was because there were no more guys doing such madness these days. The king couldn't believe that Lilia had also gotten the rights to rule the world. The woman closed her eyes and told him that she had banned logging out of the game and had only slightly adjusted the system. She used battle balls as an example, where she had changed all the modes to combat and added a loser. The woman understood that the king might think that such changes were pointless, but she asked what would happen if the pain sensations from what was happening inside the world were increased by 100%. The king was very scared. He was very indignant that Lilia had done this, although he knew what would happen then. The professor confirmed that the article about how if you die in the world of intersection with 100% sensitivity, your brain will become confused and die in reality is very popular. Frederick couldn't understand why she needed it. Lilia spread her hands and replied that it was because she wanted chaos. She put her hand on the king's throne from behind and said that her friends were using battle balls on the festival guests. The woman believed that it was pointless to hope for their defeat since they had already prepared and installed the loser. She dragged the throne with the king tied to it with red lightning to the edge of the balcony and asked if hacking the academy's great security system would not be a huge shock for everyone. Frederick wanted to know what she would get from doing this. Lilia looked at him predatorily. She said that the main course would be something else and destroyed the side of the balcony with her foot. The professor held the throne with the king over the abyss and declared that the main course for today was the death of the administrator of the intersection system and the game master, which Frederick was. She added that this would be the first step for them, emphasizing the word them. The king looked after the crown that fell down from his head. He resigned himself and closed his eyes. The man realized that if Lilia was talking about a group of people, then there were other abnormal people like her. He was surprised that the woman thought she could easily take his life. At that moment, his ring began to emit blue lightning. There was a small but very bright explosion. Lilia covered herself and closed her eyes. She found herself inside the palace. A moment later, Frederick teleported to her, having changed his royal clothes for an official suit. He noted that weaklings still judge by themselves and pompously raised his glasses. The administrator asked if Lilia didn't think that he couldn't entrust the professors with governing the world without any insurance. He said that he would tie her up and directed his palm towards her. Frederick promised to listen slowly about us that she was talking about. The blue lightning approached the woman. She smiled slyly. The former professor released a red cloud that blocked all the lightning. Frederick didn't expect that. Lilia launched an administrator's order that until the administrator's powers stabilized, all of his orders would be cancelled. She reminded him that, being the same administrators, they could mutually compensate for their orders. The man was amazed that she understood that. Lilia went to meet Frederick. She told him that she had spent 3 years at the academy on a duplicate passport key. The woman handed the director a modified battle ball, remembering that he had always liked games. Frederick smiled and unbuttoned his jacket. He warned her that even though Lilia had changed the rules, she still needed to know that she would not be excluded from them. The woman realized that he was talking about the digital value of pain and confirmed that she knew about it. She removed the bandage from her closed eye. In her newly opened eye, there was an icon of the power button. After that, Lilia suggested starting a deadly game in which the stake would be life. There was a man who was called the god of the battle of moves. Before the advent of virtual reality, he had never lost in such strategy games as chess, Baduk, and Changi. Many called him the game master, and after that, he was called the director of the great fantasy academy Frederick. The director quickly assessed the situation. Judging by Lilia's self-confidence, there was a high probability that she still had trump cards. You can't predict who will choose the game from Battle Ball. However, it is unclear what this woman fixed in it. Frederick's probability of winning was negligible, a dangerous situation in which he could be checkmated. Therefore, he made a choice, realizing that he could not cope with the situation alone. The man scratched his beard. Lilia approached him and asked him what he was thinking about. She said that the game would start anyway and touched the director with the ball. A barrier began to appear around. Frederick calmly waited to see what would happen next. His choice was to tell the people outside what was happening here using his ring. A small metal fly came out from it. Lilia's gaze did not particularly bother the director. He began to look for Ark. Frederick was sure that he was at the festival. He heard one of Lilia's people saying that after a battle with one person, all his plans were ruined, that he could no longer wait for the next fight, and that with the modified battle ball, he would finally get rid of this shame. The director continued to search for the protagonist. Some of the people at the festival were emitting malice in their gazes. Finally, Frederick found who he was looking for. In front of him was Ark. He hoped that this time he could explain to him that everything here belongs to him. The man in the chicken mask was about to touch the protagonist with the battle ball. The touch almost happened, but King appeared, grabbed the intruder's hand and prevented the disaster. He declared that Noah was his food. The ball lit up in both of their hands. The protagonist was pushed in the back by the barrier. He fell to the ground. The people around him were shocked that someone was using battle balls even in such a situation. Noah thought that this concern was unnecessary. He interrupted his sentence. A dialogue box appeared in front of him with a voice call from his team. The guy noticed that the professor's assistant usually invited, so he did not understand why he was suddenly calling them all. Jake, Janie, Carrie, and Alex connected to Kim's call. The assistant announced that they had an emergency and asked everyone to listen carefully. He ordered that from now on, any fights and especially the use of battle balls were to be avoided. Jake was still standing at his counter with the balls. Kim said that the professor had contacted him. He said that the Academy's mirror world was attacked by a terrorist group that increased the level of physical sensations during the game inside the battle balls to 100%. The Ark was shocked. Jake could not believe it. Janie thought it was a joke. Alex guessed that it was also impossible to leave the game because of the terrorists. Kim confirmed this and added that, according to the professor, the terrorist was Professor Lilia. Alex was horrified. Kim warned that if he relied on the information he had heard, then very soon her accomplices would start using battle balls and forcibly attack players. Alex thought that if this was Lilia's team's business, then Loki could also participate in this. He asked Kim where the professor was now. The assistant said that he went to sort out this whole situation. Kevin was standing in front of a hollow, the entrance to a tree, over which hung a huge prohibition sign. He noticed that the gate was closed after all. The professor said that he had one way left and looked at the sky in which a turtle was flying. Alex was worried, imagining that the professor was now with the terrorists. Kim ordered his team to evacuate the guests to the square and hide until the professor sorted everything out. Carrie hesitantly asked what to do. The assistant explained what had happened. The girl said that she had met one of the terrorists, a masked man, and two of his victims on the ground. Kim was yelling at her not to fight him and to run away. Carrie tried to call Chloe, but her friend didn't answer. The girl was spotted. The mouse threateningly handed her the ball. Carrie said that there were rumors that they were attacking people with battle balls. She warmed up a little and promised to deal with them if they had harmed her friend. At the festival, calls were heard for everyone to evacuate. Noah was yelling that there were problems in the Academy world, calling on everyone not to use battle balls under any circumstances, and asking them to follow him to the square. One of the visitors realized that the inability to exit was actually a bug. The girl next to him admitted that she had goosebumps. They discussed whether the girl who had just fainted was also affected by the bug. The protagonist was convinced that keeping the sensitivity percentage secret was the right decision by the professor. He had too little information about the terrorist group. Ark hoped that Carrie would be okay and that she would not fight the terrorists. The guy addressed the two in the battlefield. He said that they should not hurt each other under any circumstances and asked them not to start a fight until the administrator came. Noah promised to bring someone to help. King noticed from inside the field that everything was very confusing. Chicken was going to hunt the protagonist, but he did not think that he would meet King here. He remembered very well how insulted he was when he lost to King during the entrance exam. Chicken realized that he would never be able to forget those calm but challenging eyes. He thought that now that he had a helper, King was nothing more than food to him. Chicken leaned towards his opponent and offered to play. King had to lean back. Chicken asked if his opponent was scared because of such nonsense. However, he warned that King would not be able to fight anyway and left. King did not answer. Khan was out of breath from running. He was resting in the middle of the street. It had been too noisy for a while now, so he did not hear Chloe's voice. Although the exact situation was not clear, after hearing about the battle ball, the attack, the problems with the Academy server and the bugs, he understood perfectly well that the situation was dangerous. Khan really hoped that Chloe was not in trouble. He needed to focus on searching for the sound in even deeper places. He concentrated so much that his nose started bleeding in reality. Finally, Khan heard the girl's quiet breathing. He opened his eyes abruptly and turned to where the sound was coming from. The boy realized that it was someone's unstable breathing and weak heartbeat. Someone had passed out. Han rushed there. He begged that it wasn't her, turning sharply at the next corner. Han was in shock. In the alley in front of him, Chloe was lying on the asphalt. She was not moving. The boy called her name in despair. T1 chuckled, resting at home. He was standing on the charger, but he believed that nothing energized him like watching a drama. The robot lay on the table in Assistant Kim's office and enjoyed it. He was glad that after coming to the academy, he completely stopped worrying about the electricity bill. T1 thought he was a good boy for following Noah. He looked out the window, muttering that he didn't understand why the guy liked festivals like this so much. The robot didn't know why they combined reality and crossing for him, since he thought the former was much better. It remained a question for him why people were so dependent on virtual reality. T1 saw how many people on the street began to glow. Then they disappeared. The robot thought that the people reflected in the holograms disappeared because there was some kind of connection failure. He was worried that it was a power failure, but the drama did not stop, so he abandoned this assumption. T1 thought about it. He decided that this was not something he should worry about and continued watching the drama. The area where the administrators of the mirror world of the academy were located. The man in the mask chuckled several times. The hare could not even think that Professor Lilia would personally go for the director. He sat in the room on a chair and looked at the screens. The hare decided that she was really hot after all. He stated that this place was in his hands and that the director would soon be captured. Things were going well for them. But suddenly he noticed a warning window. He was upset because before he could finish his sentence, guests arrived. Professor Sora, who was responsible for physical training and martial arts, could not believe that Professor Lilia was the main culprit who created this situation. She said that Professor Sam, who was on shift with her, should be safe. Professor Duncan, who was responsible for the intersection system and coding, noted that if the pain sensations were increased to 100%, then they should also be more careful. The hare could not believe that such famous professors of the academy had come here. He scratched the back of his head, took out a battle ball and decided to greet them properly. Duncan assumed that this was the same accomplice of Professor Lilia that Professor Kevin had spoken about. Sora said she would take care of him and asked her partner to normalize the control center in the meantime. The man understood everything. The hare spread his hands and reminded them that it was impossible to invade the battle ball territory from the outside and warned that as long as there was a battle ball, they would not be able to pass this corridor. Duncan was worried that he was going to use the ball to block the way. Sora urged him not to worry. She declared that she would win and began to massage her shoulder. This woman was an academy graduate, coming out in the top 1%. The hare pulled out the battle ball and was maliciously interested in how everything would turn out. People were gathering in the square with the fountain. Khan was sitting on a bench, and Chloe was lying on his lap. An expression of pain and concern froze on the girl's face. The guy looked at her. He did not think that she would wake up. He had no idea what had happened. Someone called out to him. It was an excited Colt. He couldn't imagine Han on a date in such a difficult situation and thought it was disrespectful. The guy objected and said that it wasn't a date. He noticed that Colt still continued to talk like some kind of aristocrat. Colt said that the great he had just met him. Han didn't understand what he was talking about. His friend explained that he was talking about a crazy, game-addicted psycho. Colt said that it happened almost immediately after the noise started. When he heard about the appearance of a strange man throwing battle balls at others, he asked for help from the academy to catch him. But the guy in the lizard mask said that he wouldn't be affected by the suppression of numbers, and until the very end he forcibly used the battle ball and fought one-on-one. After that, Colt's eyes were presented with a terrifying sight. The lizard dealt with everyone. He also found it strange that all the guys who lost to that psycho lost consciousness and now can't wake up. Han thought that the same thing had happened to Chloe. Colt was sure that the psycho was connected to the chaos going on here. Alex came up and asked if he was telling the truth. He wanted to know if it was true that the masked man was attacking people with a battle ball. Han remembered that Alex was one of Ark's teammates. Colt said that he was absolutely sure of his words. Alex became worried. He realized that they were talking about Professor Lilia's ally, whom Assistant Kim had spoken about. Panicking festival goers were shouting that masked men were challenging others to fight with battle balls. Alex paid attention to them. They were warning each other that even after refusing to fight, they would still use the balls. Another guy said that he had just seen the man in the chicken mask use it. Alex tried to understand for what purpose they were attacking other people. He concluded that the fact that these people were using battle balls in a situation where the sensations were transmitted 100% meant that they had what it took to win. Alex was now even more worried about the professor's safety. He hid behind a tree. The guy admitted that Loki was indeed involved in this. Although he did not want to, he decided that he had no choice but to check it out himself. Alex called Loki. The guy answered him, but did not understand why his friend was calling him. Alex asked Loki where he was now. His friend thought it was all very strange and assumed that Alex wanted to enjoy the festival with him. Alex clarified if all this noise was connected with his friend. Loki scratched his neck. He smiled. In his hand was a mask, and next to him lay Sora, whom he had defeated. He noticed that Alex was very quick-witted. Loki once again praised his observation, and said that it turned out that now he would not be able to return to the past. Loki smiled and wished his friend a happy stay. Alex had one last thing to do with Loki. He was angry and wanted to know where he was now. The air vehicle base. Kevin sat on one of the dragons. He decided that if the portal was broken, he would have to fly himself. There was a sparkling ring on his finger. The professor soared into the sky, heading towards the turtle. As he thought, the enemies had closed the sky castle so that it was impossible to approach it. But now he had certain powers. Kevin released blue lightning. The barrier was broken, and the dragon flew inside. Ahead was a turtle with a palace on it. The professor saw a field on the balcony of the building. After that, he immediately jumped down to this place. The man looked inside the battlefield. It parted and Lilia appeared from it. She was holding the unconscious Frederick by the shirt and asking how Professor Kevin got here. Kevin sadly watched the director's defeat. The woman looked at the victim and thought about it. She noticed that the ring was missing from his finger. Lilia thought that handing over the manager's powers at the very end was an interesting move. She couldn't believe that the last chance for the director to save anything was Professor Kevin, at whose feet she had thrown Frederick. The woman added that it didn't matter because Kevin couldn't stop her either. The man appreciated her confidence. He realized that she was using a helper after all. Lilia's eyes widened. She was surprised that Kevin knew about the helper. Kevin admitted that he knew about more than just that. He also knew that the terrorist group that was slowly increasing its influence, of which Lilia was a member, was called Prism. The woman tensed up, not understanding how he had found out about this. The former professor couldn't believe that Kevin knew about everything, but hadn't paid attention until now. The man had created his mask and said that he had become suspicious of them not long ago. He put on a mask, created a battle armor and said that it started from the moment they stole victory from his students with unfair techniques. Kevin looked angrily at Lilia and decided that he still had a lot to take from her. The guy took a step forward. Sitting on a chair, Loki asked why he came after all. The guy stood still, and he said his name. Looking at him, Alex asked why he just said that he was here, to which he replied that he thought that he should say goodbye looking into his face, and he also had one offer for him. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that what? He does not want to try to change this world with them, to which he asked what to change this world, what kind of nonsense is he talking? Loki smiled and said that he really felt in the city of Z, how much this world is filled with illogicality. Memories appeared, and he added that the dirty and sickening environment, children left without food, no matter what crime happened in City Z, the officials remain observers. Compared to City A, it is hell and nothing else. The guy was furious to hear that they will destroy their system and reboot it. The first step will be the collapse of the academy, to which he replied that he was just trying to justify terrorism. The guy leaned forward, hearing that he really betrayed the team, him, for this, to which he said that he was still not able to change his straightforwardness. Alex gritted his teeth and said that he asked him to come to his senses. Suddenly, he rushed at him. The guy looked surprised. Suddenly, Loki twisted his arm. Looking away, the boy heard that the world was changing. He saw how he used a new technique in the last competition. It was thanks to the game assistant called Helper, to which he replied that how low he wanted to fall. Holding his hand, Loki replied that as long as he had a helper, he would not be able to defeat him. He thought he already knew that now the level of pain inside the world was changed. Continuing to fight, he would only feel more torment. Looking down, he added that let him accept his offer, then he would stay alive. Loki looked surprised, hearing why he was so obsessed with him. Looking away, the boy asked that he was still his friend. Loki looked questioningly, hearing that then. Alex grabbed the ball, and he asked with the battle ball. The guy shouted that he does it, knowing what will happen after using it, to which Alex replied, they will have to have a mortal battle, which will end only after one of them loses. Turning around, he added that after all, he can no longer watch him continue to do evil. Somewhere in the mirror world of the academy, the guy fell to the ground. Looking down, he said that he cannot believe that he feels pain inside the intersection. Standing in front of him, the player asked that he really fell from just one blow to the stomach, said that yes, after increasing the sensation indicator to 100%, the reactions began to differ. Lowering his head, he heard that he was saying, the sensations increased to 100%, to which he asked, what? Well, he is afraid of pain, said that but he is not going to end everything so easily. Looking up, the guy heard that this is a two-touch game where you need to touch your opponent twice in the same place. A blue mark appeared. A game of 2 touches, a mark appears on the place that was injured. Attacking this area again, an electric current appears and he wins. Due to the fact that during a strike to another place the sign moves, it is necessary to attack the same place twice in a row. Looking at the guy, the player said that is, the decision about whether to finish this game or not is in the hands of a stronger player, his. He was surprised to hear that he is not afraid of pain, but the guy clenched his teeth and said that the fact that he, a rat, considers himself stronger than him, that's what he does not like. The guy swung his knee and asked what the rat said. Well, these are just his thoughts. The player raised his leg and thought about a low kick. A white beam appeared. Suddenly a blow flew at the guy's head. The guy winced in pain. It was heard that a clean, perfect Brazilian kick flew at his face, inflicting many blows. The player added that in the blows that continue him. The guy blocked many blows. Looking straight ahead, he thought, damn, why him? The image of a rodent appeared, and he added that he should be beaten by a rodent like him. The man gritted his teeth and asked what they said. His son can't recognize faces. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that yes, according to the doctor, the young master has trouble recognizing faces. The reason why the test showed these symptoms is that. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he just doesn't need to know them, the faces of those below him. Grinning, the guy said that he can still feel the atmosphere around them and take them for animals. The thought arose that because of his outstanding ability to react, he lost interest in others. Raising his hand up, the guy asked that this is not a problem. Do they not think that thanks to this he will gain the mood of the strongest, so as not to lose to anyone for anything? And the chairman said that it is too pity to hide his talent in his world. The man put his hand forward and offered to argue. As long as he did not lose, he would not interfere in his affairs. He grinned and added that if he lost, he should reboot himself. Turning around, the guy heard that he should start studying everything from the beginning. He should admit that the world is big, show respect to everything, and be interested in it. Smiling, the chairman asked that a genius like him could do this. He said that the seemingly impossible system of the mind. Then, getting into a fantastic academy, he experienced it for the first time. The guy was hit, and he added that what is called a loss. The guy grabbed his face. This defeat made his self-confidence a lie, which then became self-distrust and created doubts. The hero grinned. The thought appeared that Noah, from that moment he began to clearly see only his face. Despair that this guy is a winner and he is a loser, just like his father said. Having experienced this himself, his ego was shattered. He told him to reboot himself, telling him to give up on the life he has lived so far and throw it away. If that happens, then he will be able to overcome the crisis that is pressing on him. He will be able to take revenge on Noah. Punches flew at the guy and he thought that in this case he will reboot himself as many times as necessary. The player swung his fist, and he added that he said to admit that the world is big, to show respect for everything and be interested in it. The guy clenched his fist, and he thought that he really should admit that these idiots are on the same level as him. The player's face was blurred, and he added that the body instincts all feel rejection, but he has to. The face began to appear, and he thought that if all this is necessary to defeat Noah. The guy looked surprised. A blow flew at the guy and he thought that a chicken head. The player slid along the ground. He lowered his head and said that, but still, as soon as he admitted it, he began to see things he hadn't seen before. He grinned and added that his fighting technique was on par with the world's best fighters. The player was surprised to hear that he used a combined style and, in addition, depending on the situation, he also perfectly added other elements, to which he asked why he was suddenly praising him. Taking a step forward, the guy said that this was the first time he was interested in his opponent like this. It wasn't as bad as he imagined. After delivering a kick, he added that he had done it a little earlier. Yes. The player raised his hand and wondered if he had repeated the Brazilian kick. The guy adjusted his shirt and said that he had made a slight mistake. That attack was chopping and landed a little higher, to which the player thought that he had copied his technique. Looking to the side, the guy said that he thought he needed to fix it, to which the player thought that this idiot, he suddenly changed. For some reason he was worried, he needed to finish the game quickly. Suddenly a blow flew at the guy. Looking at it, he thought that he took it with the other cheek. The guy fixed his hair and asked that he was already going to finish. A thought arose that he was really not afraid of pain. Looking straight, the guy said that if he had anything else, let him show him. Since it turned out this way, he would take everything he had. A thought arose that so this is what his father meant, talking about life in a spacious world. The guy grinned and added that all these brats are something for his experience, and then said that he admits that for now he is stronger than him. With his eyes wide open, he said that but someone said it before that what does not kill them makes them stronger. Standing still, the player heard him say that the game would end if he hit the same place twice in a row. They would fight and find out what would be faster, his upgrade or his victory. The girl was running away quickly. The player held the ball in his hand. Throwing it, he shouted that how long would he continue to run like this. Grinning, Carrie asked what he thought. Would anyone agree to fight him? She already knew that the sensations in the game were transmitted 100%. Rushing forward, she thought that the professor's assistant told them to evacuate people to the square. She didn't know how many terrorists there were, but they needed to take them as far away from the square as possible. The girl turned around in surprise at the sound. Walking straight, the player said that he thought there was no need to waste his time on one animal. It was nothing special at the competitions, but now it runs away quite well. Let it consider itself lucky. Suddenly a can flew at his head. Looking at him, Carrie asked where she was going. The player turned around, hearing that they would play a little longer. Rushing after her, the player said that he would definitely kill her. A small stadium appeared. Standing in front of Carrie, the player asked that it seemed that she had stopped running now. Standing still, the girl heard that she was thinking that she wouldn't even have to use a battle ball here, to which she replied that she was originally supposed to enjoy her friend's concert today, of course, if only they hadn't made all this noise. Taking off his mask, the player said that what difference did it make what happened to her friend, let her worry about her future instead. Carrie looked at him in surprise and asked what she was. The girl smirked and asked that she remembered her, and how she was crushed by her at the competition, unable to resist. Looking straight ahead, Molly said that she would regret taking off her mask because it was equivalent to saying that it would lead to her brain death. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that she was the terrorist, perfectly. Swinging her leg, Carrie said that she just wanted to pay her back for that loss. The girl blocked the blow and thought that she lost then, but she was still not afraid. Looking straight, she added that the sensations were transmitted 100%. Striking Carrie, the girl said that she was a hopeless girl. Raising her hand, Molly thought that such troublesome movements could try to scare her. Looking straight, the girl heard that no matter what she did, she would never defeat her. Smirking, Molly said that now she uses an assistant program called a helper. It reacts according to the situation, based on the data of the best players from around the world. The girl asked again in surprise, hearing that she thinks she can win against such a helper. Molly smiled when she heard that it meant that fighting her was equivalent to fighting thousands of the best fighters from around the world, to which she replied that she was exactly that. She was not the opponent she could defeat. Carrie asked, widening her eyes in surprise, what, so that was it? She grinned and said that the best players in the world. Of course, she couldn't lose to someone in the academy in physical strength. A thought appeared that she wasn't scared, but even became calmer. Warming her fist, the girl said that she had cheered up a little. She told her something interesting, so she would also tell her one of her stories. Looking straight ahead, she said that the city F, where she was born, was the worst of the worst. The guy bullied children. It was said that there were no adults there who patronized children. Everyone took care of their own well-being. In order to survive, they had to fight adults. The girl bit him. It was heard that what she had acquired in that environment was. Rushing forward, the girl said that anger and strength. Molly shouted that if there was no talent for learning, she would have to die. The thought appeared that the upper blow, the lower blow, or again in flight. The girl's eyes lit up and she thought that it did not matter. Anyway, the helper would respond in any situation. Carrie ran forward quickly. Molly looked forward in surprise. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. Suddenly she pounced on Molly. The player in the mask smiled. Stretching his finger forward, the player shouted that this guy. The man stood in the crowd. It was heard that he was that crazy, sick in the head and addicted to games psychopath who had attacked people here a little earlier. Looking at the ball, he said that it seemed that he had discovered a hunting ground with a huge number of monsters. Suddenly the guy approached him. Looking straight ahead, Ethan asked, so it was him, the guy attacking everyone. He wasn't asking him if he continued to cause chaos here. Looking away, he thought that if he could defeat him now, it would be big news, right? He had a chance to become a superstar of the academy in an instant. The guy grabbed his hand and told him not to bother people and get out of here. Ethan fell to the ground, and the player said that the stupid mobs should leave. People looked at the guy. It was heard that he thought, now they all realize the current situation, then let them try to escape desperately. People started running and screaming. The image of the guy appeared. The thought appeared, if not now, then when will he be able to feel such a feeling of superiority? The player appeared in front of him and said to listen. He was interested in something here, to which he thought that after all, the helper is the best. Pointing at the girl, the player asked if that girl had also passed out because of him. Standing in front of him, Logan replied that it was the one he had seen recently. Looking straight ahead, the boy heard that if so. Logan walked up to him and asked what he could do at all. Suddenly, a dome appeared around them. The dice fell to the ground, and it was heard that the system should roll the dice now. The dice fell on the boy. Looking straight ahead, the player said that the right to choose had passed to the scum. Well, regardless of the game, the helper has information on all the best world rankers. Number 485, a rhythm game, a rhythm pandemic. Raising his hand, Logan asked that he really thinks that if he chooses a rhythm game, it will not be related to the level of sensitivity. The electrical waves that occur during the loss of the game will kill his brain, to which Han replied that he will choose music. Looking at the guy, Logan thought that this freak was confusing him all the time, to which Han said that the name. The player was surprised to hear that the Rhapsody of Sunset and Ash. Looking straight ahead, Han heard that the Rhapsody of Sunset and Ash he had chosen a melody that no one had ever passed, to which he replied that he would pass it. Stretching his hands forward, Han said that there was an intersection here. Pressing his fingers, he said that they had started. Multicolored tiles appeared. Suddenly more and more tiles appeared. Logan pressed the tiles and said that damn. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that the notes were pouring out at a tremendous speed. Parts with out-of-place sequences made his fingers twist. Was this really the only data the best players could withstand? Hand pressed the buttons, and he thought that everything was fine if only he could hold out longer than this guy. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and asked what. A sign with a perfect score appeared above the player. Hand gritted his teeth. His eyes widened, he thought. Standing still, he thought that if only he could express his thoughts a little better, if only he could understand his own feelings a little better. The girl was unconscious, and he added that if he could offer to walk with her at the festival, then the situation would change. The guy sat in the capsule. A thought arose that if they had a chance to meet again. Blood dripped onto the seat, and he added that if only it were possible, then. The guy fell to the ground. It was written about the SSS-Rank. The player was shouting his name, and he thought that then he would definitely make sure that he did not dare to regret anything. The guy stretched his hand to the side and asked that he used a battle ball. What was he doing at all? Looking straight ahead, Alex heard that he wanted to die. Loki frowned, hearing that although it irritated him terribly, the fact that he reacted sharply every time they talked about him probably meant that he still considered him a friend. Standing in front of him, the boy asked him why he was so spoiled. 7 years ago, City Z, the boy was sitting in front of a pile of garbage. Tears appeared in Alex's eyes. The miners from City Z were not even given a chance to study. All they learned was the daily need to sort through the garbage thrown out by other cities and get paid for it. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, he began to fall down. Loki caught him abruptly. Gritting his teeth, he asked that he was fine, let him not overwork himself, how about taking a rest today? Suddenly, the man behind him shouted what they were doing there. If they pretended to be sick, they would not see today's money. The boy turned around and shouted that how could he talk like that because they just took a little rest, they thought he was pretending. The boy gritted his teeth when he heard what they were doing there, this crazy brat, and the other replied that he should be patient. Didn't they remember how this kid almost killed them with a stone from the wall that time? They heard that they wouldn't get anything today because it was disgustingly dirty here. A dump appeared. Someone said that some psychos had gotten attached to them. He wanted to look his parents in the face, even though he wouldn't be able to because they threw this kid out. Alex looked at him and said that it was because of him, too, to which he turned to him. Grinning, Loki said that he had found one awesome thing over there, asked that they go together. Looking down, Alex said what it was. Looking at the game console, he asked what it was, and what a very ancient model, to which Loki asked, I wonder if it would be possible to start it. Looking at the boy, Loki asked what they would check. The screen said that the red one had won. Sitting on the floor, the guy asked what he had lost again. Alex, looking away, heard why he played so well, to which he replied that games wouldn't feed him, so what difference did it make? He was surprised to hear that maybe they didn't now, but when they grew up, everything would change. Smiling, Loki asked that he knew Faker. Loki heard that of course he knew. Wasn't he a very famous pro gamer? To which he replied that he did, so much so that even he, who had no particular interest in games, knew him. An image of a player appeared, and he added that thanks to his many achievements in the gaming sphere alone, he not only gets money, but also has a huge influence on people. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he believed that such a person could come from Z City. Stretching his hand forward, the guy asked that he didn't want to go into pro gaming with him, said that he would help him become the second Faker. Alex asked in surprise that the second Faker. The boy said that thanks to him, he had a dream of becoming a pro gamer. He met the professor and was able to come to the academy. Looking straight ahead, the boy heard that why did he betray the team? Standing in front of him, Loki answered that because he learned that the academy is a place filled with more than just dreams, he thinks he knows very well where the academy gets its money from. Images of students appeared. It was said that the families attending the academy are elite. The academy continues to operate thanks to the contributions of people considered elite, and the first rule set by them in this place. Looking at the boy, Loki said that the students who came from F and Z cities are spoiling the academy. They are calling for them to be expelled so that they do not spoil the academy's image in society. Suddenly, the boy furiously shouted that from the very beginning, their dreams could not be realized here. For this reason, he grabbed the hand extended by the prisms to destroy the rotten system of the academy. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that they would change the world with him, to which he thought that he seemed to understand a little. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy said that they would create the world they wanted to see, and he added that why did they become so emotional with him, thinking about each other, and although it was a pity, he thought that using this fact was the only way to stop him. Raising his head, the guy said that he should roll the dice. Gritting his teeth, Alex suggested starting the game. The guy angrily gritted his teeth. Putting his hands out to the sides, Loki asked if he was serious. He said that one of them would die, to which Alex replied that he should not worry. The dice fell to the floor. It was said that this was not the game he imagined. Standing in front of the guy, Alex said that they would play game number 32, Pac-Man. The guy raised his head and thought that Pac-Man is a game where you need to escape from a Pac-Man wandering chaotically through a labyrinth, and the winner is the one who collects more jewels. With his eyes wide open, the guy said that from now on they are starting a fight. At stake is his life and death. A monster was visible behind. It was said that as a result of analyzing the losers inside the intersection with such a coefficient of sensations, 8 out of 10 people fall into a coma. The monster opened his mouth. It was said that the survival rate is only 20%. The monster was approaching, and Alex said that of course he would bet his life on winning, to which Loki asked what he was really doing. Suddenly, Pac-Man rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that if he falls into a coma with its probability of 80%, the victory is his. If with a probability of 20% this does not happen, then he has won. The monster approached the guy, and he added that if he can win. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that he would then apologize to everyone and get punished, to which he said to stop. Alex grinned and said that after that they would play together again. Loki held his hand out and shouted that it was enough. The boy looked straight ahead in fear. Suddenly the walls around him began to disappear. The boy clenched his teeth in fear and turned to Alex. The turtle was flying straight ahead. A blue dome appeared on the balcony. The girl was breathing heavily. The professor was standing in front of her. Looking straight ahead, she wondered what was going on. She was sure that the helper was activated. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man asked what she had said. That here was collected data from the first places in all the games that reacted instead of her. The girl grinned when she heard that it meant that the way to destroy it was simple. You just need to become stronger than those people who took first place in the games, to which she replied that that's how it was. Looking straight ahead, the professor heard that he was the faker. Standing in front of him, the girl thought that now it was clear why the man had said to be careful, but it wasn't like she couldn't fight him with a helper back then. The girl put her finger to her hand and thought that she would have to change her strategy. The professor pulled his sword forward. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Standing still, he asked that there was no one in the square. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. The player furiously shouted that raising his finger up, he shouted that Khan, and even a girl, he didn't even see him. Turning around, the hero asked what was really here, to which he was told that this guy came here to attack people with a battle ball. But Khan defeated him alone and lost consciousness. Approaching the guy, Noah addressed him. Behind the hero, someone asked what the hell, was there really one unconscious? The man in the mask looked surprised. Looking at the back of the hero's head, he asked what was he. Suddenly the protagonist clenched his teeth in rage. The protagonist stared at the bear. Then he strained his gaze. Austin looked straight ahead and thought that he didn't think he would meet Noah here. Then he turned back and added that he really killed that guy. How did he do it? Then he flinched when he heard that they were saying that he was attacking everyone with battle balls. Noah clenched his teeth and said to get the battle ball. Then he looked at him in rage and noted that they would clash once. Austin put his hand in his pocket. Then he scratched his head and said that this bastard would not understand his place until the very end, so be it, he would kill him. Noah grabbed the ball. Noah looked at the protagonist and said that he should attack. The two warriors stood opposite each other. The cube began to spin. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that this style of speech, this suit, that he saw a little earlier. Austin looked straight. The cube fell to the ground. Noah opened his eyes when he heard that the game would be in the arena of the GW world. Austin spread his arms and asked, "Is that enough for an answer?" The protagonist stared at him, heard that the data on the avatars of the GW world players was being loaded, let them choose a weapon and a profession, and asked how he became like this. Austin summoned a weapon and said that he did not need to know this. Noah summoned a weapon and said that this is true. Obviously, he was like this from the very beginning. Austin jumped on the protagonist. Noah strained his gaze. Then he clenched his lips. Then he opened his mouth. Austin opened his eyes. Then he received a blow to the hand. The protagonist dodged the blow and said that everything will not be like before. This time he will also fight with all his might. Noah gritted his teeth. Then he looked at the professor and said that this experiment, how it is connected with the ability to control the synchronization level. And he answered that he is worried that it will increase too much and it will burn out. You just need to find a trigger that makes it decrease. Bazin turned to the crowd and added that he summed up this experiment like this: if his catalyst was nightmare, then perhaps the inhibitor could also be nearby, and Noah asked why it took so long. Then he stared at the three warriors and noted that like this, he suggests checking all the people he knows. Maybe there will be someone like that here. Noah stared at the device and thought that after this they continued to conduct experiments with Professor Bazin. Bazin opened his mouth and noted that as a result they found an inhibitor. Noah opened his eyes. The professor stared at the girl and said that she had recently increased her synchronization level. Interesting things. The girl clenched her fist and heard. Who would have thought that her evil appearance stored in her data would become a reverse trigger? Although not perfect, she thinks it can be a temporary remedy. Noah gritted his teeth and thought that it was not because of the trauma of her beating him. Austin delivered a series of blows to the protagonist. Then he gritted his teeth. The protagonist dodged a series of blows. Austin swung his leg. Then he gritted his teeth and delivered a series of blows. Noah dodged all the blows. Then he looked up. Then he opened his mouth. The protagonist clenched his lips. The girl opened her mouth and screamed. Austin saw the blows in front of him and said that he could not believe that he was reacting at the speed of the helper's data. Then he remembered how Noah stood. Then how he delivered a direct blow in the past and thought that the reaction speed, which went beyond the limits subject to people, a feeling similar to what happened then. Austin gritted his teeth and added that he uses the helper and even entered the prism. Giving her life, he is more determined and cannot be lenient to some kind of interfering parasite. Noah gritted his teeth seeing the knife. The warrior in the mask pierced the enemy's stomach. The girl opened her eyes. The warrior looked up and said that he sees flaws and mistakes everywhere. It seems that the helper she created is not finished. The girl grinned and said that he is incredible. Since he can see this, no one noticed anything like this except them. Then she fell to her knees. The warrior raised his sword and said that when her game is over, he thinks this whole situation will be resolved. The girl grinned and said that as he said, the helper is still not finished. They do not have the most important data of the best gamer in this world. But now this is not the case. The data he received during the fight, their data will be saved on the helper's server. The warrior looked at her and asked if she had fought him for this. The red-haired girl opened her mouth and said that it would soon be finished. After which the eyes lit up. Austin opened his eyes from the energy he received. Then he stared at the knife. Then he jumped back sharply. A cut appeared on it. The protagonist stared at it and thought that he had minimized the damage. Then he received a blow. Noah slid back. Austin opened his hand and used weapon change. Then he raised his hand and asked if the data had been updated, and Noah thought that he had suddenly changed his weapon. After which the protagonist opened his eyes and thought that this was not a normal pose. Austin put his hand on his belt and said that this was not bad. After which a dark silhouette appeared above him, and Noah thought that this was the pose that the Nameless One took. There was a man lying behind the stage. Molly was unconscious. Her ears were hanging down. Carrie was hanging upside down. Then she opened her mouth and said that she survived. A barrier appeared on the ground, after which it began to open. The guy scratched the back of his head. Then he grinned. The blue-haired guy was unconscious. The girl was unconscious. The man picked up the unconscious guy. Then he looked down. The guy gritted his teeth. The warrior looked at the defeated girl. Then he put his hand out and noticed that his administrator rights had returned. Kevin gritted his teeth and said that he needed to quickly cancel the exit restriction and adjust the pain level, why they hadn't changed. Then 2 notifications appeared. The guy gritted his teeth and read the notification. Austin struck the protagonist. The protagonist blocked the blow. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that the wound was burning. This is the terrible pain you feel from 100% sensitivity. Austin swung. Noah gritted his teeth and thought that the blow would come from above. Austin abruptly turned the sword. The protagonist abruptly jumped back. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that he would suddenly attack the lower part. After which he shed a tear and added that in order for him not to be able to win with the help of reaction speed, he carries out an attack with a change of movement, and also became stronger right during the fight. The protagonist stared at the dark silhouette behind the enemy and thought that it felt like he was fighting a nameless man. After which he put the weapon in front of himself. Then he stared at the broken sword and thought that if he died here, first his brain and then himself. A bright explosion appeared. The protagonist saw a blow in front of him. The dragon was flying in the sky. Kevin landed near the barrier. Then he put his hand out and said that this was the place where the battle ball signal was last caught. Cards of the protagonist and the bear appeared on the barrier. Kevin stared furiously and said that Noah was fighting a helper. The protagonist put his hand out, after which he began to fall to the ground. Kevin clenched his teeth, after which Austin received a blow to the chin. The protagonist jumped back. Then he abruptly moved forward. Then he grabbed the mask with his hand. Noah hit the opponent on the ground. Then the percentage indicator appeared. A powerful blow was heard. Kevin stared straight ahead and thought that in the end he still increased the synchronization level to the maximum, although in the current situation it is the best choice if this happens. Noah gritted his teeth. Then he saw a blade in front of him. Then he jumped back sharply. Austin stared straight ahead and shouted that it really hurt. Did he have some kind of 8th grader syndrome? The protagonist stared in surprise. Austin broke the mask and shouted that he would finish off the protagonist. The guy nervously stared behind his back. Then he imagined the students and thought that the first thing he felt after entering the academy was a feeling of defeat. There were much stronger guys here, and he was no different from other scum from City D. He realized that he was simply mistaken, counting himself among the elite in City D, but he did not want to give up. Then he struck the protagonist. The protagonist dodged sharply, and Austin thought that he still continued to wave his arms and legs. Noah kicked the opponent. Austin opened his mouth and thought that he was going to show himself. Then he imagined Loki and his words, it was time to admit it. After which he got hit in the face and added that he would never be able to cope with only his own strength. A flurry of notifications appeared. A rune appeared on his neck. Then it disappeared. Austin gritted his teeth and thought that the helper had turned off. Then he stared forward. Then he looked at the protagonist and added, what difference is there between him and this guy until the very end, and even with this loser, he should feel this defeat. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue. Noah closed his eyes and thought that he had won. Now it was all over. Professor Bazin said that if the synchronization level was broken, then instead of burnout he would get shock. And also, if this happened, then perhaps he would no longer be able to live normally. He would lose consciousness again, spilling blood, but still, it was better than dying. It was a pity because he wanted to continue to develop as a gamer. Carrie began to appear and shouted at the protagonist. Then she opened her mouth even wider and shouted she was not going to come to her senses. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he clenched his teeth. Then he raised his weapon and thought that the synchronization level had returned to normal. Austin opened his mouth, thought that this guy, he had stopped being like that, this was a chance, and shouted. The protagonist looked at the weapon and said that the synchronization was not rising. Instead of shock, burnout had occurred after all. Then he clenched his teeth. Then he delivered a series of blows. Austin opened his mouth. Noah stared at him. Then he opened his mouth and said that he suddenly became weak. What a strange guy. Kevin stood near the barrier. Then he stared ahead and thought that it was not the enemy who became weak. Then he remembered how he spent time with the protagonist and thought that after arriving at the academy, he did not expect synchronization, but trained day after day and did not slack off. His efforts were not in vain, and at some point he became stronger. Kevin stared at the protagonist, thought that he could not lose to a guy who only counted on a helper, and heard that in any case he survived. The protagonist turned and asked when he got here. Kevin closed his eyes and heard that they saw him use synchronization, but he still used it well, so maybe he will forgive him this time. Noah ran to him and shouted. More importantly, he saw when he attacked him. Light broke through the curtains. The protagonist yawned. Then he turned his gaze. Then he looked up. The bed was empty and the protagonist thought that 3 days had passed since the terrorists attacked the academy. Then he looked at the city and added that the competition had been suspended. The academy had banned people from outside from entering and was closed for rest. Noah imagined the prisoners and thought that the entire team of terrorists, the Metal Sharks, had been arrested except for Loki. Every Sunbee had been found in the academy in a coma. It had been revealed that the entire team of Metal Sharks had used the cheap program Helper during the competition. Society was very shocked that the instigator of the incident was the academy professor. The protagonist walked down the hall and added that as a result of the attack, 30 people were in a coma, which is why the city of it has been full of hospitals for several days now. Then he stared straight ahead. Then he turned his gaze. Han was sleeping. Then he opened his eyes, hearing himself being woken up. Then he stood up, heard that the protagonist had brought the guitar and headset he had asked for, and thanked him. Han hugged the case, heard that he needed to rest in the hospital, why he had asked for them, and replied that he thought he could be discharged already. Noah smiled and thought that Han had been diagnosed with mental fatigue and had stayed in the hospital for a while, the reason being excessive use of the synchronization level. It seemed similar to what he had experienced. The protagonist remembered the ward and added that there were other victims of that incident in his circle, Needles and Haru. Then he remembered the sign on the office and added that the two of them still couldn't come out of their coma. Noah stared at Han and asked if he had gone to Haru's ward. It was right above his. He should have gone. Han looked at him and said that it seemed like something inside him was making up excuses and using them as a reason not to go, and Noah asked what he meant. He was still going to go. Han turned around and said that of course, now he didn't want to regret it anymore. Noah grinned and noted that then okay. Then he looked at the phone and asked why Carrie was calling him. A scream came from the phone asking where Noah was now, and he answered that he was in the hospital. He did something wrong. The protagonist opened his eyes hearing that if he was in the hospital, then he should run here right now. He woke up. She says Needles woke up. People stared at the passage in surprise. The protagonist opened his mouth and screamed. Then he opened his eyes. He saw the guy who had woken up. Alex put his hand on his face and asked that Noah was there too. Their faces were like they saw a living dead person. The building shook when screams were heard. What were they so worried about? But what is this dry reaction? Actually, it is essentially a living dead person. A moment later, everyone in the room jumped on Alex. There was a sign on the door. There was no one near the door. Khan walked past it. Then he looked up at it. Then he lowered his head. The guy opened the door and asked for forgiveness. Then he turned his gaze. Then he looked straight ahead. He saw a girl sitting on the bed. The girl looked at him. Khan stared at her. Then he straightened up and said that they were meeting for the first time in reality. The man hit his finger on the table. Then he stared straight ahead and said that there were terrorists behind the leader Lilia, and they were called Prism. The prisoner put out his hand, heard where this group was now, and replied that he did not know. He had only met them at the intersection. Then he gritted his teeth, heard why he joined such a group, and replied that he was fascinated by their proposal to overthrow the elite society. Then he looked straight and added that although the final goal seemed different, their ideas converged, they were just using each other. They immediately threw both him and the teacher Lilia like a lizard throws off its tail, so if they asked anything, he would answer. The man put his hand on his neck and asked why the one who had been so stubbornly silent until now had become so talkative. Loki smirked and replied that he was simply going to fulfill the communication given to his only friend. Alex stared at the phone. Kevin opened his eyes. Then he put his hand on his face and said that he came because he said something important, and Noah replied that it was important. The protagonist stared at the silhouette and shouted that they would see how their students surpassed the strongest data. The helper stared at the protagonist. Noah turned around, thinking that this pose, as he thought, was the one that was during the battle with Austin, heard that he knew that very soon there would be an event at school, and shouted that he finished before it began. Then he turned around and thought that now he had synchronization. He was different from what he was then. The silhouette ran at the protagonist and Noah thought that this time he would be able to motivate him. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Then he opened his mouth and shouted why, after which he stood up and added that he was sure that when he fought with the helper, he defeated the data of the nameless. Why was he losing? Kevin grinned and thought that the lack of the helper that he felt during the battle with Lilia, if the recorded data does not achieve what he wants at least once, they will quickly be replaced by others. After which he remembered the protagonist's battle with Austin and added that from the moment Noah accepted his attack, he began to fight with other data. After all, he was still far from defeating his data. Noah turned to the gray-haired man and heard that they would be so late for the event, they would go faster. It was impossible for one of his main characters to be late. After which he clenched his teeth. There were people sitting in the conference room. Noah opened his eyes and heard that these academy students had contributed to exposing the terrorist organization and preventing greater damage. They expressed their gratitude to them. The students were standing on the stage, after which they looked at each other. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that for the first time in his life he was receiving an award. The robot stared straight ahead and thought that although he scolded him for being in danger, he was still glad that Noah was honored with such an honor. The students began to leave the stage and the host noted that the academy had one very important announcement that they wanted to declare. Then the host opened his mouth and added that Principal Jimmy Fullhouse, preparing for the unknown, ordered to watch the video he left. He asked that it be sure to be seen where all the people related to the academy would gather. The old man smiled and greeted everyone. The men turned to him and heard that the fact that they were reading this letter meant that he was not there or that it was a cliche for a letter. The principal raised a finger and noted that since they needed a person to lead the academy during his absence, here and now he was announcing the person who would take the place of the deputy principal. Then he strained his gaze and added that it would be none other than Faker. The students opened their mouths. Kevin gritted his teeth and heard that otherwise, Professor Lee would take good care of the academy. The girl opened her mouth and said that they had just said about Faker. The students stared in surprise and said that this meant that Professor Lee Faker. Two more students looked at him in surprise. Alex closed his eyes. Noah's mouth dropped open. Then he looked at Austin. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.